Boom, and we are live. Hello, everyone. We are in Nashville, Tennessee, live from the Ord compound. And today, for the very first interview of Nashville, I'm joined with Damon. What's going on, Damon? You want to introduce yourself and tell them who you are, what you're working on?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having us, by the way.
Oh,
So my name is Damon Nam. I'm the founder and CEO of Orange, and we have an ecosystem of products and services just built on Bitcoin.
Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, well, let's just dive right in because I got to say, you've been in Bitcoin for a while here, and so it's how long has Orange been around?
For a year and a half.
A year and a half. And then when did you first join like the Bitcoin ecosystem?
So a little bit before that. So I've been a builder in this space as a founder for the last 7 years. Mainly started off on Ethereum and EVMs.
Okay, gotcha.
So really focused on that. But for the past, I would say probably 3 years, jumped over and really focused on the Bitcoin ecosystem, and then started Orange about a year and a half ago.
Okay, so that's interesting. So, a lot of times we hear people, they start Bitcoin,
Right,
and then they go with Ethereum.
Yeah.
You went Ethereum, Bitcoin. So what made you switch over?
Yeah, so I joined, first I started off in corporate. Immediately following college, I worked at Microsoft 17 years. And then from there, recruited a really good friend of mine that also worked at Microsoft. Saw some problems that were in the blockchain industry that we thought were interesting to solve. We jumped in at around 2017.
Okay, nice. Okay.
Yeah, so this is where all the hype was happening around
Totally.
ICOs
Yes.
and all this stuff. And Ethereum,
So you've been to war, that means. That's
yeah, exactly. And Ethereum was what was very popular at the time, right? Especially with everything that was being built there. And then a few years later, we had DeFi Summer on Ethereum. So that was kind of our thesis and what we thought was going to be kind of the future of finance because of all the things you can do with smart contracts and creative solutions that were being built with the help of blockchain. From there, over the years, what we started to see then was obviously institutional adoption with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And, we started thinking about this and found that, okay, now governments are starting to adopt it. Institutions and companies are starting to adopt it as a treasury reserve, right, asset. And then all these applications for ETFs. And so we started thinking to ourselves, okay, well, with all the attention on the gold standard, which is exactly why this industry started, everything that was previously built, we believe could be brought to Bitcoin.
Totally.
And so with that, we went all in on Bitcoin and then started building solutions for it because we think, especially with all the energy and momentum that's going on right now, obviously.
I mean, we're in Nashville, and it's like the hype is unreal.
Crazy,
like it's
right?
yeah. 2 years ago, if I would have told people like this many of my friends are this excited about Bitcoin, they would have been like, "What?
Right.
Aren't you like ETH boys?" And it's like, it's crazy right now.
And the crazy thing is, we're still early.
Oh, totally,
right?
totally, yeah.
So even though the industry is mature and we've been around for over a decade now, the energy and momentum around Bitcoin is still early. Bitcoin as a reserve asset is still early. The solutions around Bitcoin, super early.
Totally.
And the world adoption, what they estimate is less than 5% for crypto in general. So
yeah, so actually you did a path that I've seen quite a few people take, which is you work at like a large corporate company, maybe your FANG company, and then you grab another employee, you say, okay, let's go. We're going to go start our own thing. What was the attitude inside Microsoft around crypto stuff? Was there like a gang of people who are like, Microsoft, come on, Ballmer, let's get this in there? Or was it shun? Or were you exploring it at all?
Well, at that time, so I got into Bitcoin about 2013, but just as a hobby, right? Started exploring mining and things like that. And for between 2013 and the time I left, there wasn't really much discussion around crypto or blockchain in general. So as a company, I don't think, especially not just Microsoft, but companies in general, I don't think people really looked at the technology as a potential solution. And I think it wasn't until maybe 2017, 2019, you started seeing companies, because of the attention that it got, started to look into it.
Well, they were starting to say, wait a minute, we did regular VC rounds. What's an ICO?
Right.
How?
Exactly.
Oh my God, it took me years to finish due diligence. You guys did what? Which good and bad,
Right.
ICO. Yeah.
Right. And as a business or a government, when you see this much liquidity being injected to an industry, then it starts to raise eyebrows.
Totally.
Right. And then that's when we started hearing about even JP Morgan start to get into the space.
Yeah.
And now every large corporation has some sort of organization or department that's focused on blockchain.
I've seen BlackRock's holdings. You know what I mean? I've been, every company. Yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing that I'm really curious about, because since you were building first on ETH,
Yeah.
and you got smart contracts, we're doing stuff in Solidity. Yeah. You go over to Bitcoin, it's a little bit of like a step backward in what tools you have. So like, what was that like? What was it? Yeah. What were the challenges?
So from a tech perspective, it's extremely challenging because there's so many limitations on what you can do. But it's a trade-off, right? Because Bitcoin is the most secure blockchain available. But then the trade-off is it's pretty gated in terms of the functionality and what you can actually do.
Yeah.
I often compare it to what the experience is with Apple and Android. Mm-hmm. Android is more open. It's more open source as compared to Apple, which is much more controlled and gated in terms of its functionality. But at the same time, Apple was very great with how secure the environment is, right? And the experience, not just the environment, but the experience, because they want it to be consistent amongst all their apps and all that stuff as well. So I see it kind of very similar to how Ethereum and Bitcoin interact.
Yeah.
I think there's a space in this world for both, no different from how Android and Apple kind of compete within the mobile phone space. But when it comes to certain attributes and the way that we want to interact, whether it's payments or maybe a reserve currency or a store of value, each one of these has its own place. So from a tech perspective, it was limited. From a business perspective, and the reason why I love being a builder in this space, it's fun because you got to get creative.
Totally.
Right?
Yeah.
You got to start thinking about, okay, well, how can I leverage, or what solutions can we make when things are very limited, or what experiences can we transform and really get creative upon? And as a builder, being able to kind of brainstorm and be creative around.
Yeah, it's funny. Really people don't realize like limitations are actually, it's for a lot of creative people, they help a ton. You say 100%. You can't do these things, and all of a sudden it's like, I would have never thought of this. Right. You say you can do anything you want, and you're like, I don't know what to do. Like, yeah, it's a little rough.
Yeah, exactly.
So kind of curious. So since you did go from like the ETH to the Bitcoin, do you still interact with any ETH stuff? You still do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, 100%. In fact, we just deployed a new product called our Orange Bridge. And what it allows people to do, we started off with BRC20s, but allows people to be able to bridge over to ERC20.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah. And so we're going to be opening up pretty soon for Bitcoin, all of other Bitcoin meta protocols such as Runes, et cetera.
Okay.
And then what we want to do is expand it to other EVMs, so Binance Smart Chain, Polygon, et cetera.
So that's interesting. So because I got to study. There's wars going on right now in Nashville, right? There's BRC20 gangs. We got to
whisper, right? Like
there's the two. I've seen fights happen outside. People are it's
right.
The BRC20 versus Runes. It's funny. It's an interesting mix between the two.
Yeah.
How do you look at, like, do you just say build for everyone, or do you ever have to say like, okay, like Runes, maybe we're gonna focus on BRC20s because there's more liquidity there, or how do you choose to say we got to build for Runes now?
Yeah, well, and that's a great question. And the way that we approach it is a few different ways. From a business perspective, what makes sense for us as a business? What can we monetize? What's going to get us enough traction, users, et cetera?
Yeah.
At the same time, we want to be able to support builders in this entire industry. And so when we see liquidity or we see traction or hype around a certain area, we tend to chase that as well.
Yeah.
But I think it's so funny because at the end of the day, we see kind of these cultish cliques amongst not just these meta protocols with BRC20s, Runes, but then you have Bitcoin maxis, then you have ETH maxis.
Yes.
And the irony here is we're all one team, right?
Yeah,
we're all one. The blockchain industry is literally trying to combat against traditional finance.
Yeah.
We're all on the same team. And if we can actually extend the functionality and the capability and adoption of blockchain in general, we've all won.
Yeah.
Right. So I always find it funny to see people going back and forth on that.
Totally. I gotta say, I do indulge. I literally go onto the Bitcoin forums and I just want to read all the maxis. Like when Ordinals came out, I couldn't stop reading them being like, it's an attack on Bitcoin. And I'm just like eating it up like, this is so entertaining. But at the same time, for Ordinals, you saw like so many people who weren't interested in Bitcoin did come over. And then a bunch of them ended up saying like, dude, fuck ETH. There's a bunch of good stuff over here. Actually, I do just want to stack sats here. So it's like, there's always doors into stuff, through stuff.
And I'm sure you've seen even early on, a lot of the noise around, Luke, one of the
of course
developers, till this day, he still doesn't support a lot of the Bitcoin meta protocols because he thinks it's just congesting the network.
Yeah.
right? So yeah, it's always great to
Yeah, yeah.
build that.
Luke is always an entertaining read. You know,
Yeah.
some people here are like, he's my enemy. I'm like, he's provided me hours of entertainment.
Yeah.
So it's a little. The
Yeah.
conversations are intense. You got to like divorce him from your own bags. You know,
Right.
if you got all your money in ordinals and reading what he writes is scary. But
Yeah.
actually, so like when something like BRC20 happens, how fast are you saying, okay, we're looking at this now, we should incorporate it, right? When runes were like announced, were you like right away like team, or do you like wait a minute for it to matriculate?
We wait a bit. So I love this space because it's so fast, and it's great to kind of immerse yourself and try to be first to adopt certain things. At the same time, though, I think there's some inherent risk where a lot of this technology is experimentation.
Yep.
And when that happens, you have to be kind of cautious because at the end of the day, you're dealing with people's funds,
Yep.
hard-earned money.
Yes.
So for us, we tend to take a little bit more conservative approach on some of these, and just we do our own due diligence, our own research. We investigate and make sure, okay, is this mature enough for us to be able to offer to our own users? Because at the end of the day, we have liability to our own users as well. So
100%.
yeah, we like to wait till things mature a little bit, let other people test the waters, but try to balance that out so that we can actually be a leader on the forefront of some of this experimentation as well.
Actually, I'm kind of curious too, because since you seem to travel around a bit,
Yeah.
what's your like opinion of where are you finding like new markets and customers? Is it because I'm pretty focused in the U.S. truthfully, because I live here, so I don't always hear about it. But then I talk to some of my friends. I've been hearing like BRC20s in Asia. They love them there. Yeah. And then I talked to some of my friends who were there. They go, "Oh yeah, we're crazy for them." And then I was like, do you guys like runes?" They were like, "No." And I was like, "Why?" I can't tell. Yeah. Like, what have you been finding? Are the markets like around the world have like different flavors or?
Yeah. And you know what? It's so interesting because when we tend to think about blockchain, and especially myself, I was born in the States, right? And so when I've stayed in this bubble, you kind of always think naturally blockchain and the majority of the transactions and all this energy is just kind of within this bubble within the US. But the reality is it's not, right? It's the whole premise and point of blockchain and making this cross-border and global. Yeah. And so as I've traveled around, I mean, the same energy that's happening here at Bitcoin conference in Nashville, there's events and things, a lot of energy happening around, particularly in Asia as well, right? So whether you're in Dubai or Singapore or in Hong Kong.
I'm hearing about Singapore a lot these days.
Absolutely. And Hong Kong just had an event a few weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, totally. I had friends that went to that.
Exactly.
I meant to go.
Yeah. And there's even rumors about them unbanning crypto coming up. So, it's all already wildly popular, and we're finding the same interest globally around all these other pockets of countries and stuff.
Totally. So, kind of curious, since you, when you make products like in crypto, often you are making like global products. How do you have to keep up with like different laws and regulations? Or do you just pick some countries you're like, okay, you guys aren't going to give us any clarity. We're going to focus on someone who will.
That's exactly what we do, right? So we do, compliance is very big for us, and to the extent to where there's jurisdictions that just don't support it, we just don't mess with, right? And we specifically try to exclude them to the most that we can, both from a legal and a technology perspective, whether it's like banning IP addresses or whatever the case may be. But yeah, we tend to take a more conservative approach on that as well, because I like to sleep well at night.
Totally.
and having governments and, legal issues is not part of what we're interested in.
Well, I'm laughing. I have some friends that it's a joke. Every time there's an airdrop, they go, 1 minute, going to Mexico to collect my airdrop. All right, I'm back.
Right.
Quick little flight back. It's like, which is a little, it's crazy that we're in an industry where we.
But you know what, though? I mean, everyone's sophisticated enough in the industry now to be able to work around a lot of that.
Totally.
And so as a company, we do everything to make sure we're compliant. Users get around the system.
Yeah, you can't. Time. Yeah, it's always cat and mouse. Like you're never gonna get.
100%.
Yeah,
right?
It's like someone saying, I built a system that no hacker can get into. I'm like, you just got every hacker just rubbing their hands like I'm gonna get you now. Right. So yeah. So since you are building like DeFi products, I'm always curious to ask people like, who would you tell is a person like who doesn't know about DeFi why they should care? Right, because I feel like a lot of us were like, either you're like a finance nerd or you're an investor of some sort, you're a day trader or a pretend day trader, and so DeFi makes sense. But there's others who are like, what are you even talking about? Like you're talking about decentralized finance. I don't worry about finance. I got
Yeah, well, and this is always interesting because most of my friends are not in crypto at all.
Yeah.
Right, and so when they're trying to understand this part of the business or even what I do, it's always interesting because you always have to start off with this conversation of why even use blockchain, right? So for us, the conversation generally evolved around use cases, how it could help you, and not just be a speculative asset.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, that's the purpose of DeFi, is to be able to extend functionality, right? Totally. Interoperability, scalability, performance, and all that stuff. And so, typically we try to move away from the whole speculation type of conversation because everyone knows that. And at the end of the day, this industry has kind of been built off of that.
Yeah.
But now we have use cases where we're actually building functionality so that people can utilize and do creative things with their assets. And so, for us, it's always kind of helping them understand, okay, well, these are the general use cases that can help you from traditional finance, right? And being your own custodian, sovereign wealth, where you can actually manage your own assets. I mean, one of the strongest use cases I've been able to show as an example, was being able to send while in air on internet, Wi-Fi on a plane, send a significant amount of funds,
yes,
to someone across the country while I'm on the plane, right? Yeah. And it transactions confirm very, very quickly.
Totally, yeah.
And to be able to do that with traditional finance would have been more expensive and taken much longer and had to been reviewed and all that stuff.
I'm laughing at people don't realize right now. It's like once you start dealing with larger amounts of money, things are way different. You're like, no, I got Venmo, and he goes, cool, transfer more than $3,500.
Exactly.
And then you're like, oh shit, I can't. And you're like, yeah.
Right, exactly. So, and then once you have people start to realize those use cases, how powerful it is, and how you're basically managing yourself without any type of intervention, it becomes very strong and very easy to have that conversation.
Totally. So how do you tell if there's someone like new who's like, okay, this is interesting, it's a little over my head? Yeah. That's one of the problems because I've had some random friends that'll be like, they'll come to our circle and they're like, you're speaking another language. Sure. There's so many things. I don't even know where to get started. Yeah. How do you help someone get educated to get started in this world? If someone was like, okay, I want to learn about Bitcoin, I want to learn DeFi on Bitcoin, where's an entry point you can say look at this?
Sure. Yeah, it's so interesting because when we try to have those conversations, you find out people don't even understand what money is or traditional finance, right? Like interest and yield and all that stuff. And so oftentimes when we start talking about DeFi on anything, not just Bitcoin, people are generally like, oh, I didn't even know you could do this in traditional finance. Yep. And so generally it kind of starts off with that, and then it evolves into, okay, well, now you can do it with these type of solutions. You can earn even better yield, or you're actually depositing your funds, you're managing it, and all those type of things. And then that's where it starts to become kind of a more meaningful conversation, is when people understand that they're driving everything, right? It's underneath their control and whatnot. Totally. Yeah, that's generally how we typically start.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you don't understand what you're trying to decentralize in the first place, it's hard to get the concepts.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So you already mentioned, runes and BRC20s, and we're talking DeFi stuff here. Gotta ask though, how do you guys look at the whole ordinal space?
Here's our belief. So BRC20s, runes are great. BRC20 2.0 is coming out. In fact, Domo's here at the conference.
I'll be talking to him today.
Yeah, dope. So, and we truly believe there's going to be tons of more Bitcoin meta protocols that have different functionality. In fact, we're doing a little bit of experimentation ourselves as a company.
Nice.
We're also working on it. There's already tons of other layer 2s and things out there. And so, we try to look at everything holistically. We love ordinals. We think that what's been achieved has been great for the space, great for adoption exposure. But right now there's some kid or some developer out there right now working on another meta protocol or variant of ordinals that'll pop out. So as much as we love everything that's been built to date, we try not to just get too narrow and hung up on any particular technology, because of the mere fact that we love to be able to support anything that's happening in this space. And who knows, before end of year, there's probably going to be 10 more meta protocols that launch, right?
Yeah, it's even hard. When ordinals first came out, it was the adoption was pretty crazy. It got pretty crazy pretty fast. And then all of a sudden, BRC20s, then runes, it's you think it's going to stop? You think we're just going to stop making things? No. Builders build.
No, exactly. Builders build. And in blockchain, there's always a new meta.
Yeah, totally, 100%.
Right?
Yeah. So actually, speaking of that, as someone who is a builder, what's it like hiring in this industry?
Oh man, it's so tough. It's so tough. I don't think people understand how difficult it is to run and build a company in this space. Because as we were talking about earlier, as soon as you join blockchain, you're a global company.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Time zones mean nothing.
Yes.
And people in blockchain are the most demanding.
I was about to say, they mean nothing, and they will tell you,
right.
what the hell, you're sleeping?
Exactly. They want instant gratification. Humans in general want instant gratification. And you then support everyone from Asia Pacific all the way to U.S. or whatever the case may be. But finding talent is even much more difficult because not only is the pool small, especially in Bitcoin, it's even smaller than on Ethereum.
Well, Ethereum, they were building up developers for years, and it attracted me as a developer. It was programmable smart money. I program. I like money.
Exactly.
And so,
And, there's way more Solidity developers than there are builders in the Bitcoin space. And so it's extremely competitive just in the industry alone. Yeah. But then as a startup, not only you competing against other companies that are building, now you're competing against all the giants.
Well, totally.
Right? And as a startup, it's very challenging to offer enticing packages when you're also competing against the Metas of the world, or the Googles of the world, right? So it's extremely hard to find good talent, attract them, hire them, and it's always a challenge for us. Luckily, because I've been in the industry for quite some time and worked at Microsoft for quite some time, I have a good network, of people that I can easily get referrals to for good talent. So that's certainly how.
The best way to be able to hire someone is you've worked with someone else before and done work, and they're like, no, they actually get work done. They're not. I mean, a lot of builders, it's like, I'm building the company on Bitcoin. I'm like, what have you done before? It's like, don't worry about that. Like, you're scaring me a little bit.
And this space has so many people that are undoxed.
Yes.
Right. So
yes, I'm talking to cat profile photos, and I don't know. They're developing or doing something for me.
Right. Exactly.
Actually, I say conferences. This is one of the best times to actually meet all these people. It's wild. I have talked to people that 2 years I've been on Twitter Spaces with them or in Discord chats, and then you meet them first time, and they always look different than what you think. They're always a different human.
No, but that's why I love events like this, and then being able to connect with groups and teams like you guys, because at the end of the day. Especially to be able to grow this space in this industry, you have to be able to connect. And this industry is built on trust.
Yeah.
And so, as you said, I've spent months speaking with a lot of different people, and to be able to actually meet them in one forum in one go, this is one of the reasons why I like to come to these conferences.
Totally. Yeah. We'll see if I can leave this room and talk to anyone else other than people. No. One-on-one's actually good. This is actually a good way to actually learn a little bit deeper too.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So another thing I'm actually curious, because we've been seeing a meta happen for quite a while around companies trying to get adoption through offering incentives that are going to lead to an airdrop.
Sure.
And I have some friends who are like, I made it all. And then others who said, I found out I worked a job for 50 cents an hour for the past 2 months.
Yeah.
Like, how do you feel because you want people on your platform?
Sure.
Like, how do you feel about that meta? How do you entice people over there? How do you feel about giving airdrops out?
Yeah. This is a great question because our team has actually been going back and forth on this, right? So we've released a number of different products, including our premier product, which is a wallet. Mm-hmm. And so one of the strategies we've been thinking about is in order to acquire users, similar to other companies, right? So you incentivize them through a campaign of maybe quest or objectives, and then they earn a reward being a token. And other companies have done this. We've seen it be successful in helping them acquire users and whatnot. But then there's this back-end expectation of this asset that you just airdrop to go up in value as well. So it's like, how do you manage that, those goals, and then how do you manage a community that's expecting that particular asset to go up when your main focus is kind of product-driven, but now you have this other asset that you might have to nurture and all this other stuff, right? So for us, we haven't really decided what our direction is on it. But as a whole in the industry, what I've tended to see is airdrops are a great way to kind of draw exposure and get people into your ecosystem. But it's very dangerous after that. Yeah. Because I haven't seen an airdrop, especially a chart for a token, that has gone up.
Yeah, totally.
So typically, in life in general, when you're given something for free, you value it less.
Yeah, 100%.
Because you didn't have to work for it.
100%.
And then these airdrops just equate to instant seller pressure.
Well, that's the problem, because there's that people are saying, here's my payday.
Yeah.
So if they're saying it's my payday, you have to sell it.
Yeah.
So there's
exactly.
this issue, and then
Right.
it's tough. I'm always wondering too. The problem is, if you put an incentive out there, people are going to manipulate it no matter what. You say do quest, someone will say, I hired 100 people on Fiverr to do the quest 24 hours a day,
Exactly.
and now I'm going to make money. And like, it's cat and mouse again. You're always going to be fighting with it.
Yeah, and I always refer back to one of the largest airdrops that happened. If we look at ApeCoin,
Oh yes,
for example, right?
That was a good one.
And they're one of the largest notable companies in our space.
Yes,
that is venture backed and has received tons of money.
The most.
They have a great community, and the token has just not performed because there's more unlocks and all this other stuff. And so I think it's a really kind of dangerous space to play in.
Totally.
I like the idea of it, but
well, it's tough when like where you're coin. I was a early ape. I got the ape airdrop. It was a crazy night. I was on Discord with my friends, and we're like, it actually was real money. Yeah. It actually worked. But then after it was done, it was like, what else can you do with the coin? And literally, for a while, they're the only thing you could do it. And I had friends. We actually went and did this. I didn't buy them. You can go to Gucci, and you could buy things with ApeCoin. Actually, you actually could. And I don't think they do it anymore.
Right.
It took forever to do. It was like 3 hours in the Gucci store to buy a pair of socks, because no one was literally like, all the employers were like, they trained on it. They pulled one nerve from the back. I guess I know how it works. And like we were there like 3 hours, but it's just not enough. It's not going to like make it go up. And then if you're waiting for a game, there's so much time. Like like you said, we get bored quickly, and you look at something in your wall and you go, this is going down, that's going up.
Exactly.
Buy ApeCoin. And so
And so when that dynamic happens, it's kind of tough to see how these type of models can be successful long term.
Yeah.
Right? If a company like Ape, Board Ape Yacht Club,
Yuga
can't pull off this successfully, there's a lot of risk to all these other smaller ones.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious too. Then, as a builder, how do you feel about, because there's people who also will do various types of launches to raise money. I mean, you can launch an NFT and it can be a fundraising. You can launch a token; it can be a fundraiser. Right. You could do a pre-sale, or you can go the more traditional VC backing route here. And there's like obviously advantage and disadvantage to each one here.
Sure.
One is if you do something for your community, you've got a bunch of angry degens yelling at you. On the other hand, you have VCs who have a lot of money and a lot of investments, and they don't care if 9 out of their 10 investments go down.
Yeah.
So it's a little different. Like, how do you guys look at that? Do you guys think about, like, for VC stuff, what are like the risk taking it on? How do you find the right ones?
Yeah. So, the thing I love about this space is it's provided an alternative means to be able to fundraise.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas traditionally, let's say 10 years ago, if you were a startup trying to enter any type of space, the only route that you could take is through VCs. Yeah. And now being able to have this type of asset class that allows you to reach out and decentralize it and have it community backed and owned, I think is huge. So I love it for that fact. The fact that as a founder, as a builder, you have the option. You can take either route that you want. You can go VC backed, you can seed it yourself, or you can have it community driven. With that said, I think, as I look at it, when I look at a lot of these opportunities and projects, it's all about scale. So if you're building something of significance and value, that's going to take a lot of resources. Yeah. It's better to get VCs involved, because now you also have smart money that can provide some sort of intellectual capital that can help you.
VCs have connections. People don't realize that. Rich people have connections.
Right, right, exactly. So not only do you have access to the network, you have them as advisors, people you can lean on and things like that. And if you're building something significant, such as a L1, L2, whatever, you're going to need capital. You're going to need resources. You're going to need people that are experienced, have gone through the trenches, and can help you through that process. Now, if you're launching a meme token, right? Maybe something without no utility, you don't need a VC involved. Right? Have it community driven, owned by the majority of the community. And then,
or this is going to be the biggest meme token of all time. A16Z finally comes out, and we have a mark, $ mark. Okay, that'll work, and that'll okay. I don't think they would do that.
I thought you had some alpha for us.
No. It's coming. It's coming. Right. Light speed, $. Light.
Yeah, exactly.
Watch, that'll be the next meta. Okay, after cute animals, everyone's going to do fake VC tokens. Just pick any of them and just.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. We just saw the celebrity.
Yeah, the celebrity meta.
Token.
Yeah.
Yeah, meta happened.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be some sort of VC meta token.
Yeah, the only thing is I think the VCs would come and squash that, right?
Exactly.
The celebs were like a little bit of quick money.
Right.
The VCs will be like, no, you're not using my name for that.
Right.
Yeah. Actually, so speaking of that, because it is always funny, we talk to like hardcore actual builders, building stuff, technical. And on the other hand, there's the most insane casino happening 24/7, right? The meta's changing every day. It's the political meta to the cute meta to the whatever, every single meta. How do you keep up with that? Or do you try, like, is it just, do you try and keep up with it? Or is it just something that's in the ecosystem so you just kind of know?
No, I do personally as well. Because at the end of the day, I love this industry for what it represents, right? The whole aspect of freedom and decentralization and sovereign wealth. And I love all of this degen activity. I love experimentation. I love breaking rules and things like that, right? And so, I myself, I mean, behind closed doors, I'm a degen as well. And I like to be able to, mix in with the best of them. And so, I've aped in on some memes and stuff in the past. I don't do it often.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, share the tickers. No,
I have some NFTs, know, both on Ethereum side, Solana and some ordinals. Yeah, you have to stay abreast of what's going on. If you want to be a trailblazer in this industry, you can't be disconnected from it.
Totally.
You can't be disconnected from the community. You can't be disconnected from the builders and what's going on and all that stuff. So,
totally. Yeah, you don't want to sit in your ivory tower looking down on the degens. You want to know, what are you guys doing? You don't have to gamble, but at least know what's happening down there.
Right? And you can always tell who's a true builder and who's trying to do things that are net positive for this space versus someone that's just in it for the quick money.
Totally.
Just in 5 minutes of conversation.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, the extractors. You'll meet a couple here this weekend.
Yeah.
You'll meet the best builders here and a couple extractors.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So one thing I'm curious too. So you made the move to Dubai.
Yeah.
Give me the pitch. Why should I move there?
Oh man. So the ecosystem from a blockchain perspective is growing very, very quickly. Right. Not only are there some of the largest conferences that are there annually, but at the same time, you have a progressive government that is very future forward thinking in every aspect of the world, right? Whether it's energy, whether it's finance or whatever. So there's already regulatory frameworks that are built to be able to help support builders in the blockchain ecosystem, which is always great as a builder. On top of that, it's a great lifestyle. You have obviously some of the greatest attractions and entertainment in the world there.
I'm just afraid to go because I don't have a Bugatti. I'm scared. I'm like, I'm not rich enough for this place.
There's extreme wealth there, but what people don't realize is there's a lot of poverty.
Oh, really?
So a lot of immigrants that have come from countries such as like Indonesia, Philippines, India, and labor is extremely cheap. And so there's this other aspect of Dubai, which is not marketed.
No, totally.
But if you kind of go outside the city, I mean, there's places that are very poor.
Really? Oh, wow.
And so the cost of living is kind of balanced. You can actually have a very affordable life in Dubai. A lot of people don't see it, but it's very manageable because even real estate, there's more supply than there is demand. So you can get a condo and for a reasonable price and stuff like that. But then there's also financial benefits, taxes, and all this. So, it's a great place. And you got to come through.
You got to come through. I'm going to visit first. Okay, visit before you move, and then you check.
And you may not come back.
Yeah, well, I tell you, I have multiple friends that's what they did. They visited, and then they visited once, visited twice, and they said, "Hey, I'm going to stay out here for a little extended business, and then I got a place here." And I'm like, "When are you coming back?" And it's like, "Oh, for a conference." Yeah, and I'm like, exactly. "Wait, no. You go there for conferences, you know?" Yeah. So
yeah. Well, when you have a financial benefit, you have a great lifestyle, and it's also safe and secure. Yeah. It's the safest city I've ever been to.
Oh wow, yeah.
I mean, you can't really beat that, right?
Okay, you convinced me at least to visit. I'm going to do a visit here, okay?
No, definitely.
Okay, so before we wrap up, just what's if we want to follow Orange, we want to get involved, what should we look forward to next? How should we keep track of you?
Yeah. So it's quite simple, right? Our website, orangecrypto.com.
Beautiful.
Our URL for our wallet, orangewallet.com.
Nice.
So we have a whole ecosystem of products and services that we've already built, but we're going to continue to extend. Open up more token support, open up more support for other blockchains. So cross-chain interoperability is very big for us. Yeah. We have some products coming along the way, including a swap product. We also have some surprises that we haven't announced to our community and holders. Orangecrypto.com. And for anyone that's interested in leveraging some products within the Bitcoin space, anything related to Bitcoin meta protocols, we'd love to have them come over, and anyone that's looking to build with us.
Beautiful.
We're very collaborative. We love to build.
I'm going to swap my ERC20s for BRC20s. Okay. I got
there
a
you
couple
go.
in my wallet that I'd like to be on Bitcoin instead.
There you go. Yeah. So orangecrypto.com. And on top of that, right at the end of the day, we're here to support what we consider the gold standard, the greatest asset class in the world, and for blockchain in general, and for Bitcoin. We see a huge opportunity and future, as we can see. I mean, there's going to be some huge announcements today at the conference.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And so a lot of energy excitement that's happening, not only at the consumer level, but institutions, governments, et cetera. And we're just, my true belief is we're on the cusp of a very transformative time where traditional finance is going to get disrupted over the next few decades. And so anyone that's involved now is going to benefit greatly, whether you're a consumer or builder or whatever the case may be. But everyone that's involved now, we're still early. We can all capitalize from it. So
100%. Well, even right now, the fact that I get to talk to builders like you and everyone, the best builders are walking around.
Yeah.
And you can just go up to them and be like, hey, what's up? Hey, I want to talk about this. And they'll talk to you. That will not be that way in, 10 more years. So,
exactly.
So Damon, thank you so much.
Thank you,
This
brother.
was a lot of fun. Orangecrypto.com.
Orangecrypto.com.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you for the next one. You can't say that. Hello, everyone. We're back. Second one of the day. We're at the Ord Compound, beautiful Nashville, Tennessee. And this time I'm joined by an amazing artist, creatress. She does AR, XR, VR, every single R you've ever heard of, 3D sculpting. She actually released her first ordinal. So we're going to talk about that in a minute. But before we do that, creatress, how are you doing? How's the compound been so far?
The compound. Hi, thank you for having me, first of all. I'm doing great. Beautiful day, just getting started. This is my first order of business, besides, getting ready and started.
We're forcing people to wake up early to do these.
It's 11.
It's 11.
Here.
Yes.
And we did have a late night, but I'm feeling great. Actually, didn't sleep that much, but surprisingly, I think I'm running on excitement.
Nice. I would say there is excitement in the air. It's palpable. Okay, so yeah, if you're not running on 2 hours of sleep, like you're not taking advantage of the conference, so get back out there. So maybe let's just start off with, as an artist, like, so when did you get started with art? How did you get into this whole, because the whole AR, XR, VR is a brand new world, pretty much. It's the first artist maybe 20 years ago, I feel like, started actually doing this, and the technology was so limited. Now we're in this up-curb revolution of, new products coming out, new artists. So yeah, how'd you get started?
How did I get started with art? I think the first actual time I remember was mud pies when I was
okay, nice.
6 with my cousin, getting super dirty with it, but having so much fun. And then that went to 6th grade, making ceramic bowls on a potter's wheel at school.
Great.
Which was
also your school had a pottery class. It's in 6th grade. It's amazing.
I went to the museum school. It's a charter school in San Diego. Shout out to the museum school. I would not be an artist, I don't think.
Beautiful.
Had I not gone there for 6th grade. And yeah, that was that. And then, art classes, and then eventually went to art school, of course.
Okay, nice.
Took all the mediums.
Okay, beautiful.
So
that's why you're on the new media. You went through every medium in art school, and we said, okay, let's hit a new one.
Exactly. And it's got to do a lot with sculpture, too, because, of course, I took sculpture in art school. I took glass blowing, which is a type of sculpture as well. And I accumulated a lot of sculptures. And as artists, especially if you're very prolific, you end up with a lot of stuff.
Yes.
Especially if you're making sculptures. So storage quickly became an issue, and then the sculptures degrade over time. And guess what? In VR, when you're sculpting in 3D, that is a digital sculpture. So there's no storage. I mean, cloud storage.
Yeah.
But that's easier to come by.
I could just pay a little bit more and keep adding more sculptures. Yeah.
Yes. And so that was one of the big reasons why now I'm sculpting digitally.
Awesome. So when did you first start sculpting digitally? How long ago?
I started in 2021. January 2021 was the first time I tried it.
Yeah, I was going to say, in the future, I don't know yet, but in 10 years, anyone who's pre-Apple Vision Pro, it's going to be like, whoa, you were pre-Apple Vision Pro? Intense. You were in the early era,
Yep, I definitely was pre-Apple Vision Pro. I actually haven't tried it.
Really?
We were just talking about that recently because it's been out for about 6 months.
Yeah.
And I've been based in Maui for the past 2 years.
Oh, nice.
Amazing. Love it.
Also, wait, you're in Maui and you're putting on VR head goggles and work. Come on now. I wouldn't be.
Well, it's all about balance.
Yeah.
Right? I spend a lot of time in nature, a lot of time at the beach,
nice.
But, I'm a tech person. I love tech. I've always loved tech. So that's kind of my midway. But yeah, honestly, I forgot my.
No worries. So when you were sculpting originally, pre anything digital here, what were you sculpting? What was the sculptures? Yeah, the mesh, the medium,
I have there's a range. One I'll mention a couple. One sculpture that I made that was in an art show back in about 2016 was the top half of a mannequin that was converted into a projector that I made.
Okay.
And it was painted, and there was just elements of the human figure, women mainly, and then a projection coming out of the boob part.
Okay, nice.
I know, right? And then another sculpture that I have that was also in an exhibition at San Diego State where I went was a mannequin, the legs. So it's the bottom. So, say it's from here down, mannequin legs. I put tights on, and I added a live plant, live aloe plant.
Oh,
so
cool.
A bio sculpture type thing.
Cool,
found object with, with plants, with a plant that I found, a nice big aloe. What's another sculpture? My glass blown sculptures. I've made a few orbs. I've made some pictures out of glass, a bunch of paperweights.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I could go on, but that's what comes
Cool.
off.
So when you went over to digital, then what'd you find yourself exploring first? Were you saying, okay, I was making these things physically, now let me make them digitally, or was it I could do crazy new stuff, you know? So yeah, what was the early era when you first started in 2021 doing the digital sculpting?
It was just, what can I make? Like, let me just learn the tool, right? Because it's like learning a whole new program. Like when you learn Photoshop for the first time, or Blender, which
I've been trying to learn Photoshop for a decade, and Canva came out, and I gave up finally. It's been great.
Don't hate on Canva, y'all.
Oh, I'm not hating. I love it.
No, I know you're not, but I'm just saying for anybody who's out there listening, who's like, oh, Canva. And it's like, no, actually, Canva is pretty close to Photoshop without like the 10-year learning curve.
No, exactly.
And the $80 a month Adobe. Adobe, come on, bro.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I don't use Photoshop. I haven't used Photoshop since university.
Oh, nice.
When I had to do digital design, and that was like what we used in class.
Totally. So when what were the first like tools you were using for digital sculpting? Were like the programs or the actual goggles you were using, or? Yeah,
the first VR headset that I used was the MetaQuest Pro.
Okay.
Back in the day, it was still owned by Oculus.
Yes.
Before Meta acquired them. And it happened just like right around the time that I got the headset. So then that was that transition. That was my first one. And the app is called Gravity Sketch.
Okay, cool.
I tried one other one. I think it was like the Google version. I can't. The name
HTC Vive or something, or one of those.
No, not a different headset.
Oh,
a different
program.
App. The name is escaping me right now.
Okay, no worries.
Gravity Sketch is my one.
And that's what you're using still.
Every time.
Nice, cool, yeah.
Pretty loyal. Gravity Sketch, if you're listening, I would love to be an ambassador.
Yes, sponsor. I
use it all the time.
Nice.
And I recommend people to use it because it was free back in the day. I think it's still only like $30.
Oh, nice.
It's amazing.
Way better than the Photoshop. You know, every month I'm paying way too much money.
So I know about that.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious then, what's the evolution been like? So started in 2021, you're just experimenting, you're learning the tools. Now you've been in it for a little while, right? You know, 4 years now you've been digitally sculpting. What has the evolution been like? Where have you seen your art go with now you're learning the tools better?
Well, I think as I started learning the tools, I learned I could actually make stuff that I wanted to make, not just abstract, although I love abstract. But the evolution, I think, it started just making sculptures. Now I can make more of an environment. Now I know how to make a lot of small detail. I know how to bring in specific environments, which has opened up a whole new thing for also sponsorships for my different tour stops. Mm-hmm. Because, for example, the Nouns, which love the Nouns DAO.
Me too.
Yeah. You know, who doesn't love the Nouns? But yeah, they got the Noggles. So for one of my performances, that they sponsored, I had like the environment was all Noggles.
Nice.
The 360 virtual environment that I was sculpting in was like a custom thing. So that's been really fun. What else? Yeah, just learning how to access all the tools better, and every like different setting helps me when I perform, because then I can just more easily and like smoothly transition between things.
Totally. So that's definitely something very different than physical sculpture. When you think of a sculpture, here's a sculpture. You don't think of here's a sculpture, here's the whole room I've designed, right? So it's definitely like a step up for you design your art gallery and the sculpture inside of there. So when you started doing that, how did you start figuring out, like the Noggles, that's a good example of you're working with the Nouns. How do you think of do you build the environment first and then the sculpture, or you like sculpture then environment?
So basically, okay, just a distinction. So every time I go into the Gravity Sketch studio, you're in this like 360 environment, and like the default one is like an art gallery, like an industrial looking art gallery. Yeah. And they have a bunch of different presets that you can flip through. It could just be an all black room. It could be an all white room. It could be like a gradient of colors that you choose. And so within that, they also let you upload your own HDRI is what they're called, which is like a 360 kind of panoramic photo, like a long landscape that they wrap around as 360. So I'm not necessarily like building that environment. I just want to be clear because I don't want to, so I'm not building that environment. I'm just uploading a photo. Usually it's a photo that I designed or, put together, or artwork. And then that is what gets chosen
Gotcha.
and put on as a thing. So it's not so much like building it like
Totally,
that.
totally.
But then I build the sculpture within that environment.
Totally. You're picking the place. Like, if you could, where are you going to sculpt? I'm going to sculpt here. I want to sculpt. Well, I would sculpt where you actually live. I'd be sculpting in Maui if I could just choose.
That's a good idea. Actually, I've never uploaded a photo from Maui as the 360 environment. I'm going to do that. I have a performance tonight. I'm going to do that.
So that,
for a little bit.
Okay, good. Okay, so whatever you sell, I get a little bit of commission. I'm just joking. So you keep performance. What does your performances look like? How does that actually, like, your sculpting live is the idea?
Yes. So let me paint the picture for you. I'm here. I'm wearing my VR headset. Okay, I'm wearing it. I got 2 controllers, one here, one here. And this is what makes the sculpture happen. So you in the audience are looking at me, and behind me is usually a screen, a big screen.
Yeah.
And that screen is showing exactly what I'm looking at via Bluetooth. They're usually Bluetooth connected from the headset to the screen. Nice. And then the audience can see every single move. And every time I move my head, the whole camera moves because it's the VR headset, right? And then there's music. There's an element of music. Nice. I make a curated playlist.
Cool.
And
what are the vibes for the curated playlist for tonight?
Excuse me?
What are the vibes for the playlist tonight?
Ooh, the vibes for the playlist tonight are always a little bit of Latin, a little bit of, slow build up at the beginning. It'll be a little bit of violin. I like really like visceral music, the type of thing that starts and you like immediately like just want to move or like it like inspires you to move or do something. So that's kind of always the vibe.
Totally. Okay, nice. Yeah. When did you start doing the performances after you started doing the 3D sculpting?
The first performance was November 5th, 2021.
Oh, nice. So you started you were sculpting and then we're performing. That's
pretty
good.
much. Yeah, it happened very naturally. I just responded to, an inquiry about like who wants to do live painting at this satellite event during NFT NYC. And I was like, oh, I've done live painting because I've done live painting.
Yeah.
And then when it came down to it, I was like, well, I could do this other thing.
Yeah.
If you guys have a projector and Wi-Fi and they're like, sure, try it.
Nice.
And it worked and I loved it. And the response from it was so like, it was really powerful. And I remember even the next day looking at the photos from the performance for the first time. And I literally cried. I was like, oh my God, like that's me? Like what? Yeah. Like I think I just found something.
Totally.
And then from there I've just continued. I've done about 30 performances so far.
Oh wow, awesome! That's good. I was saying every time you're on stage, it's worth so much more than being in a studio alone. I would love to like understand how have they evolved the performances from 1 to 30.
There's been so many things. I learned something every time, so I've learned how to kind of more smoothly figure out the tech, right? Because there's a lot of things that need to go right when you're working with tech and art.
Oh yeah.
And when you're relying on a few different tech things to go right. So, Wi-Fi, software updates. One time there was a software update right before my performance. I was just like, all right, I need 5 minutes.
Yep.
The headset is updating. Now the controllers are updating. Yep. No, the music has evolved. Every single time there's a different playlist. Sometimes some songs overlap, but it very much relates to like what I'm into at the time, like my favorite songs at the time. I've collaborated now with live music.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
Many musicians. I've got my friend Out of Body. Shout out to Out of Body. He did whistling. He does a whistle, really good whistle.
Nice.
Yes, he performed with me at Blunts and Brunch in NFT NYC.
I know some friends that went to this.
To Blunts and Brunch?
I know. Someone was saying I went to I remember there's like a whistling performance with some live art. I remember friends telling me it was in NFT NYC.
Yeah.
I think it might have been this event. Yeah.
I don't know that many other people that were doing this.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the live whistling. That's the one that stuck out with me.
Well, yes. Shout out to Out of Body. He does beautiful whistle. And he also does flute. So the first performance we did together, he whistled for about 5 minutes. And then in Austin for Consensus, we did a follow-up. He did his flute. He also plays the flute really well. So that was the intro. And then from there, after the flute was done, it went into music.
Okay, cool.
My usual music. So it was, started off really, setting the mood. And then I've also performed with DJs as well. Okay, cool. I've got to perform at Nebula nightclub in New York, which is like a legit nightclub with
so
screens
you're just
on the
painting
ceiling.
And people are just partying, dancing.
I was in like a little section, like a little section they had for me, and I had my friends there with me and stuff, and then on the screens behind the DJ, above the dance floor.
Love that.
Like was all the stuff.
Also,
It
I
was
love
really
the
fun.
idea of being like, who are those people over there? It's like, those are the artists. Like in the club, like they're making art right now. Look, it's over there. I want to get not VIP. I want the artist, VIP.
Oh my god, it was like it was like the culmination of all my favorite things because I've always loved like the club scene. But I look, that sounds weird. I love dancing.
Yeah.
I love music. I love hanging out with my friends and dancing with my friends. And best of all, having our own private area to dance and not be disturbed. And, so it was like, I got a VIP section. I'm making art. My art's on all the screens. My friends are all here.
Totally.
It was like, and it was also my birthday. So one of my friends, oh my gosh, it was, Nebula nightclub. That was in 2022 during NFT NYC. It was the RAD event. It was the NFT NYC after party, official after party. And, that was put on by RAD, and my friend JJ Love actually hooked me up with that performance. So shout out to both of them.
So it sounds like we need a residency. You got to find a residency for you where you're doing. That sounds like I would want to go to a club more if I was like, and they'll be live digital sculpting. I'd be like, cool, there you go. I can, I'm awkward at the club. I'm like, cool, I can look at art. This is good. I'll hold my drink and dance.
Yes. Oh my gosh. If anyone's listening, I would love a residency at a club. Actually, and right now I'm kind of in between. I'm in transition, right? I'm trying to decide where I'm going to live next. So, in general, I've been thinking like a residency would be one of the things that I should be looking into, right? Because you're talking about a club residency. That's different than what I'm thinking. I was thinking more of like an art residency.
No, an art.
Give you a place to stay, and you just make art for a certain amount of time. I would love to do that with a club or with a museum or art organization. So just putting that out there.
Okay, nice. We're gonna get this right. This is, if you don't know, everyone's watching us. All the top curators museum. So one thing also I think that's pretty interesting because doing all this stuff live, and you were talking a lot of NFT stuff. Like, what are you capturing to show people at the end, right? Because you're producing, it's not just the final output. There's this whole process of actually building it live. So, how do you think about that? Do you think that's like part of the art? Is that just the process of making the art, or
Yeah, that's a fun question, right? Is it the live performance that's the art, or is it the sculpture that I made during the live performance?
Yeah.
Or is it a video or a photo of me during the live performance, right? I think it's all of the above. I started the first performance I did. The way I did it was I made 2 sculptures because you can have layers in Gravity Sketch. So I made a few layers, a few different sculptures. Also, I took a break in between that one. So anyway, what I did was I minted the first layer, just the first layer, edition of 5. And then the final piece was minted as a 1 of 1, and it was auctioned.
Okay, nice.
So that was the first thing I did. The first performance I ever did, I minted the sculptures.
Nice.
Every single time it's kind of changed, but pretty much always it's a 3D GLB sculpture. Most marketplaces allow them, not all of them.
Yeah.
So it has evolved.
You want to call anyone out?
No, but Known Origin, it was nice. And
R.I.P.
Yeah, I spent a lot of ETH gas on minting my sculptures there.
Oh, okay. Well, we need to work on saving them because they said they'll pay 2 years is they're gonna keep them up. You heard that, right?
I honestly haven't looked too far into it. I was just kind of sad about it, and we've been in Nashville, so I haven't been worrying about it too much. But since you brought it up, I'm like, well, but no. So I've minted on several platforms and always depended on, do they support GLB?
Totally.
Right? Do they have a GLB viewer so that way people can zoom in and the 3D sculpture turns on its own? Yeah.
Nice. So it sounds like, you've been OG NFT, right? You're describing performing at, early, OG events here. When did you first end up in the scene?
Yeah, early 2021. I was on Clubhouse.
Okay, nice. There you go. Everything starts at Clubhouse.
So January 2nd, 2021 was my Clubhouse birthday, and I only know that because it says there at the bottom, right? Mm-hmm. And that's literally when I think NFTs really started.
No, it was, yeah.
That's when it, right? So I was there, and honestly, it took me a while to mint. I wish sometimes that I had just gone ahead and minted when everybody started minting, but I was like, oh no, I need to wait. I need to yeah. But I was there.
Nice.
Sure.
I was to say Clubhouse. It's wild. It's hard to tell people. It's like, well, we have Twitter Space. Like, no, Clubhouse was different. Okay, it was a moment in time where you're like, wait, Mark Andreessen is on stage with Mark Cuban, and I'm in the stage too. Right. It was
and Gary V's here too.
Gary, exactly. It was a wild world. So now you've actually put something. You made an ordinal, right?
Yes.
And so I was going to say, you're putting GLBs.
Not yet.
Okay.
So, hey, anyone listening, Ordinals Marketplaces, I would love to do a GLB Ordinal of the performance that I'm doing tonight. Get at me if y'all can make that happen, but I don't know if there's any marketplaces right now.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. Please call me out if I'm wrong. I want to be wrong. I want to know that there are some Ordinals Marketplaces that I can use for my GLBs. But here's what I've done so far. Because of size restrictions, anyone who knows anything about ordinals knows it's a lot of money in Bitcoin gas to mint, to inscribe your art onto the Bitcoin blockchain, right? So that you can then sell it. So you have to really invest. The bigger your file size, the more you have to pay.
Yes.
GLBs, aka the 3D sculpture file types that I need to mint or inscribe, are big. They're just big by nature. It's a 3D sculpture. It's obviously going to be bigger than a
pixel
a
art.
photo. PNG, pixel art. Okay, right. Okay, don't even get me started. So, here's what I've done. My first ordinal ever is actually a photo. It's a still image of a VR performance. My most iconic one, which was commissioned by Paris Hilton for one of her events. Yes.
Okay.
So, it was that day, and it was on 11/11/22.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. Nice. Okay.
Beautiful day. I'm into numerology, so that was, and Paris Hilton is like the most iconic, hottest, most fabulous
if you don't know,
I've ever had.
and I can prove this to you. Anyone who knows, if you go to my Discord, rule number 1 in the Discord, and I will prove this right after, is do not disrespect Paris Hilton.
No,
I will
way.
literally show you that. That's rule number 1. I will fight for Paris Hilton to the death. She is a pioneer in so many things, and I will
many things.
Reality TV, DJing as a celebrity. NFTs, it's dogs. Okay, you guys don't know. Dogs weren't this like living this posh lifestyle. Okay, I'm in Venice with dogs living the best lifestyle ever. Paris showed you that a dog could live that good. Okay, sorry.
Dogs deserve nice lives.
They deserve
fabulous,
to live. Yes,
amazing lives. And yes, I love that. I love that Paris has always done that. And also, she's an advocate. Like she's trying to pass legislations to help children and all these things. Like I mean, I feel it's just deeply misunderstood.
100%.
And
well, she plays dumb, and then people think it's real, and it's like, listen to her talk. I mean, actually, remember when she was on Jimmy Fallon, the infamous Jimmy Fallon appearance? People were like, "Whoa, she's so smart." It's like, of course she's so smart. Like she just is. It's sorry.
Yeah,
you got me triggered up.
Thank you. And she does also, support women artists. Like she would, literally. I mean, I couldn't say enough. And she's just very sweet and very just awesome.
Love that.
She's like a family woman now too, which is it's just all so
totally. Her story. I'm loving watching it. You know what I mean? She's gonna keep being iconic. I think for forever probably. So
agreed.
So right now, so you did your first one. You did it with Gamma, correct?
Yes.
Cool. So you did the still photograph from Paris Hilton commission.
From that performance.
Yes, amazing. So I can't wait.
So that's a photo of me and then the sculpture behind it. So
beautiful.
It's not a GLB at all.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So right now, what for are you looking at doing more?
Yes. So that is an open edition, open timed edition. Thanks to Brett at Gamma for setting that up because that's something they have to do like wizardy behind the scenes. Yeah. So that's open only for a couple more days while I'm here in Nashville. And then once tonight's performance, tonight I'm performing at the Satoshi Social.
Sick.
Right in line with the Bitcoin theme. So the performance that I do there, one of the photos that I take there will be my next ordinal.
Okay, awesome, cool. So you're going to see what it is tonight. You could go see the performance. We don't know what the photo is yet, though.
It's
going to be taken. Exactly.
But it'll be taken there tonight.
Well, so I could get in the photo if I just position myself correctly in the corner and then, okay.
Honestly, I'm probably going to pick a photo where it's just me on the screen.
That makes sense. Okay, I was hoping. Okay.
I don't want to get your hopes up.
No, beautiful. No, it sounds fun. So I'm actually curious, since you've been such an OG for so long, what's been the difference between like the ETH community over into this ordinal Bitcoin world?
I don't know that I've noticed too much of a difference. I don't know. Maybe the Bitcoin people are just a little bit more like, maybe a little more posh sometimes.
Okay, posh. Okay.
That's the only thing I could really say. Just a little classier.
Classier. Okay, cool. Why you're really trashing ETH?
In some ways. I'm not trashing ETH at all. I love ETH. Love. Creators.eth, Saraí.eth, Mexicanas.eth. Like, I love ETH.
Okay, nice. So yeah,
well,
it might be different for like the if you're on the artist side, like artists are supporting artists. The builders, it's like they're two different. Like they're fighting a war between each other of like it's easier over here, it's harder over here. So yeah.
I don't know what's easier or harder, but I know that I am meant to be an artist and. that's where I am. I'm staying in my lane forever.
Beautiful. Love that. So I'm actually curious because this is another thing what we're seeing right now is this AR, XR, VR, this world of like art that's exploding. It's starting to grow, and I think it's going to keep expanding, right? I mean, nowadays, like a lot of kids, they just play VR games. And so saying there's art in VR, like, duh, I play Beat Saber all the time. Of course there's going to be art here, right? So like, it feels like a scene is forming. Do you feel like that? Do you feel like you're part of a scene? Do you have a lot of other peers who are doing using similar tools and mediums, or do you feel like you're still like on your own pioneering something?
I wish I could say I feel like I'm on my own pioneering, but no, there's so many people that are doing 3D sculpting and VR art in some way or form. No one does what I do like I do it. Let's just get that straight. But there are many people doing similar or like slightly intersecting things that are amazing. And so shout out to Denver Donkey. Shout out to Tammy Levin. Shout out to Action Dine Industries. Shout out to, oh my gosh, I'm blanking out on so many people, but there are definitely other 3D artists that they're doing stuff. Maybe not necessarily performing, but sculpting in VR. Beat Saber, by the way, love Beat Saber. If anyone wants a fun game that gets you sweating and active in VR, Beat Saber. And I'm kind of a Star Wars nerd. I'm a tech girl, I'm a sci-fi girl, whatever. So Beat Saber very much feels like you got two lightsabers in your hand, and if you like dance and music and like
you will get sweaty so fast. I literally was like, I found out I was out of shape. I was like, let me try. Oh my God, I'm out of shape. Like I was like, it can't be that much. You're just
5 songs in,
around.
you're sweaty. You're So I love the VR games. That's really the only one I use.
Nice. I did it. I guessed the random one. There you go.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah. But yeah, I do see like kids becoming more interested in it too. I have a son. He's 12, and he's tried it a few times. He liked gorilla tag, where you're like a gorilla and you have to like move around with your arms like this and like tag people and stuff.
Yeah.
And then there was another one called I don't remember, but you're walking around. It's almost like a capture the flag game in zero gravity.
Oh, cool.
So that's another game he liked.
Nice.
But yeah, and then there's VR chat, which is always fun.
Oh, VR chat, it's wild. Yeah.
Right. And then you can wear any avatar you want. So I actually was on a talk show in VR chat.
Oh,
once.
Nice.
Yeah, so we're in a there's a couch, and then there's like the desk with the host, and then the host had a cat. So it was another person who was there, but their avatar was a cat. So the cat would like sit next to me on the couch, and like it was, VR chat's pretty fun for that sort of thing.
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so before we wrap up here, so we got a performance tonight. So if you're in Nashville, how do we go see you perform?
Go to my my Twitter, right? x.com/creatressart. And one of the most recent posts has an RSVP link. We've got over 600 RSVPs already.
Oh boy, okay.
It's a place that's not going to hold 600 people, so we'll get there early. It starts at 5. It's at Vibes Club here in downtown Nashville.
Nice.
And I'll be performing around 7:00. It's a free event put on by Red Rug Entertainment, Shanice Profits.
Oh, great. Awesome.
Yes. And a lot of other partners. So shout out to everybody. They're tagged on the post. So
beautiful. Awesome. Yeah, we got it in the chat too. So anyone, just go look at the chat, and it's right there.
Amazing.
Beautiful. But before we wrap up, anything else you want to just, hey, this is the next thing that's coming. Follow me for this, for all the new fans, where do we look, I don't know, to get obsessed with you?
Okay. Oh my gosh. Creatressart.com is my official website. You can learn more about me, my past performances, my past artworks. Next up would be, I believe, Basel is one of the next things that I'll be planning on being at and performing at. Miami, yes. Basel, Miami, 2024 in December. So keep me in mind if you're producing any events and you'd like to include a live art performance. I swear it will make your event way more memorable than it possibly could be. And let's see, what else? Yeah, like I said, I'm looking for residencies, and I really want to perform at the Sphere in Las Vegas. Ooh. So if anyone's listening, get in touch if you can help in any way, know where I should, and then besides that, I'd really like to perform with more musicians.
Awesome.
At music festivals. So if anyone out there is listening knows a musician who would like to incorporate some live art into their
Totally.
set, 1 or 2 songs. I
Well,
don't
it's
need
also
to be
such
up
a
there the
win
whole
as a
time.
musician. Like you can take your visuals up on the step instead of like, here's some preset visuals. Like, boom, let's
Live art being influenced by the music, because that, we
Yes.
didn't really talk about that so much, but like the music during the performance is one of the things that is being shown on the sculpture. So I'm interpreting
Totally,
the
yeah.
music as a sculpture.
Totally,
essentially.
totally. Yeah, it's the thing. Even if you perform like live or even DJs, right? It's like they're affecting you, and then maybe hopefully they're watching you, and they can see where the vibes are going. It's a really
Yes.
unique, world to live in. So
Yes.
beautiful, awesome. All right, well,
More of
everyone,
that.
if you're here tonight, you can see one version of that tonight. Okay, so make sure you check those links in the chat. Creatress, thank you so much for hanging out. I'm excited to see a performance tonight. Beautiful. So
Thank you so much
everyone.
for having me.
Thank you, Jerry.
Hello, GM, GN, GA, all of the above. Whatever the fuck time it is, wherever the fuck you are. Welcome to IRL Alpha, live here at the Sphere. Yeah? You didn't think it could happen. You didn't think it could happen, did you? And nor did you. But it did. And why did it? Well, I'm involved. That's fucking why. So get the fuck in here. I want you and I want you. Oh, definitely you. Look at your missus. Bring her in here. She's fucking smoking hot. You're not too bad yourself, mate. Yeah? Now let's get this fucking thing started. Ooh, a fucking choo-choo train. All right, everyone. Take your seats. Sit down. Shut the fuck up. Yeah? We're going to get ready. We're going to get into this straight away. No questions. Put your hand down till the end. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't give a shit how many tattoos you have on your arm. You don't scare me, mate. Let's go. Now, here we are. Hello, GM, GN, GA.
Stop. And this time, we got 2 more builders in the space. 2 builders actually who have gone on different sides of the acquisition little space, so we'll get into that. First, we got Brandon from Leatherwall. What's going on, Brandon? You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Brandon from Leather Wallet. I'm our social media manager. Technically, I work at Trust Machines, but Leather is our flagship wallet. Support ordinals and runes and BRC20s and all the fun things that are happening on Bitcoin right now.
Beautiful, yeah. So we'll probably talk about what that's like. You know, you never know. These more protocols are being created right now that you guys got to support, you know, by the end of this conference.
Absolutely, so, yeah. There's probably one that popped up today that we have to support.
100%,
right?
yeah. We're in this room and I don't know. And next, formerly of Wallet Guard, recently acquired by Consensus. There might be a rebrand we don't know about here. Michael K. What's going on, Michael?
Going on, everything is going on. We are at Bitcoin Nashville. This
Yeah.
is a legendary conference. It's got a different feeling than most
100%.
conferences.
Yeah, you've been. I've seen you at all the ETH conferences. I was
Yeah.
going to say, well, actually, maybe we'll just start right there. We've been to a bunch of conferences. What's different about this one? The Bitcoin vibes.
So there are actually a lot of people building solutions.
What do you mean? No, we want to build. I want to build memes and.
Well, then you're not at the right conference.
Yeah, okay.
But no, it's amazing because the communities, all the tools that are being built out, and also everything that's being done with ordinals and all these different types of assets is just amazing to see. Because a year ago, there was not this much attention and eyes on the space.
Totally. 100%.
So the builders are coming in, and I always say it all the time. I'm happy mass adoption didn't happen quickly, because then you wouldn't have time to build out these layers, to build out these experiences.
Totally. Well, actually, maybe we should dive in that, because speaking of the not mass adoption coming quickly, Wallet Guard was one of the ones to say, like, we're trying to help people. If you you tell someone join the ecosystem and then they lose all their assets, a week later, they leave. They don't come back here, right? So you want to break down what Wallet Guard does, and then, I don't know, do I say Wallet Guard or do I say Consensus now?
Well, I mean, Wallet Guard is, the security side of it is going to be implemented into MetaMask. So It was a massive win, considering screaming from the mountaintops, we were able to get 130,000 people to use the extension. But now it's tens of millions of people because of MetaMask Wallet. So it's a massive win for the space.
Totally. Well, maybe we'll just dive in there, because it's so interesting actually to have 2 people that are part of actual acquisitions, because when the space first starts, everyone's building companies. Yeah. We all know that once you go long enough, it always there's a consolidation. People work together, and that's how you keep really progressing in there. So kind of curious, you ended up acquiring, Trust Machines ended up acquiring Leather Wallet here. What was that like? When did you first meet that team, and how did you say, okay, cool, Leather Wallet, they're the one?
Yeah, we're actually already pretty close with that team. So it was and we're also we're a relatively small team. So it wasn't like we were acquiring hundreds of new people or anything like that. Yeah. It's just a few folks. But we both of us had our roots in the Stacks ecosystem, kind of doing Bitcoin NFTs before ordinals were a thing. Yeah. And then when ordinals came about, we were very quick to jump onto ordinals, like many others in the space. Shout out to folks like Gamma, and other folks that were previously building on Stacks very quickly came to ordinals. So it was really easy, and I'm representing our socials, it's been great.
So I'm curious, because right now it's funny. There's there's a couple wallets out there. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Also, we're in Nashville. There's a lot of wallet representatives here running around here. Yeah. So how do you interact with those other teams? You're on social media. How do you are you stalking and seeing what features they're doing? Are you seeing who reps who?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I really like about how we do things is we're super open source. Anybody can go on our GitHub, audit our code. We're also building in the open. So stuff that's work in progress is also on our GitHub. So anybody can go on there and look and see what we're doing.
Beautiful.
Which for a Bitcoin wallet especially is really important.
No, totally. I was going to say anything that is open source, I am very, very pro. So
yeah, but I think we're still kind of to your point, right? We're definitely still kind of in that infrastructure building kind of phase. So, we're partnering with different providers to make it easier to connect your applications to Leather, for example, right? There's a lot of that building that's still happening in the background to make it easier for users to use all of our products that are out there. Totally. So that in that way, we're kind of collaborating with a lot of other wallet providers to make it easier to integrate all of our wallets.
I actually want to give you guys a big shout out, because part of the reason that we were so aligned with MetaMask is their open source initiative, being transparent.
Yeah.
So transparency in DeFi, I think, is a massive win. Mm-hmm. And especially if you're building out security layers and you're giving people the ability to self-custody, you want to see the code. You want to see what's happening in the background. So that's a awesome initiative.
Yeah, I mean, it goes with like just the Bitcoin mantra of like don't trust verify, right?
Yeah.
Like you shouldn't trust us that we're doing everything right. You can go in the code and audit it yourself if you want to, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
So actually, one thing that's interesting too, since Michael, you come from kind of ETH, and now we're here at Bitcoin Nashville. How do you look at like the difference in communities, their approach to security, or do you notice a difference, like the average Bitcoiner or ordinal person versus like an ETH?
Yeah, you know, that's an interesting question because ETH and Bitcoin are different when it comes into, you know, there's no on-chain approvals. There's smart contracts are, you know, completely different, right? So the same security risks do not apply in the Bitcoin ecosystem.
Yeah.
But there are things that are easy wins when it comes to protecting the user. A lot of the scams that people deal with in Bitcoin are because they're giving away their seed phrase or they're just sending money to an address and getting nothing in return, right? So if there's heuristics that we're implementing into the product and saying, hey, you know, check for input fields, check for asking of a seed phrase, then we're able to stop those threats before the user even gets to the website, gets to the point of opening their wallet or sending a transaction.
Yeah, there's something just about the programmable money aspect of ETH is good for a lot of stuff and very bad for I can have a program that says I get all of your assets. And on Bitcoin, it's got to be one at a time. You know what I mean? Like it's a little bit different here. Yeah. So how do you right now, coming from like kind of the ETH side into the Bitcoin side, how do you find out what the new risk factors are? Do you just have to go on Twitter and look who's getting hacked and build case studies?
The beautiful part about the team, especially at WalletGuard, is, you know, we're in the trenches ourselves. We're in all the communities. We see what people are saying and dealing with. We're also degens, you know, 24/7. We're in the space. So if we're putting ourselves in it, it's a lot different than someone that's just strictly a developer or strictly, you know, someone that's front end user side, or, you know, they're just out in public. Like we're in there with you guys.
Totally.
So that's how we can align and say, hey, we would use this product ourselves in order to protect our own backs, right?
Totally.
If you build with that mindset, there's no way you could lose, because that's also comes in terms of building in public, which is super important.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So on the leather side, like, how does that look? Do you find yourself personally saying, okay, cool, some runes are dropping, I'm going to buy some of these, I'm going to degen a little bit, I want to make sure things are working, or do you tend to, you know, I don't know, stay out of the degeneracy?
I'm definitely more of a like collector than a trader personally. Like, you know, new stuff is coming out all the time, and I try to like kind of dip my toes in it just to kind of check it out and see how it is, so that, you know, I can talk about it on social when I need to, and like, you know, just kind of be part of the community.
Well, you can expense it to the company. That means you can say it's
no, I can't do that. But yeah, I mean, like everything is evolving in this space so quickly. So yeah, it's really important to just kind of get your hands dirty, kind of, you know, and test things out.
Totally,
to learn. That's the best way to learn, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, for leather, like, who do you find yourself like onboarding to it? Do you find like people who it's, hey, I am joining the Bitcoin ecosystem for the first time? Or is it more like, I was an ETH person, I'm getting over here, or I had some Bitcoin for forever in a Sparrow wallet, now I'm ready to like start buying ordinals and other stuff?
That's one thing that's really cool, is I've heard actually from a couple people just in the past couple of days from being here that like leather was their first Bitcoin wallet. So it is like kind of an onboarding, which is really amazing, like to represent and be part of that.
Yeah.
You know, going back to your point about you know, the differences between like Ethereum and like Bitcoin, you know, a lot of people come in and then they see that, you know, they can connect leather to like a website, right, to buy an ordinal or something like that, and they don't see a way to disconnect,
right?
And they're like, you know, they get kind of freaked out,
right.
And it's like, you know, big educational thing, right? And explaining the differences, like, well, you don't need to disconnect because like there's no
connection.
Yeah, there's no connection.
And that's also, like you said, it's education, right? Like a lot of people are being onboarded because they're told of like, let's 10x, 100x, 1000x, and they don't even understand what they're getting into, right? So at the end of the day, they might be holding a bag that they can't sell themselves. They don't like what they got, and they don't understand what it is. So on-chain approvals, completely different than just disconnecting your wallet from a website. Something unfortunate that I see all the time is when people are talking about getting drained on the timeline, or they're seeing their assets getting stolen, a lot of people are commenting and saying, disconnect your wallet, disconnect your wallet. That does absolutely nothing.
Exactly.
That's a local to your device action, right? So that's completely different from revoking an on-chain approval, paying gas to do that. So, you know, this is like, there's two ways people get onboarded. It's either the pie in the sky dream, or, hey, this is what the technology is for, decentralization, and these are the elements around it. Let's make, you know, something out of this.
It's like the idea that you got like a bank vault and it's being robbed, and you're just like, okay, cool, I'm gonna log out of the bank website on my computer. It's
Exactly.
like you're being robbed. Like, you're like, don't worry, I'm
Exactly.
logged out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so education is a big part of this, right? You know, you're doing social media stuff too. I mean, that ends up being a big part of the job.
Totally.
What are the challenges? What do you find yourself being like, okay, this is something that people just seem to not get, or it takes a couple times?
I think honestly the challenge is just that how fast the industry is growing. Like, you know, we want to be producing a lot of we do a lot of educational content. Like we post a lot of Twitter threads, a lot of stuff like that. So, you know, in order to do that, like I need to do the research, right? So it's a lot of like research and getting hands-on with things, right? Like I talked about, to then take that information and try to, you know, deliver it in a really easy to understand kind of way. So
Totally. Well, I'm curious. I know, Michael, you do some Twitter Spaces too. How do you where do you find yourself like getting the most bang for buck from like you're teaching people? Is it from like live Twitter combos? Is it from threads? I've seen a bunch of really good like wallet guard threads.
Yeah, we do a lot of educational content. I've written tons of articles in the Wallet Guard Academy related to easy wins when it comes to your security. So we're not telling people to go out and spend thousands of dollars on firewalls and antiviruses. We're just telling you simple setting changes that take 1 second to do in order for you to make sure your accounts are locked down and you understand what you're interacting with. But the unfortunate thing is human nature is to not care until it's too late, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just like in Web 2, you're not going to back up your files until you lose your files.
100%.
You're not going to care about your wallet being drained until you get drained, right?
Totally.
So that's generally what we're dealing with. But this is why being proactive about it and telling people, hey, let's think about security first, so then you can enjoy degenning. And you don't have to sit there sweating and shaking every time you're clicking a link.
Yeah, totally.
Or signing a signature.
yeah, that's a lot of it is about just like abstracting away a lot of that stuff, right?
Right.
Like the user just wants to be able to safely use the wallet and not worry about that stuff.
Exactly.
Right? So
Exactly.
it's super important to just deliver like a clean user experience.
Right, and I think that's the ultimate goal is we shouldn't expect users to have to worry about having multiple layers of security in order to not get drained or scammed. The ultimate goal, you know, I think wallets will be a operating system of Web3, right? You have multiple different applications that you can enable. That's really what the MetaMask Snap platform, if you know MetaMask Snaps, you can actually enable Solana support, Bitcoin support right now inside of your MetaMask. And interoperability is how we open the doors for these developers to come in and not necessarily reinvent the wheel and start from scratch with 0 people looking at their product, but coming to us and saying, hey, we already have a platform with tens of millions of users build inside of MetaMask. You have MetaMask Snaps, and you can bring that tool, that security layer, that chain into something that already exists, right? And then we could build together. And if we're doing that, the users win, right? Then you don't need 50 different wallets and 50 different security tools. Yep. And you get to the point where we're going to make the onboarding process frictionless. We're going to make Web3 as easy to use as an ATM machine, right? That's the ultimate goal. How do we get to the point where all the user is doing is enjoying using the product or enjoying being on the blockchain?
Totally. Yeah, you get your first debit card. It's not like, okay, now let's put you in the debit card academy of how you're going to get scammed.
Exactly.
Yeah, kind of curious. It's like, Brandon, like how long do you think it takes for someone to onboard someone, right? If you were sitting down like one-on-one, what would you say is like, I need to spend an hour and I'm going to give them the lowdown? And
I think, I feel like my my kind of strategy for that has changed a lot over the past few years that I've kind of been working in crypto. Like it used to be like, oh, you want to go out and just try to orange pill as many people as possible, right? But like a majority of people just don't care, like, right? They just don't care. And if they don't care, it's not going to like stick. Right.
Totally.
I feel like they need to like kind of take that journey on.
I've talked to a lot of Ubers this week, and I'm getting them
Oh,
all. I swear to
yeah.
God, I'm getting them. Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. I was talking to a guy last night, and he was like, you know, I don't own any Bitcoin. Like, should I buy Bitcoin? And I'm like, you probably shouldn't have zero, but like, as far as how much you should have, that's entirely up to you. You know.
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Do you find yourself like doing that kind of onboarding though? I'm joking about the Uber thing, you know, but it does happen occasionally. People are like, "What are you talking about back there?" And we're like, "We're Bitcoin nerds," and they go, "What's that?"
Yeah.
I heard about that.
Yeah, I'll talk. I'm happy to talk about it with people if they ask me about it, but I'm not usually the one going out there and like being like, "Hey, did you hear about this cool thing called Bitcoin?" You know, because it doesn't click with those folks as much.
I mean, for me, talking about onboarding, I actually don't mention crypto or blockchain or ordinals, NFTs at all. I just mention things that they're already familiar with on a day-to-day basis. For example, paying a bill at a restaurant.
Yeah.
How many middlemen are involved in that transaction? Credit card companies, banks, point-of-sale systems, merchant service providers, ramps, the other businesses bank. So you talk about that and you tell them, hey, this is what you're comfortable with. This is what you've known your whole life, right? Yeah. What other option do you have? And then you say, same restaurant, same bill. You're your own bank.
Totally.
The business is its own bank. Within the seconds, the money goes from you to the business, not days. And that's where you're removing all those middlemen, all those layers. And then they start to think about it and they're like, wait a second, that exists right now?
Yeah.
You know, and it's just a matter of time. It's going to take decades, but it's just a matter of time before users and businesses start realizing, hey, we can leverage using our resources or processing payments to the blockchain. And then we don't have to pay at the end of the month, 3, 4, 5% to our bottom line in credit card fees and merchant service provider fees and all these different middlemen that honestly don't need to exist. But hear me out. We couldn't have this conversation 10 years ago.
Yeah, totally.
Right? Like the technology wasn't as far along enough. So it gets to a point where you have to say, does it make sense for our business to leverage this to the blockchain? And I think eventually businesses are going to wake up to it.
Yeah, I think it feels like we're coming to like a bit of a theme that like the average person doesn't really care too much about the technology. They just want good use cases and good user experiences. Like, yeah, they don't necessarily care even that like Bitcoin is decentralized, right? They just want to be able to do stuff with their Bitcoin.
And that's what like, we can't just focus on technical users, right? We have to build products that are for the masses coming in. Yeah. So the onboarding process has to be like 2-3 clicks.
Yeah, totally.
Right? Yeah. Understanding that, you can enable chains or switch networks and stuff. You don't have to. Right? It's just seamless. Yeah. And that's the experience we need to build.
That's definitely an interesting little combo there. If there's the people who are highly technical, who are power users, they're all day in the trenches. And then there's this class of people who are new. They're getting into it, right? And like both of them have very different needs. They have very different experience. How do you balance between the two? Because if you're a power user, you need to focus on security no matter what, right? You are more likely to get scammed because you're interacting with more things. However, if you're a new person, we also have to talk to you, but I can't talk the same way, how do you talk to those highly technical people and get them over there?
Yeah, I mean, making things as layman as possible, right? So the reason why we believe Wallet Guard was very successful is because we simplified the message. A lot of security tools that are out there, they're talking about we do transaction simulation and we have the phishing detectors that no one cares. Yeah. Literally nobody cares. But our message was protect your crypto. That applies to people outside of crypto already saying, oh, hey, there's a way to protect your crypto. And people already in the space saying, hey, there's a use case. Security actually exists in crypto, right? So same thing I did with my Web2 businesses. I had a computer store and, we started off with no customers in the area. People would come to us for a second opinion. They'd show us a bunch of papers that were printed out and, all these specs, 3.4 gigahertz, 16, and we'd say, stop, right? Throw the papers away. Everything you've been told, forget it. We're going to set you up with something that's fast, secure. And if you need support, you call us. They become customers for life because you're not too much information and they already don't know what's happening. And you're already trying to like force all this information down their throat. It has to be simple. You have to bring it down to these terms that have nothing to do with Web3 at the end of the day.
Totally. Yeah, I think that's interesting. Kind of makes me wonder, how are you guys looking at other platforms other than Twitter, or X? Right? Because like so much of it, we're so focused on Twitter all the time. And yeah, you can onboard people through there. There's a ton of people who don't use crypto, but there's all these other platforms, right? There's TikTok and Instagram, and there's people who they never interact with X at all. And it's like, how do you onboard them? It's a different culture. I'm curious. Like, does Leather like look at like, are you doing TikTok dances trying to tell people?
We're not doing TikTok yet. We are starting to experiment with a little bit more video though. We're doing a little bit more on like YouTube.
Nice.
Which has actually kind of been pretty good for us in terms of like kind of the algorithm naturally picking up that stuff and it's helped. But I mean, just in terms of like users, like how we kind of think of users is like kind of two different buckets. There's kind of like the degens, which is like all of us, like everybody that's on the stream probably is like definitely in that bucket, and then kind of the more normal users. And like we're talking about, like there's new features that are coming out all the time on Bitcoin. There's a balance that you need to kind of strike between like, immediately supporting every new thing that's coming out and being much more thoughtful about what you want to support, right? Because at the end of the day, like not everything's going to be successful. So you might waste a ton of engineering resources supporting this new protocol that like doesn't exist in a few months.
100%.
So for us, it's being like really intentional about it. But back to, like what we're kind of expanding on, like with, X is still Twitter, is still like the main thing that we're on most of the time. We're doing a little bit with video, but I think another thing that, we're going to start to work on more is like different community platforms. like Discord and stuff like that, because that's where we're seeing you know, a lot of growth, especially on like the NFT ordinal side, right? They have all their dedicated communities that are really strong. So having that for leather as well.
100%. Yeah. Discord is, well, you know, for Wallet Card, it's you know, it's a hive of scammers is the problem too, right? I'm on Discord every day, but it's also, I tell people like join the OpenSea Discord just for fun and go to general and say, hi guys, I need some help. Right.
Make sure your DMs are on.
Count how many scammers you get. You will literally be, if you're lonely, you want to talk to someone, I just go to the OpenSea Discord and I'm like, hey guys, I think I need help with something, and then boom, I got 40 scammers. Like, how do you tell people, like, advise them joining something like Discord? Like,
I mean, look, it kind of applies to everything. You know, there's simple things that you just have to remember as a default, like don't use your phone number as a recovery method into your account, right? Because that opens you up to SIM swapping, which is out of your control. You know, one of the things that we love doing at Wallet Guard is going to communities and saying, hey, let's talk about security with your community, right? Let's talk about it before someone gets drained.
Yeah.
And there's no charge for it. Like, it's literally unlimited utility you could bring to everybody that's in your community, and it's a win-win for everyone involved. So you naturally create KOLs of, you know, you create champions of the product that it's a positive for them to tell somebody else, like, hey, you need a security tool. And it doesn't have to be Wallet Guard. At least mention security in some way, even if it's careful clicking on a link that you don't even read what it is before you click on it.
Yeah, totally.
So Discord security sessions, you know, Twitter Spaces, of course. There's been a ton of stuff that we've done IRL. We were on the Binance Incubator program. We were in Binance's first show in the metaverse. I was on Killer Whales episode 4, the security episode. Yeah. We were one of the only projects there that got all 5 whales to swim with us. So, you know, that went to a lot of Web 2 audiences, you know, Apple TV, Amazon Prime, Google Play. And that's like such a great like way to kind of like get out there and say, hey, there are actual real projects being built out in crypto on the blockchain. You know, most of the people that are outside of the bubble that we're in at this point, they're getting the information from the media, the news, telling them everything's a scam. You know, don't buy into it. You know, it's used for money laundering. Money laundering didn't exist before crypto.
No, also I always let people the money laundering thing. I'm like, yeah, you know where's the best place to launder your money? A public ledger, where everyone can see where all money is being sent ever. And they're like, wait, that's what it is. That's the point of it. And it's like the world's worst money laundering system you've ever created of all time. Like, so
yeah. I forget who said it. There's a quote that's like, if cash was invented today, it would be banned by the government.
100 exactly,
right?
Literally 100%. Yeah, it's so true. Yeah. So actually, another interesting thing that is happening, I think, now is that back in the day, it seemed like people were kind of like one chain. I knew a lot of friends were like, I'm Solana, I'm ETH, I'm Bitcoin. Now we're seeing this like mix where everyone's kind of across the chains. I mean, all my Bitcoin friends are over in Solana degenning. My ETH friends collecting art and now collecting art on Bitcoin, etc. Like, do you guys find yourself like looking at those other communities like Solana? Because I don't know if like Solana or ETH, like seeing what they're doing there, or do you more focus on like, you know, the Bitcoin side?
I'm personally more focused on Bitcoin, not because I'm like Bitcoin maxi like diehard or anything, but I just feel like, especially in the past like year and a half that I've been like working at Leather, like there's so much to keep track of. I'm like, I don't know how you can keep track of all the things that are happening on Bitcoin and on ETH and on Solana. There's so much development that's happening in the space.
I still
wait. You sound like you sleep.
Occasionally, yeah. Not in the past,
unbelievable.
Not in the past 48 hours or so here, but yeah.
It is like, for me, I got to get my hands in everything to understand what it is, right? Yeah. And that's something that.
Oh, even Cardano.
What's that?
Even Cardano.
Even Cardano. Like, not get my hands in like buying or telling people to buy stuff. You know, I would never give like financial advice to that nature. And at the same point, though, I want to understand, what are the wallets doing in that space? What are the projects building, right? And how are these things getting to the point where interoperability makes sense to go from one chain to another and back again, right? Otherwise, there's a lot of, you know, initiatives out there that honestly, like, I don't see a real value behind. And you see it year after year, and they're talking the same thing and saying, but nothing actually happens. So having to go out there and explore the you know, Web3 and kind of like, you know, have that environment where you are installing, you know, safely in a VM, whatever it is, to test it out and stuff like that. I think it's crucial to building out the product and actually like knowing what other people are talking about at conferences so that you can get into the conversation.
Yeah, there is a lot to learn from other chains, just like in general. Like there's a quote that our CEO Manib says, which is like all roads lead back to Bitcoin, right? Like, you know, all the successful projects that are kind of, you know, ETH is the test net, right? That's like the joke that people say.
Oh, it's not a joke to people here, okay? No one here is joking when they say that.
Yeah.
No, it's like, you know, what are people exposed to first before they come in, and what are, you know, how are they exposed to it? So you got to kind of like give people the ability to not be maxis and say, hey, like the goal, the future goal is interoperability, and that we can, you know, build. There's chains for specific use cases, right? Like there's different networks for specific use cases, and then you're not like kind of leaving everything to one variable. This is the same thing that we do in security. Like, don't trust a single source. Get as much information as you possibly. I lock the door.
We're good. No, it's like, you're gonna lock the door, and I need a backup and an alarm system.
Exactly. Exactly. Otherwise, you have gaps in security.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have people checking false positives, and that's like detrimental to like, you know, the environment. You know,
totally.
You might miss something that some other tool catches, but you got to work in tandem. This is why I think it's so important that we don't look at any wallet as a competitor. We don't look at any security tool as a competitor. We need to work together to make these space better, because we're the ones that are helping each other out. Banks have multiple layers of security. We're working together to create that security, right? Totally. How can we do that if we're keeping it like, oh yeah, your chain is over there, my security tool's over here, and that's not going to work.
It's also like if you look at it, not ask anyone open up their wallet, how many different banks are in there? You know what I mean? Someone's like, I'm just Bank of America only. No, it's like Bank of America, Chase. Here's my Wells Fargo. Like that's, you know, it's a combination of stuff.
You have to say to yourself, if you're a builder in Web3, you can't look at anyone else that's building as competition.
Yeah,
we got to help. We got to be able to lift each other up and say, hey, this is something that we've been through already, right? Are you looking at the right heuristics? Are you tapping into the right, you know, network? Like, there's so many variables to it, but if we do it together, then, you know, you can't really lose at the end of the day, right?
Totally.
Unless you're building something that's like not really a use case.
Yeah, right? Totally. The whole market's going to grow and everyone wins. Yeah, so actually that's an interesting thing. Like, you know, we're at a conference like this. It's crazy. There's 1 million people here from all over the world flown in. I mean, you could meet anyone, you know what I mean? Yeah. How do you as like builders actually find like the right people to meet, like network, you know, like are you trying to find people who've already used leather and it's like, okay, what do you like? What do you not like? Are you trying to say, okay, you've never used leather, let me pitch it, you know, same. Are you like, you ever got hacked? Let me talk to you. Like,
well, you know, one of the recent posts that we did as soon as we got acquired by Consensus is myself and Ohm, the co-founder of WalletGuard, made a post and said, what don't you like about MetaMask? Because we want to know, right? Like, we want to hear your concerns. We want to build a wallet that's like the people's wallet, right? And I'm sure that you're on the same path, being open source.
I've literally asked that same question to multiple people in the past couple of days, like, what don't you like about leather? Trying to get user feedback.
Right. Otherwise, you know, you're kind of like in a bubble of yourself and saying, we got the best product.
Totally.
That might not be true, right? So.
Oh, really? It is? Okay, cool. We're just going to put it down. No worries. Production. Fun stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah. What's it called? Super serious things. So how do you find the right people though when you're actually walking around these things? That's the thing.
Yeah,
too,
it's not even a matter of like finding the right people. Like I'll talk to anybody. You know, I've been networking for years. Since I was 16 years old, I was going to networking events and conferences. Being the youngest person there, kind of like building up my own formula of like how to approach somebody and how to understand what they're doing.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not networking to talk about myself. I'm networking to like hear what you're building, what's the concept of, you know, are you looking for, you know, why are you here, right? Like, how can we build together, right? And then they start to ask about what you're doing. So I think it's better off when, you know, you're not constantly like feeling like you're shilling yourself, but trying to understand what other people are doing, what their concerns are, and then seeing how you can tie in with that person. Then it feels a lot more natural and they're receptive to it instead of saying like, oh yeah, let me get your card or shoot me a Telegram message and you never talk to that person again.
Yeah, I think like, especially, you know, for us in Nashville, like we're trying to go to all these different like kind of niche community events that are happening. You know, we're not just focused on only like ordinals, right? Or only kind of the Bitcoin maxis or like,
you're hanging out with the maxis?
Well, I've had some conversations. I've actively had some conversations, but I haven't like
I'm afraid. I think they're going to beat me up. I've been avoiding them. I don't want them to know I have ordinals. I'm scared. Sorry.
Yeah, so you know, we're trying to just go to different events to chat with like different types of people. Yeah, for sure.
So when I was, you know, first getting into networking, I walked into this networking group called BNI, Business Networking International, and it was a room full of like 30 people. I was the youngest person there, And I noticed that like you get 60 seconds to talk about your business, right? So you have to have like a solid pitch, right? As it's going around from person to person, they're just sitting there, you know, kind of like just blandly talking about their business and then going to the next person. As soon as it got to my turn, I stand up, I project, I have a clear message. Then I noticed every single week after that I would go to this meeting, everyone started copying what I was doing, right? And it's like, I'm brand new to this, you know, and I'm outside looking in saying like, how can I make this better? And if you take that approach with everybody that you're networking with, right, they're going to look at you as value. They're going to be like, hey, I'm going to go to that person for advice. I'm going to network with that person and introduce them to other people through networking. And it's a win-win.
Totally. Yeah. I was gonna say like there's this thing of like it is a skill you got to learn, right? And you got to get out there and kind of do it. It's awkward, you know. I've ended up in a corner and someone's pitching me. You don't understand, man. It's the Metaverse 4.0. It's gonna be killer, and I'm like, okay, oh god, how do I get out of this? So it's you got to like, how do you effectively like spend time with each person? You know what I mean? How do you find yourself saying like, okay, is it like for a leather pitch? Is it like 30 minutes or is it 5 minutes?
Definitely 5 minutes. I think if I'm talking to somebody for 30 minutes, I'm like, all right, I got to dip out. But yeah, I mean, it's, you know, there's so much going on, you know, at these events, right? You got to, you know, spend your time wisely, I guess, with folks, you know, try to exchange contact information. For me, it's easy. I'm the social media manager. I'm just like, hey, just DM Leather and I'll get back to you, right? So for me, it's kind of easy to connect with folks.
Yeah, DMing from those official accounts can be real nice. You get more responses that way than a random one.
Totally.
Here. Yeah. Well, actually, speaking of another thing, it's because it is so interesting. You guys have both been on the side of acquisitions. I think in crypto, we're going to see a lot more. We've seen NFT companies acquiring each other. We're seeing different products being acquired. I mean, Crypto the Game was acquired by Uniswap. We're seeing all sorts of things happening. So kind of curious, like Michael, what was the challenge? What was it like actually?
You know, we had Consensus as an investor in our pre-seed rounds, right?
Okay,
that gave us a good contact with MetaMask. And, you know, we were working with MetaMask. You know, we were one of the first snaps approved in their snaps directory once that launched. So it was like perfect synergy because, you know, we're already like going back and forth and kind of like already understand each other's, you know, workflows and business models and stuff like that. So for us, it was a really smooth transition and integration because we already know people from MetaMask. We already know people from Consensus. You know, it's not like a random company coming and saying, oh yeah, here's an offer and, you know, we're going to take you guys and your tool and throw you into, no, it really felt natural for us. And the great thing about Consensus is actually one of the smoothest onboarding experiences as a manager or employee. And the environment that they have, like the culture inside of Consensus, I've never seen anything like it in another company.
And Consensus has done other acquisitions before too, right?
Yeah, they have multiple acquisitions.
Yeah, they're probably getting once you've done a couple, the company gets better. The first one, it's rough. You're like, and then as you go more.
Right. You got the formula, and, you know, it's not easy managing, you know, over 800 employees.
Jeez.
So you have to have a process. I think organization is one of the most important things, and it comes hand in hand with how do you present yourself when you interact with someone so you can get the message across, but also not seem like, you know, just like, I'm trying to just get as much contact information as I can from people. So there's a template to it, right? Like, for example, I have a copy pasted file in my notes, like a text that says, hey, great to connect at X, and X is whatever event I'm at. So I replace it with Bitcoin Nashville, drop a Calendly link, give them a little, you know, one sentence introduction, and then say, let's continue the discussion. When I'm being hit with like a multi-paragraph message, I'm not reading it, guys. Okay. And I'm also not reading it if it's just, hey.
Oh, never.
You know, like, what's going on? Okay, hey, what's up? Like, or can I ask you a question? Well, you just did. What's the question? You know, so I think a lot of people can benefit if they kind of like revise the way that they're doing their networking and say, close the pitch down to a simple message. Something that the person can really react to, and then give them the ability to do it easily, right? Not go DM me here later on. Give them the direct thing, make it as easy as possible, and say, let's get on a call. That's how you can win in networking.
Totally. Yes, to say on the other side, so like when Trust Machines acquired like Leather, what was that like? Is it because you have to go in there and say, okay, guys, whoa, this is now the Trust Machine way. Leather guys, you got to get off. Like, you guys are, I don't know, texting each other. You got to get on the Slack now. Hey, you guys aren't documenting, you know. What was that like?
Yeah. Internally, I think it was pretty smooth. Again, I think it's just because it was a relatively small, like we don't have hundreds of employees or anything like that. So it was relatively smooth. I think the biggest challenge for us was, you know, we were going through a rebrand to Leather from Hero Wallet. So it was, you know, more just from like the user perspective, right? Everyone kind of was still calling us Hero Wallet. It was just kind of like, you know, muscle memory almost.
Yeah, how did that work? How do you help that transition of it's not Hero, it's Leather?
Yeah, I mean, it like for a while we had like a pinned tweet saying like, oh, Hero Wallet's now Leather, you know, and it's just going back to the education thing, right? Is that like in our name? I think we were like Leather, formerly Hero Wallet for a while.
Gotcha,
so it's just there's a little bit of a transition period with that stuff.
Do you feel like that transition's? I mean, I heard only Leather now.
I feel like we're on the other side of it now.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it.
Nice. So yeah, so maybe to wrap up here, just like for both of you, maybe we'll start with you, Brandon. Like, what is the next thing? If you want to follow Leather, what should we be looking forward to? How do I, you know, just get involved, figure out, like, if you're a person who doesn't have Bitcoin, what should I do? If I'm a person who's already in the ecosystem, what should I do?
Yeah, I mean, leather.io, it's our website. You can go on there, download Leather. We have a bunch of like user guides and blog posts and a lot of content to help you get started. Obviously, go follow us at, you know, @LeatherBTC on Twitter. We do have a mobile app that's in the works as well, so I can you know, talk about that. That'll be out pretty soon, hopefully.
How soon?
And,
I know the devs are going to be like,
yeah,
don't say
yeah.
it. This product manager right now screaming, do not say a date.
This year.
Okay.
Yeah, that's as close as I can get.
That's pretty good. Hey, the year's almost half done. So
yeah,
okay,
that's true. So yeah, it's coming along. Devs are working on it really hard, and yeah, I'm so excited to get that out.
Nice.
It's gonna be
Leather.io,
be great.
Good domain.
Leather.io. Yeah, that's
easy.
right.
Nice.
Yeah, for us at Consensus and MetaMask, I think one of the big goals is building in public more, asking people, you know, how can we, what don't you like about it? And also being receptive to those responses and saying, hey, look, like we've been doing this for this way a long time. Well, now we're in a multi-chain environment. How do we get to the point of supporting as many chains as we can, as many builders as we can? This is why I think MetaMask Snaps is such a great opportunity for developers to come in and work with us, right? And kind of retain that open source nature of being transparent and not having to reinvent the wheel yourself. So build with us, build with MetaMask Snaps. I guarantee you there's so many opportunities. If you're a project, you're a chain, security tool, even like there's so many opportunities in Snaps. It's mind-blowing, and there's a ton of stuff coming down the pipeline.
Nice.
So if there's something you don't like about MetaMask, shoot me a DM. I'm going to bring it directly to the people in the right department to take care of it. I'll put it that way. Beautiful.
Love that. Yeah, as a developer, I love anytime you're like, developers, come over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, my dev friends, get over there. Beautiful. Thank you so much, guys. We're gonna talk some more people. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Began.
Yeah. No one get hacked here. Download Leather, download MetaMask. We'll see you guys soon. Jerry.
Let's go.
We're back. I need to see my screen though, Jerry. Hi, everyone. We're back at the compound with more builders. Okay, if you guys don't know, Nashville, there's builders everywhere. Okay, and I've actually run into an actual Viking. I didn't know Tiny Vikings had an actual Viking as a founder here. So I'm joined by Lars. Lars, how are you doing? What's going on?
No, doing all right. Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, beautiful. Y'all came all the way from Oslo?
Came all the way from Oslo, 22 hours of pain back at the bus.
Oh boy, oh boy. I will say already the Tiny Vikings brand in my mind, it's gone so much higher now that I know you're actually, from Oslo. Okay, you got the Viking look a little bit. You didn't have an axe, but you're pretty far. Why don't you give a little intro to yourself and then what you've been working on?
Yeah, sure. No, so I'm Lars, building Tiny Vikings together with my team. We're about 9 people now. We've been, Tiny Vikings to us is like a fun experiment to see what new things we can build on Bitcoin, and we tend to call them like digital toys, and that's sort of a toy is something you own, it's something you can play with, it's something you can bring to different playgrounds, it's something you can share with friends. So that's something we've seen the Tiny community like about them as well. They can play with them, they can bring them around into their memes.
Totally. I'm saying you got actual toys here too. Okay, one's disappeared because he's green, but yeah, we've got actual Tiny Vikings here. So
and they are actually very tiny.
Yeah, that's what it's
this is actually just a 3D model. So if you haven't seen Tiny Vikings, they're like a multi-dimensional ordinal collection, 20,000 Tiny Vikings living on chain. Everything is on chain. And they're 2D and 3D.
Beautiful.
So this guy I just threw into the printer and it came out this big.
Nice.
So,
are you a 3D printer guy?
Yeah, I like tinkering with stuff and like just building stuff. So it was a fun experiment. And now I just, wherever we go, we need to print like, a lots of these to bring them to holders. So.
Totally. Yeah, well, giving out little toys and trinkets like that are great because people end up, putting it on their desk and then playing with it. And it just gets like deeper into your little world if you play with it every day. So
sure thing.
So maybe to start off too, so since you've been around for a little bit in the crypto space, why don't you tell us how'd you first get into this world?
Like early days of Bitcoin was, buying obscene things online.
Okay, there you go. That's the only way. I don't trust you unless you bought something on Silk Road. Okay, that's what I say.
I might have not, but
okay, yeah. Officially, I've never been on that website.
Don't know even what it is.
Yeah.
No, so started playing with Bitcoin as an interesting means of transferring money basically online. Before we had Bitcoin, we actually had to send cash outside of the country to get fake IDs and stuff. So now we could do it a bit easier.
Totally.
But, Bitcoin was kind of that means of, storage of value, transfer of value. But then I got interested in ETH when the Yellow Paper launched in the sense of, seeing this sort of world computer where everyone could like build towards this world computer, have a shared state that no one could tamper with.
Totally.
Of course, like mining was fun. I'm a tinker, I'm a builder. Building like Frankenstein rigs with GPUs was fun, of course. And, it was interesting to accumulate ETH and also trying building stuff on ETH. Got interested in Solana, ICP, just tested out all the different ones basically, layer 2s, etc. But the one thing that really sort of held us back from we saw the cycle of the 2013 to 2017 the ICO boom, and it was like at that time me and my team were building in the Web 2 world developer tools. Graphic stacks, video stacks, licensed out to builders, handset manufacturers, and, trying to build a real business in what we sort of thought was a real business back then. And then seeing, people with a white paper raising like $20 million in an ICO and rigging everyone.
A white paper with misspelled words in it and an idea that's been done 30 times. But yeah, it was great.
Exactly. So that was kind of, we kind of like, okay, this is actually just pure rugs.
Yeah.
And, you had like 100 different ETH forks and everyone's like, wasting their GPU power on that. But we saw something interesting though. And like, CryptoKitties launched and, we have been working with, I said like, game engines, game development, media distribution, composition of different kind of media assets. And what we really saw that was kind of a big opportunity in our mind was now we have like a programmatic licensing layer. So we kind of, with sort of this sort of notion of Web3 and digital currencies, we also had like money built into software, but we also had this like, public ledger of who actually owns what.
Totally.
So that was like really, piqued my interest in the sense of like, okay, now we actually have digital private property and it's like, fully trustless.
Yeah.
So, when COVID hit, it was kind of hard for us to continue like running our sort of sales operations and going out, meeting customers, sitting down with their developer teams and actually showing them that, hey, this software, that's some, weirdos in Norway is building should actually run on all our handsets. So we, started looking into sort of crypto again and seeing like, okay, can we actually use that sort of expertise and the experience we have from sort of our previous lives in Web 2 and like actually bring in some of this and sort of utilize these new sort of core primitives of digital private property. And, Ordinals came around like, 18 months ago?
Yeah, something like that.
And that, all the time when we sort of built stuff on Solana, ETH, all these other chains, it was like really frustrating to see that the content is not on chain.
Yeah.
So it was always building another database and like kind of, defeated the purpose in our mind. And then, now we can inscribe arbitrary data on Ordinals or on Bitcoin. It will be there forever.
Yeah.
And I think that's really what sort of, spoke to us. And that's why we sort of went, all in on Ordinals and really, let's build something cool. Let's just put it out there, see if people like it, and continue from there.
Yeah, how long did it take you when you first saw, like, Casey put out the Ordinals handbook before you were like, guys, let's build something. Let's build a,
Took a bit of, like, maybe, like, let's say, like, maybe even, like, a full, like, 9 months or something. In the early days of, like, really, trying to figure out what Ordinals was, I was like, okay, what's actually valuable enough to start bloating the main chain?
Yeah.
And that was kind of before I really looked into it and understood how the whole thing worked. Because, we can, the way I see it is like we have 100 million sats per Bitcoin. That's like addressable memory space in a computer.
Yep.
So at the time I was like, okay, if something should be inscribed here, it should be information that if changed will dramatically change the outcome of the world in the future for a lot of people that weren't really, in on making those decisions.
Yeah.
So in my mind, it was like, what do we need to inscribe? Like someone really needs to inscribe WikiLeaks.
Yeah.
And then someone did that, and I was like, oh, that's fucking cool.
Yeah.
Let me look into this again. And then, understanding more of it. And, I guess the key sort of tipping point for me was like when we understanding that we can have indexes on each stat.
Mm-hmm.
So you basically have unlimited addressable memory space.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we've been building sort of core tech behind Tiny Vikings for many years. But Tiny Vikings in on its own, I think we've been building for about 18 months.
Nice. So what did that research look like for you? When did it go from like, oh, this is cool, to being like, maybe I could build something on this? Okay, let me see what's it like to inscribe my own ordinals, things like that.
I think the process in general is like just, okay, one, like what's the core primitives of this? Like, recursion is a big thing.
Yep.
And we wanted to make things tiny, and if you go look at the Tiny Vikings, they're actually very tiny on chain as well. So there's 20,000 Tiny Vikings. Each of them are less than 150 bytes on chain.
Yeah.
So it's, it's kind of a technical challenge as well. And, our sort of pedigree of making, real-time graphics, game developer tools, app developer tools is all about, the limitation of GPU and memory.
Totally.
And on Bitcoin, you kind of have the same problem, but not necessarily on the rendering side, but on like what do you actually inscribe and how do you make these things small, and again, how do you use recursion to make dynamic things? How do you make sort of an architecture on chain that can sort of deal with it without sort of, making us bleed to death and actually paying for getting it on chain?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's interesting because that's one of the problems that people that come over to Ordinals, they go, wait a minute, I want to put my stuff and it's huge images or a huge this, and this is either the most expensive thing ever or it won't even fit, and I got to split stuff up. Where it sounds like you guys went the opposite approach. You guys were saying like, you're trying to show off how small you can get stuff. Is that right?
Yeah, and it was, of course, on one side we want the Tiny Vikings to be composable. We want them to be able to evolve over time. So it's kind of natural to build it this way. And the hardest thing I think about Ordinals is like the sort of developer experience, like actually getting things like on chain. It's fucking nerve-wracking, man.
100%. Yes. Yeah, there's nothing worse than, well, first of all, spending a lot of money for a deploy. You're saying you were deving in the Web 2 world before. It didn't cost $5,000 to do a deployment and then say, oh, no, there's a mistake. It's permanent and I need to, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so how do you deal with that? That actually is an interesting thing from like a dev perspective. Like, how do you get that confidence when you're saying, okay, I'm about to spend a lot of money. I hope this is right. Like, how, is it just personal testing? Or are you just on the test nets all the time trying to make sure that it looks right? Or
so we actually didn't do a lot of stuff on testnet and signet, mainly because it's so fucking cumbersome to get around it. Like get like testnet tokens is like
100%. They cost money now. They cost actual money.
Yeah. Signet is also, there's not, at that time there wasn't a lot of Signet support on wallets out there. So we for the main part, we did like a lot of reg testing, just like local reg test and like just all the different browsers, like tried to like just see how we could break it. But now it's nerve-wracking, man. We had like 33 or 37 batches of inscriptions to get all the 20,000 out. And,
how good did it feel after that first one was done?
I think it was like this was like, it felt good, but it was like fucking scary the whole time, to be honest. And we in the beginning we were running like our nodes in our office and in our parents' house and like just getting it up and running, and then
Yeah, Mom, don't shut that computer off. You don't understand. I have to resync. You've lost a day of work.
Exactly. And then when it crashes, you need to do the whole re-indexing and repair the index again. And that takes like, at that time, it took like 9 hours. I think today it takes about a day.
Yeah.
If it happens. So,
and that's the ordinal MFer's fault too, okay? That's why it's taking so long. We got to, Yeah.
Yeah, and then, you have Windows Update. Even though it's been like completely shut up and like put to jail, it suddenly decides to snipe your node while you're doing it. So, no, actually, at some point I was actually sleeping right next to the node. While I was recovering to see, like, is it ready now? Is it ready now? Is it ready now?
Yeah.
Then I woke up and then Windows had shut it off.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. So I was gonna say, since you come from like the Web 2 development background too, like this is so much more painful. A lot of the stuff we're describing, right? There's a few times you have to wait for. I mean, there's some people have a 9-hour test suite maybe to do a deployment if you work somewhere real fancy with a lot of money or something like that. But like there's a lot of limitations. How do you yourself as like a developer like deal with that or know that like I'm making the right decision to live in this world? Or you ever miss ETH?
Yeah, and I think it's kind of like on one side it's like you have a lot of freedom developing in ordinals.
Yeah.
Sort of compared to Solana, Ethereum, we have smart contracts. It's like really hard or it's strictly governed what you can actually do and how it needs to look before you get it on chain. But on ordinals you can basically do whatever. Like you can scribe any data, and I think at the end it comes down to like, does it render on ordinals.com?
Yeah. Totally.
I think that's the main thing.
Yeah. And ordinals.com is not the fastest website out there, so you get some leeway too. You get other sites. I'm like, it didn't load. I'm leaving. There, I'm like, just wait. Okay, we're on Bitcoin, so give it a minute. Nice. Yeah. So kind of curious. So you got all 37 batches done, right? They're out. Like, what was like the biggest like challenge to like? How'd you know to do 37 batches in the first place? How'd you plan that? That was actual division.
Again, just like the number that ended up being like the smallest amount of batches that we could send to get all the 20,000 out. So we inscribed them and distributed them in the same transaction.
Oh, okay, nice.
Again, to make the sort of footprint of how much we actually had to put in to get them distributed. And
totally. How'd you find yourself like building the actual community first? Like I was saying, I remember when Tiny Vikings launched, it was every group chat I'm in that were like cross community. It wasn't an Ordinals group chat. It's like an alpha chat or this chat or that chat. And I was like, damn, Tiny Vikings are just being discussed in every single one of my chats. Yeah. So like you really like right away, it seems like hit the ground running and spread. I mean, how'd you get that to happen?
I think a big part of it's like, we were, Tiny Vikings is our sort of playground. It's our sort of showroom and experimental sort of, place where you can try new things and like see how we sort of can build new fun experiences. And for us, it was like, should we sell them? Should we airdrop them? How should we do this? And it's like, it was never the plan for us to make money on these. Mm-hmm. So I think like a few weeks before we really, started inscribing, I was like, let's fucking airdrop it. Yeah. And let's just send it out. And I think that was part of the reason why I think it was kind of well timed, end of March was a good time to do this.
Yeah.
And we've been around meeting builders, degens in this space for the last years around the world on conferences, and we sort of ramped that up the last couple of months before we inscribed, and basically just started telling people like, hey, we're going to do something crazy soon. Yeah. You better keep an eye on what's going to happen with Tiny, and we actually was running like a whitelist thing in our Discord. So everyone was like finding a whitelist to actually buy something, and then we just airdropped it.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I think that was kind of a
that makes DGen so happy.
Yeah,
that they want to talk and they also want to brag to every friend like, I got airdropped, you did, and then boom.
Exactly.
Yeah, good network effect.
But it's amazing, man, to see the community come together and staying Tiny and have fun with them. We have hundreds, maybe thousands of memes made of the Tinies. And
totally. How did you find like were you guys like planning those memes ahead of time? I mean, you guys, because you like the Stay Tiny, you were saying that from the beginning, right? So you already were implanting the people with some of like, here's the mission, or here's like a something to rally around. But then obviously the community took it further, and they're the ones sitting in Photoshop all day making memes and stuff like that. Like, did it just happen naturally, or were you guys like helping plant those memes or like?
So what we did though is like trying to build the Tiny Vikings inscriptions in a way that made it easy to actually play with them. And a lot of the play, online today and on Twitter is all about, making memes,
Yep.
I think, memes rule the world. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
So what we did was like we made it very easy to get the meme head out, like just the head of the Tiny Vikings. So if you go even from the first version of the inscription, you could get the head out.
Yeah.
Without having to like crop it in Photoshop, without having to mask
That's a
it.
huge, yeah.
And then you could just bring it into any, GIF maker tool or any kind of meme maker tool. So we actually had like the first day we actually listed on Magic Eden, we had the roll in. And he just immediately became, crowned as the meme lord, the tiny meme lord. So it's, it's been super fun to see the community, learning together how to build memes, how to advance on the meme game. I just had a holder meet me downstairs here, and he was like, how are these people doing this augmented reality stuff? And I'm like, it's, you just click the thing and you download the thing and you bring it in where you want it.
Totally. Yeah, it is funny. People are learning so many tools right now from making memes. It's like, I know people who are getting like good graphic design skills. They're learning about AI. They're learning. It's like, why? I'm like, I'm making jokes. And I'm like, that's a much better reason than like boring, like I'm watching a Photoshop class or,
Exactly.
Yeah, and plus you get instant recognition. One of the best, I always like laugh with meme makers. If you make a meme and you put it on the internet, you're getting instantly like some recognition or like you're knowing what works and what doesn't work. You're getting, it's like a stand-up comic versus other stuff where it's like, I spend months building this thing. What do you guys think? It's like, nah, I'll put out 20 memes a day. Ooh, people are liking this. Oh,
No, totally.
So I was gonna say, where do you like focus your community in terms of where they're talking and whatnot? Because right now it's I mean, there's people who are all Telegram. There's Twitter groups, there's Discord, some people are just it's Twitter Spaces every day. Like, how do you find yourself like corralling this, moving group of people?
So, our sort of main community is on Discord. We do have like a tiny army group chat on Twitter as well. We're the most diehard tiny fam.
The tiniest,
The tiniest. They roost around in there, but we could probably do more. I think the main thing is like try and find a place where at least the most sort of active community members can meet and like hang out and like have fun together, and that's basically our Discord.
Nice.
And we do try to do fun things in there. We have like a meme channel in there which just like cycles all the memes that everyone produces in the community. And
nice. So you guys jumped on the rune train, right? Which truthfully, I mean, Vikings and runes, it's like it goes together. And you guys, Tiny Vikings came out before runes was ever announced, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So you got, I mean, come on, you talked to Casey or something. How did that work out? Because seriously, it's like runes and Vikings. It's like you got either really lucky or Casey. Okay, you gotta tell me.
No, I think definitely we got lucky on that. I think the luck was started like some years before because Casey actually studied in Sweden.
Oh, really? Okay,
in
cool.
Lund University.
Yeah.
And he's also a former demo scener. Which is like, creative computer scene
totally,
where you make, rad shit, and that's kind of the scene
world
that
you're
we
saying.
grew
Yeah,
up in
exactly.
as well. So it's kind of funny seeing him in the Viking outfits, and we're like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah,
like, we have Tiny Vikings lined up, and like, he's now doing this. He's like in the Viking costume, and now he's fucking doing runes, and so people in the community is like, obviously the Tiny Vikings are the real guardians of the runes.
No, exactly. Yeah. I was seeing everyone saying that because I'm seeing conspiracy theories. You know what I mean? Because it's like, Casey's got the Viking horns on, and then you're like, it just works so good. So okay, so just kismet, it just worked out, right?
Yeah, it just worked out, and I mean, a lot of the team are from Norway, so we're we're kind of actual Vikings. But
totally, yeah. So how did that work out when Casey first is like, okay, runes are coming? He made an announcement. Were you guys just like, let's start building? Thank you, Odin. Let's get down to work.
No, I think it's the interesting thing about runes for us is like, we want to try and build out ways to make better experiences on Bitcoin, and that is sort of expressed through Tiny Vikings. There's a lot of things going on behind the scenes, and we have announced we actually announced in Lisbon at a non-fungible conference that we will open source a lot of these tools that we're building.
Oh, awesome.
So yeah, that's kind of even though it might look like there's not a lot of activity going on, there's a lot of activity going on behind the scenes, and that's kind of our motto. We build, we don't buy, we show, we don't tell. And we try to elevate and support the community as much as we can when they do something tiny.
Totally. Can you share any of those tools that you're going to open source soon?
So so far we actually have an initiative now that we're inviting a lot of builders on. One problem that we have seen and also experienced when building Tiny Vikings is that if you compare it to like Solana and Ethereum, where we have smart contracts, the metadata. So this is kind of funny. On ETH and Solana, we have all the metadata on chain, but we have none of the content on chain.
Yes.
And then on Bitcoin, we have all the content on chain, but none of the metadata.
Yes.
And it's kind of, this is again like, this is how you get these like black magic experiments going, because you basically have a free canvas. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
If you go outside of the standard or the smart contracts on ETH or Solana, you're not going to get listed.
Yeah, totally.
So it's a very sort of different world there. But now I think, the interesting thing for us is like try and figure out how can we use runes now to sort of bring in sort of the financialization of these new experiences of composing with on-chain assets. Mm-hmm. And that's actually something that, we took notice of in the documentation of Ordinals as well from Casey. Is like, part of his reasoning for doing this is actually to be able to remix content, like remix on-chain content.
Totally.
And that's kind of, the world that we come from, where, growing up on the early day internet, you could just, we sold everything. We still
100%.
do that.
We still, yeah.
Back to your point about learning new tools to make the things you want. Again, I don't care if I need a licensing or like a key for this, whoever.
You don't first of all go to the GitHub, go to the license. Ah, dang, it's MIT, can't use it. I need GPL too,
So no, one of the big things that will come up very soon now is like actually something that's part of Tiny Vikings already. So it's an initiative that we hope that we can bring in a lot of the key builders on now to actually try and help kind of mitigate the problem of none of the metadata really being used in a sort of structured way.
Totally.
We did that, of course, with Tiny Vikings because we read the documentation. We come from a background where we know that unless you have tagged your content correctly, it will be very, very hard to use it. Totally. And that's kind of the risk that I see now is like, unless someone fixes this, we will go into the same situation as on Web 2, where some private indexer is indexing all the content and then selling back access to that content on the other side. And when it's in a private indexer, who knows if it's real or not?
Yeah, totally. And I remember when I first was hopping into Ordinals, I was like, okay, cool. So I'm just going to adapt all my scripts I use for Ethereum to download all the metadata, start looking for what are the rare items. I can't do. I was literally like, no, I thought I had a plan. And so it's definitely a problem for like every collection. Yeah. So have you been talking to other teams about this?
Yeah. So we've been sort of, again, this came out of necessity. We have built like, a lot of different things. Like, for instance, the Tiny Vikings didn't index correctly and weren't displayed correctly on all the different marketplaces, indexers. But again, this, like, it all comes down to like, unless there's an easy way to figure out what's going on inside the ordinal, it's kind of hard to actually display it correctly. And this is something that we've seen with a lot of the other collections. Like Game of Blocks was kind of sad to see like indexing be that poor, because like people were actually buying dead assets on the marketplaces that hadn't been updated yet. So we're talking to builders of other collections, marketplaces, indexers, wallets, launch pads. Launch pads is of course an important sort of set of builders to bring in, because they're basically in control of a lot of the content that goes on chain.
Totally.
So yeah, we're gonna actually launch a few of these things over the next couple of weeks, including some use cases, including the Tiny Vikings, both that our partners are building and that we're building ourselves.
Nice. So it sounds like you want developers kind of to join the community too, to like, that's good. Okay.
Yep.
Nice. What would you categorize like the different groups of Tiny Viking holders? It's like there's the meme makers that are out there having fun. Yeah. There's like this like developer crew who's like, look, they're making stuff tiny and they're making tools. Are those the two major ones? You just like, is there a third or anything?
Yeah, I think we saw like, in the early days, after we launched, we saw like a huge inflow of like Solana people, Ethereum people.
Yeah, I noticed that from my end point. I was like, a lot of Solana ETH friends were like, Tiny Vikings was the first ordinal that they were all in on.
Yeah, so we've had a lot of like, shared learning experiences with the community, and, fair share of people getting rugged, coming in from ETH, Solana, and then someone posts a scam link, and then they're like, I had like good friends, like OGs from the art scene and these other chains that come in and like, 5 minutes after they come into the Discord, they get drained. And they send me a message like, Lars, why the fuck are you draining me? I'm like, what the hell? Did you click the link?
Yeah.
Just don't click the links.
Yeah.
But no, so we have a lot of builders, we have a lot of meme makers, but yeah, a lot of collectors as well.
Yeah. Nice. I was gonna say that is an interesting fact, because I know a lot of people who came from ETH, and the scams are different. Yeah. Right. It's a different style, and people are like, I know all the lessons. It's like, no, the Bitcoin works fundamentally different than Ethereum. So they got like, you can get scammed in different ways. Yeah. How do you like educate the community on that, or is it kind of like, Guys, we're developers. Figure it out.
Yeah, no, one thing was, of course, like, activate a lot of the active community members that really are diehard Tiny to, be moderators, elevate them so that, we have more people to actually snipe out these scammers.
Totally.
But also like building our own bots. We summoned the Tiny bot that's really strict now. So like any imposters will be banned immediately. We also employed TinyBot to, he's an AI model. So he basically, you can talk to TinyBot inside the Discord.
Nice.
So it's fun to see when, new people come in and like, hey, tell me about Tiny Vikings, anyone. Yeah. And then someone in the community is like, hey, TinyBot, tell this guy about Tiny.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. The key is you could, let's see if you could remove the bot name from it and see if people still think it's a real person. They might, you know what I mean? I got vegan bot in my name. So sometimes people think I'm a bot and I'm like, no, I'm typing. Can't you see I'm misspelling and saying wrong things? So you brought something interesting up about the marketplace, because we're seeing, ordinals have just been such an explosion over the last, 18 months, however long it's been. And a lot of different marketplaces, some already existing marketplaces are trying, adopt and add things, like Magic Eden. Others were popping up just for ordinals. How do you spend your time knowing that, oh God, there's a new marketplace. I got to see, what are they doing over there? Oh God, is everything rendering and looking good over there? How do they show stuff? Oh, Magic Eden lets us display an off-chain image and an on-chain image. Should we go and add a new on?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time on that the first couple of weeks, to be honest. And, kudos to the Magic Eden team and the OKX team. Like, they want to make things good, but, there's tons of stuff going on their end as well. And
you're not the only project on that. They got a lot.
And they have other things to build as well, So in the end, we actually ended up building out a lot of the tools and the tech to make sure it's displayed correctly. So we ended up like building out the Tiny Vikings website quite a lot to make sure that you can experience them correctly and see them. And but these days not that much, to be honest.
Yeah,
like
you did it right. It's working.
It is what it is, and it's still not like 100%. But so that's again something that we hope and think that the initiative that we're launching now in terms of trying to deploy some open source code that can help with this sort of indexing issue and sort of structuring of the data.
Totally.
So we figured, okay, we actually shared the solution how to do this with a lot of the marketplaces. Like, okay, this is how you configure your CDN to actually, understand what's going on inside the ordinal, so that your CDN actually does the recache or the refetch based on what's happening in the ordinal, not like it has passed 2 weeks.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I was going to remember, there's only two hard things in computer science, right? Naming things and cache and validation. So I was curious because, runes were just, another, BRC 21st and then runes were both another big major moments in the communities, right? BRC 20 was before Tiny Vikings were launched. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So then runes were after. How did you see the community change after runes came out? Did you end up like with a runes degen channel and people are trading there?
I think, we've been so we etched the Tiny runestone at block 840,000.
There you go.
Block.
Yeah, nice.
I want
to ask you how'd you get that done?
No,
you were competing,
Yeah. No, I actually met the decentralized guys.
Chip?
Chip the other day.
Yeah.
He told me they sent it like really fucking hard to get the rune number 2.
Oh yeah, they spent a lot of money and a lot of calculations to get 2. Yeah, and they still didn't get 1. You also didn't know it could have been 10.
Yeah,
and they could have spent the same amount of money.
Yeah. And for us, it's like it was important to sort of get the provenance and also show the community that hey, we know our shit and we do this, on our own. And
totally.
If there's something we need to sort of do the thing we want, either more efficient or more tiny, we build our own sort of versions of Ord.
Totally.
But yeah, we've been sort of allocating the Tiny runestone since block 835,000 to the Tiny holders, and now at block 853,888, we airdropped the first 30% of the supply allocated to the Tiny Viking holders.
Nice.
So yeah, let's see what happens now with now they have their runes, or in the next couple of hours, the next 100 blocks or so, it will all be out, and then our sort of next stage with Tiny is, utilizing the Tinies, make them, go other places, new experiences, but also, bring the runes into this.
Nice.
To sort of financialize those experiences. So.
Totally. So what was it like that havoc night? You guys were all hands on deck. You're sleepless. Yeah. How was that?
So I was actually in Dubai then for Token 2049.
Yeah.
That was like, the floods and it was horrible. So it was just
God trying to kill another crypto conference or
exactly.
Odin, but yeah.
No, so it's just, I was in the hotel room, just linked up with the team back in Oslo, and we're just sitting there and testing.
Yeah.
And then at block, was it like 839, 995?
Yeah.
We just sent it and
Nice.
crossed our fingers and set the fee rate. I think we just set the fee rate at 10,000 sats per V-byte.
Okay.
So it's fairly low, like $1,200 or something.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Some people
$1,500.
spend a lot more than that. Well, it was such a game of chicken. Like, I know everyone's saying, like, how much are you doing? Don't worry. I don't know, 100 sats per V-byte. How much are you doing? 99. I don't know. I was. It was definitely a game of, like, poker that was pretty intense, But, you got it. That's amazing.
Yeah, we were super happy, to hear that mempool chime.
Oh, my God. I would have loved to have just seen that room because, oh, my God, like, I know how much people spend, millions of dollars, trying to get on that block. And the fact that you're able to get on there for, thousands is like a pretty big difference. So.
Yeah, no, we were super happy about that. And, round numbers are nice. The halving block is cool, of course.
Totally. No, round numbers, the halvening block is the real deal. I don't care about a round number. I care about a hat, which is going to be round, but you know what I mean? So, yeah. Nice. So you were in Dubai for this. You're traveling a bit to go to conferences, whatnot. You're meeting people. So, like, for Tiny Vikings and the crew, like, what's your goal? When you're going out here, who are you trying to meet? You trying to meet devs? You trying to meet community members? You trying to meet other projects?
All of them, basically. But we definitely want to make fun experiences for our holders. So we usually have like a tiny brunch. Or something bigger.
So it's like you get like one piece of toast, and you're like, "Hey guys,
super tiny pieces of toast,
a little coffee, and
small cup of water."
Yeah.
No, it's so we host our tiny family and mainly builders and other projects, and trying to sort of align sort of, okay, this problem we have identified, is this real? Like, do you guys also see this? And that's of course important to actually meet people in person and like face to face, and like you need to build some kind of relationship and trust before.
Totally. Yeah, exactly. In person really changes the dynamic of relationship.
Yeah.
People trust you so much
and
more.
It's so fun to go to these events. I tend to say, like, going to these crypto conferences is by far the biggest or highest concentration of anarchists.
Oh, 100%. Oh, 100%. Yes. I told you the number of people here that I'm always talking about like weird, wild stuff, or what's your story you got into crypto, and it's like always fun and wild. Like it's not a bunch of people like, I don't know, I read about it on CoinDesk and I decided, it's always like, was deep on the web. Then I found Silk Road. No, it's always Silk Road. It goes back there.
Figured out my bank is scamming me.
Yeah, exactly.
Get them.
Yeah, exactly. I was going off grid, and then I just needed a way to, cross the border. Yeah.
I think, to be honest, like, the whole COVID situation and lockdowns really accelerated that.
100%. Oh, yeah. It definitely made everyone go, oh, wow, you're not letting me leave my house? Oh, wait, you can shut my bank account if I don't agree with stuff? Okay, I need to get this money somewhere else. So, yeah, nice. So for the phase 2, what can you reveal? What can you give us, okay? Can you tell us, like, give us any secrets of what's going to happen next, some alpha?
Yeah, I think, the first thing I'll say is, like, 30% of the tiny runestone has been allocated now. It's being airdropped as we speak now. Mm-hmm. And in stage 1, you basically accumulated tiny runestones by holding tiny Vikings, giving them a good home, a safe home, not listing them. That will continue in stage 2. So after the airdrop is completed now, they will immediately go back to etching, which basically means them allocating tiny runestones for your holder, for the holders. But there will be another sort of side of stage 2 as well, which will be all about playing with our tinies.
Okay.
Bringing them out from our wallets, having fun with them, getting them out into the world, and basically starting to raid.
Okay, nice. Okay, now I was gonna say with Vikings and raiding, another thing that you guys just got the words all lined up. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, wizards don't raid. Okay, Vikings raid. All right, exactly. So all right, beautiful. Lars, thank you so much for talking. Is there anything you want to tell the audience, like if you want to get more involved in Tiny Vikings, where's the best place for info? Where can we find you at this conference for the next week? What's going on?
Yeah, no, so we'll be here in Nashville all week. We have a holder meetup on Saturday.
Nice.
In our tiny house that we rented. We also have a...
Is it an actual tiny house?
It's a tiny house. It's a tiny house.
Oh, really? Okay, cool. Awesome. I love it.
It will have space for our family, though.
Okay, nice.
And then Saturday evening, we have a tiny game night.
Oh, awesome.
Here on the compound together with you guys. And then...
Yeah, awesome.
That'll be very fun.
Awesome. Beautiful.
Beautiful. Then, the best place to find Tiny is Tiny Vikings XYZ. And, this is very simple. You either stay tiny and go to Valhalla with Tiny Fam, or you don't stay tiny and you're not going to make it.
Yeah, totally. Okay, wait, but before we wrap, I just want to say one last thing. How deep is the community learning now Norse mythology? Is it happening? Are they starting to
It
slowly?
is definitely happening. Like we actually had like one of our fucking great family members, Amado. He's actually co-hosting our tiny brunch on Saturday.
Oh, nice.
Because he's president of Bluntdow.
Okay, nice. That's a good person. That's a good person to host a brunch. Okay, yeah. Blunts brunch, you know.
But he hosted our tiny meetup in Consensus in Austin when both me and Elgin couldn't go. So he actually staked out the best like beer bar to get like as close you could to like Viking mead.
Oh, really? Oh, sick! Awesome,
So, like,
awesome.
Yeah, the Norse mythology, like people like it, you know, and like the Vikings TV show, everyone's seen that over the last couple of years, and no, it's cool. And you know, we tend to like want to bring that raiding and exploration spirit into our project as well.
Beautiful, totally. Thank you so much, Lars. That was a lot of fun.
Likewise.
I'm excited. If you're in Austin, or sorry, in Nashville, geez, find Lars, find this tiny house, go to the brunch. Thank you. We'll see you guys soon for more.
Stay tiny.
Yeah, stay tiny. There's one here too. Just can't see him. He's invisible. Okay, but look, you can see him over my shirt here. Thank you, Jerry. Hello, everyone. We're back at the Ord compound. And guess what? We've actually assembled a team of the Rune boys. That's what I'm calling you guys, okay? Yeah, Rune boys in the house. So we're going to get a little nerdy here. We got 3 people who are all building on runes and building tools, I don't know, to help you actually win in runes, okay? Because I told you what, I'm out there. I'm losing all my money. I'm getting sniped left and right. I'm buying runes. They're going down. I got 1 rune. I can't do anything with it. Other runes are coming I don't buy. So they're going to help us today. So first, we got Patrick. Patrick is from Flash Boys. If you're getting sniped, Patrick's going to help you become the sniper. Patrick, why don't you say hello and introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Patrick. I'm founder of Flash Boys. Super excited to be here. Love IRL, love Beacon, and yeah, excited to get the conversation going.
Beautiful. And we're going to talk about how we're not going to get sniped anymore. I will become the sniper. That is my dream today. Beautiful.
I'll turn you into a pro sniper with 3 clicks.
3 clicks. Okay, I like that. Alex, next here from Runiverse. Did I say that right?
Runiverse, that is.
Beautiful. Rune staking, right? Okay, guys, I'm memorizing these
Nailed
things
it.
here. Okay, so, I mean, we all know what's happening here. You give runes to your community, and then they sell them right away. And how do we make sure they don't sell them right away? We got to get some incentives going. So Runiverse allows you can stake them, and then, I don't know, do whatever you want.
Yeah, earn yield. We're working on some different ways you can earn yield, but like if you hold dog, earn some more dog.
Beautiful. Awesome. Now, Leah with the free shout out. Okay, come on. You get paid for that? You get a little bit of dog on the back end for that? No, it's okay. And last, Ed Vince. I just want to pass that mic right over there. Ed Vince, because remember, a lot of us too, I know me, I come from back in the ETH days. You don't sit there with a Bored Ape and just like let it in your wallet. You lend that shit out. You take that money, you buy meme coins, you make money, then you sell it, let the loan expire and lose the ape. That's what you do. So now we're in Runes land. How do we do that? Edvins with Runesance can help you actually lend or borrow against your runes. That's correct?
Exactly, yeah. Hi guys, I'm Edvins, the CEO of Renaissance. Excited to be here. And yes, we're building a one-click lending borrowing protocol for runes. So you can basically just borrow Bitcoin against your runes, buy more runes, buy more ordinals, and make a bunch of money.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
What happens if you find someone, if you can't borrow and buy Solana though? That's the rules, right? You got to stay in the Bitcoin ecosystem, right? Stack sats.
Exactly.
Okay.
We focus just on Bitcoin layer 1,
Cool.
and we start with runes.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, since we got a bunch of builders, they're all building on runes. You know, runes are not that old. You know what I mean? Like, Havening was just a little bit ago. It feels like 2 years ago, but that's just because, you know, this is how the space works here. So when did you guys all start, like, building on top of runes? How fast was it? Did Casey put out, hey, I'm making something come in runes, and you guys said, get to work? Or did it take a little longer?
I think I'll let Edvins take that one to start.
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, we started focusing on runes like 5 months before they were launched.
Okay,
right?
there you go.
So last year in December, there was a conference, Sora Summit in Taipei, and I literally went there and I saw Casey pitch runes live, right? And at that moment, I just understood runes are going to be the fungible token standard on Bitcoin because there is so much better than BRC20 and any other meta protocols that we currently have. So yeah, basically been building since day one, and next month we're going live on mainnet.
Okay, nice. Okay, so how did you know after you heard Casey give the pitch? Also, Casey's like so fun to listen to. I really like whatever he says. I'm like kind of in. He could sell me a lot of things. I'm scared. When did you start saying, okay, we're going to try and build a lending product? Was it like right away? You're like, people are going to want this, or did it like take a little bit more time to figure out what idea you wanted to go after?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, you know, when Casey pitched it, we knew that it's only going to be launched on, you know, basically on the Bitcoin halving, right? So that's why we started with Pipe. So Pipe is actually the first UTXO-based token standard on Bitcoin, which is very, very similar to Runes, right? So we were able to build our lending borrowing product for Pipe first, and now, you know, we're perfectly positioned to do the best experience for Runes lending.
Gotcha. But you didn't look at BRC20s at all?
No, unfortunately, you know, the 3 steps that you have or inscribing the transfer inscription, it's too much of a pain in the ass. So we just focus on Runes because it's the fungible token standard on Bitcoin.
Totally. I was going to say, watch out, though. There are roaming gang of BRC20 enthusiasts out here, and we saw a fight break out yesterday between 2 people like, BRC20 is the only way. Runes are the only way. And neither one were developers, so it wasn't a good combo. I was like, yeah. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. You guys want to share when you started building? Like,
Yeah, sure. So I've been in the Bitcoin space. I was at the first Ordinal event at ETH Denver and kind of early in everything, I guess, kind of just a major nerd. And I actually started Flash Boys May 20th, so 2 months ago. It was a kind of an idea that was like kind of just in my head for months. And I was like, you know, I kept hearing about everyone's trying to look at L2 solutions, try to speed things up. And I'm like, man, there's nothing better than just like the native qualities of Bitcoin. And basically the way the mempool works already, it's literally an auction house. It's an auction house. The mempool block times are 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes to take whatever assets you want. So I'm like, okay, this is a business already. Let me just create an easy interface, simplified interface for robust trading experiences. And that's where Flashboys kind of came from. So about 2 months, and we're doing really well. We're really excited. We brought on some incredible advisors already, incredible partners. So yeah, everything's going great.
So you are referencing Flashbots, right? Flashboys, you're kind of, you're in the same. Yeah.
So Flashboys was inspired by a book by Michael. I feel like his last name is Cook, and it's basically about arbitrage in traditional markets, traditional Wall Street market. So it's about this group of guys who found out how to arbitrage the Wall Street market, and that's where Flashboys came from.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, we're going to dive a little bit more in there because I'll tell you what, like, it's been a conversation for the past, 2-3 months.
Yeah.
Some people have said, I'm walking away from ordinals and runes. I'm getting sniped. And also, people are going through sniping battles where they're spending, it's because it's not like, like you're saying, 10-minute block times. You might have 10 minutes of you're battling someone, spending more money, and then losing. So it's. I know some people are saying I'm walking away, and then others are saying, no, don't worry, there's solutions coming. So it's, actually, I'm curious. You've been watching that go down a little bit too. Are you reaching out to those people? Are you saying, hey, come over here, we got you?
Exactly. I definitely am. We're doing user discovery calls every single day with anywhere from snipers, pro traders, hedge funds.
Wait, you're helping the snipers? I thought you're help us.
We're helping everyone.
Okay.
So, and that's one of the benefit of our platform is we're kind of just creating this even playing field for people like you and I who may not have the technical prowess, and I don't know if you do, but
I do.
That major sniping, I know you're like probably like.
Oh, I do. Sniper. Okay, I do. I'm on. I click the button on Sparrow, and that's really hard to do because you have to download Sparrow. It's really hard.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, so we're just creating an even leveling the playing field for all users, and just helping everyone arbitrage on each other and creating this just arbitrage house really. But it's good for the market. It's good for traders. And any healthy market, you have to have arbitrage. You have to have healthy arbitrage. You can't have one side ruling over another. It just doesn't work.
Totally. Yeah, we're gonna dive more into that. But first, Alex, I want to talk. When did you start building product?
I mean, honestly, we're pretty new. We got into Bitcoin Startup Lab without an idea, and so we jumped in and we're doing user interviews for all sorts of ideas that we came up with, and I've been in DeFi and CeFi for a while, using my own money, just trying to make passive income, and so I've always been drawn to that, and with Bitcoin specifically, and so. We just started talking to a bunch of people who hold runes, who have nothing that they can do with them really, and they just sit in their wallet, they collect dust, and they're like, why? I mean, just kind of how early runes is, that's part of it, but I mean, people want to be able to use their assets and leverage them, and so we're creating a way for people to stake the runes inside their wallet, earn yield on them, and also strengthen the community of the runes projects they're supporting.
Totally. Yeah, so that's interesting. I love the idea. Actually, people always are like, I got an idea. Let me find customers. You're like walking around talking to people. Who's got problems? And then you're coming backwards.
Exactly.
Were people asking specifically for staking, or is that just came to the conclusion of talking to people and they were like, dude, I'm just holding in my wallet. What do I do?
I mean, it was kind of the logical conclusion. Like people want to earn more. You can trade, and a lot of people do, but trading is pretty clunky right now with runes. So just being able to earn passive yield on the runes that you're already holding. You're planning to hold them for a while anyways, partially because you have to, but also some of these runes projects have a lot of traction. And so, people are looking to hold them pretty deep into this cycle, and maybe that's 6 months, maybe that's a year, 18 months or whatever. Why not make some extra, add to your bags?
Totally.
I had a question actually.
Let's hear it.
So I'm curious because you're non-custodial, right?
Right.
So explain how that works. I mean, because I have a huge bag of dog, right? And I'm doing nothing with it. It's literally sitting in my wallet. So how can I stake that non-custodial through Runiverse?
Yeah, so we're actually working on launching with Dog, and we're working on some of the partnerships for that. But basically, you'll jump into our platform. You'll click it's just a one-click stake. It'll etch a rune, which will go to your wallet, and then we'll use that to track the activity of the runes. So if you sell, no more staking rewards. And then there's some other things that we're working on too that I'll I'll probably hold off on announcing, but there's it's going to be pretty cool. Different things you can do in order to like boost your staking APY and all that sort of thing.
So right now, though, if I have a Rune project, I should be coming to you, though. I got to come to you and say, let's set this up. Is that right?
Yep. Yeah. So the primary way that we're going to be running this is a project will be they'll reach out to us. We'll set up a staking vault for them. They'll put an allocation of their token, and we'll work together to set an appropriate APY that'll be variable to an extent. We want it to be sustainable, not just 100% APY or whatever like that.
It's sustainable for a day.
Right.
It's fine.
Right.
One whole day of it.
Yeah. So, but yeah, from that, depending on what people earn, they'll be able to earn APY on their runes.
Nice. So what does that look like? Are you trying to like reach out to different projects or like, how do you recruit the different runes to come to you?
Yeah. I mean, people know people. I mean, events like this, you meet a lot of projects. And so, and we're reaching out to people all over the place trying to, see, it's interesting. There are projects like legit projects who are coming out with runes tokens now. And so it's not just meme coins. Yep. And so,
there's Wanko Manko. That's got a deep dog. Okay, sorry.
Huge fan.
If you guys are talking dog, I have to balance it with the Wanko Manko. Those are the rules, okay?
Dude, Wanko Manko, like a sex dog, that's like the best. It's like so good, dude.
Remember, whatever Casey says goes, okay? Whatever Casey says goes. Okay, sorry.
That's awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, so, I mean, we see this becoming something that anytime a project comes out with a token, they dump a percentage of the token into a staking vault, and that strengthens their community.
Could this be something in the future where if you would be trying to like plan a launch with y'all actually? So saying, I'm going to launch a rune and then right away from day one, staking on Runeverse. Like is that something that's possible? Or
I mean, we could build it.
Okay, we can build it. Okay, we got builders here. Okay, everything's buildable here. Okay,
we can do anything.
Nice. I would say, Edvince, with actually lending and whatnot here, I will say it's been a revolution in the past. Like all of my friends were just buying and selling, and then over the past 2 years, everyone started turning to lending. It really started like exploding, and we're all leveraging all of our assets here. Like, how do you recruit people to do that without, having them lose all their money too? Because there is a hard part. Because I have friends who, it works great for some people. You take a loan, you buy the right thing, but then there's the other side. Like, there's a balance. Like, so how do you educate people on when, being safe with your loans, paying them back, all that?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, in lending, there's an inherent risk, right? There's two possible outcomes of a loan on Renaissance. Either, I will give an example now. Either, there's a successful repayment of the loan and you get back your collateral, or you fail, right? You fail to repay it and then you default and your runes basically get transferred to the lender, right? But I think what's important to understand is that we are building this on Bitcoin layer 1 on a peer-to-peer logic, and it's non-custodial, right? Yep. So the responsibility is on both parties, on the borrower and the lender. And so, yeah, it's interesting. That's why we also start with DOG, right? Because it's the most liquid token, right? And the idea is that obviously as a borrower, you can borrow Bitcoin against your runes, and as a lender, you can lend Bitcoin and earn interest on it, right? And I just want to add like one more thing, how we are different, right? Because, there are many people who are trying to jump into this market right now, right? But the one kill, one shot feature that we have is instant liquidity, right? So currently in the market, you might have to wait like hours for your loan to be approved.
Oh, right? I know.
And that's
rough.
Yeah,
and my play is leaving me, and the group chat's being like, "It's already up," and I'm like, "Oh my god, go through." Yeah.
And then your girlfriend being like, "We have dinner."
Yes.
Yes. No, we don't.
Oh yeah. Make sure you talk the mic too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. And I think that this issue is going to become more and more prevalent in the bull market, right? Yeah. Because imagine people want to make money. You want to borrow Bitcoin against your runes. You want to invest into something else. Time is of the essence, right? So on Renaissance, you can literally borrow in just one click, right? So that you can get the liquidity within like one confirmation time, like log confirmation time, like 10 minutes or whatever, right? So that's like how we are different, and you cannot find this anywhere else on layer 1 currently on the market.
But it's also going to be similar to like Runeverse, where you have to make an actual set up a deal ahead of time, right? So you're working with Dog, you're working with Wanko Manko. No, I'm not chilling. You guys, every time you say Dog, I'm going to say Wanko Manko once, okay? Just to keep it even here. So that's how you can provide the one click? Is that correct?
Yeah. So like, are you talking about the assets, like different?
Yeah. What could I borrow against, right? Like, so It's because I can't borrow. Like someone launched a random rug rune. I can't go and then borrow 2 cents against it.
100%, yes. And that's why in the beginning we start with dog, right?
Yep.
Because you want to ensure that the collateral has value, right? And that there is liquidity. We're going to look at, we're going to be accepting applications, of course, for people who want to get their token listed on Renaissance, right? But we start with the most liquid ones, right?
Totally.
That's how we can minimize the risk of collateral losing value.
Totally. Yeah, it makes good sense here. God, okay, Leo and dog, he's winning. That's what I'm learning right now. Okay, fine. You win this one, Leo. On the Flashbot side, I see it's Flashbot's Flash Boys side here. So there is 2 sides of it. People have been talking about how do you build something where there is no sniping. It sounds like you're going the other way, right? Let everyone snipe here, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so how do you, if you're telling a new person and they join the ecosystem right away, are you right away just saying, come with me, I'm going to teach you the easy way to snipe, and you think that sniping should be or do you let them first get sniped, and then you say, see, you got sniped?
I think one of the things is with sniping and looking at the mempool, right, is looking at arbitrage opportunities, right? Okay, what kind of profit can I make from sniping this asset? So I think showing that off the bat is really cool. You literally come to a platform just like Amazon or Target, but instead you're actually saying oh shit, if I buy this, I can just immediately flip it for $250 immediately, right, on the low end. So it's showing that I think is really enticing for people. It's super easy for people to understand. Another thing too cool that I really want to bring up about Flash Boys is we're and I know gamifying is a term that's thrown around so much now, but we're actually sniping is cool, man. It's cool, it's fun. So we're leveraging that to the nth degree, and even if you look at our brand logo right here, looks like a video game, man. We want to make it fun. We want to make it just super engaging. So when you do have a user that maybe isn't super experienced, that it's already engaging enough to where you can get into it just like you can in a video game. You start running around, you start moving around if you're playing a video game, and you're okay, I know how to play, right? And it takes a while, right? It does. Anything new, kind of, especially if you're not in the Web3 space, right? It could take a minute to really understand things, but we are working on, and my background is enterprise grade Web2 user experiences. So I'm okay, I can leverage that background for Web3 and do something that not a lot of people will maybe have the experience to do in the Web3 space.
Totally. Well, so my only fear is, and this is a problem here in Nashville, is if you snipe someone and I see him in person, I'm pretty scared. Okay, if I snipe someone out of something good, there was an OMB snipe that happened the other week that caused a lot of drama on the timeline. I just don't want to run into him in person. That's my biggest fear. So, have you actually ever heard of that? Of people, I have a couple friends that accidentally sniped each other, and it literally was bro, what the fuck? And it goes, I didn't know it was you.
We thought about putting just for fun, being able to kind of create an enemy list. Yeah. Right? All right, this is the lit, just kind of just fun. I think that that's really interesting though. I haven't really thought about it too much.
I like the idea of I want this is gonna be bad. I want a losers list. Who's getting the most sniped?
Exactly.
Just I'm the top of the and also who you should go get your customers. Bro, you keep getting sniped. Hit us up.
Yeah.
So
we want to we're focused towards retail, of course, but we're also an infrastructure play with a couple different things. With mempool data is highly undervalued right now. We can leverage that with our partners, our mining partners, right? And then also too these large funds, hedge funds that are going to start getting their feet wet in runes. We can kind of create a neutral playing ground for them.
Totally. I was going to say, hedge funds aren't coming in without some sort of opportunity. They're not going to go on Magic Eden and just start clicking buy and click snipe protection and still get sniped. I don't think so.
Yeah, the Magic Eden thing is pretty interesting because I remember a friend was oh, you're they're doing something that could hurt Flash Boys. I'm actually no, they're creating even more more bids essentially for our platform.
Yeah.
So they're now they just times 2 our any trade that has mempool protection is now we're able to leverage even more bids, I guess. So
yeah, thank you, Magic Eden. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, thanks, Magic Eden. Appreciate it.
So that actually brings up an interesting point because since you guys are all builders in runes are all new. There are multiple wallets. There are multiple platforms. They're all building. Everyone's got slightly different features that come out. How do you guys balance supporting who? Do you guys have a priority list where you're I'm sorry, I do this wallet first, then that wallet. I do this marketplace first, then that one.
There's blood on the streets.
Yeah,
that's for sure. And it's harder and harder. I'm advising a bunch of different companies too. So it's I see a lot of the companies going towards the same kind of thing. Man, it's I don't know. I don't really have that oh, I want someone to fail. bro, like let's all just work together. You can stay on your lane. We could have the same product. And there's winners and there's sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, right? Like if you look at like a football game, right? There's one team could win one game, one team could win another game. That's kind of the way I look at the competition in the space right now.
Totally. Yeah. You got any opinions, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, the market's going to decide eventually, and the more guys you can partner with now, you're kind of hedging your bets with that. Yep. So I would say they all have strengths, they all have weaknesses, they all have different things that they bring to the table, and I mean, there's things you can learn from all of them, and so the more we can kind of partner up and build together, and this market is pretty small now. There's a ton of opportunity, so I'm not ruling anybody out right now.
Totally. Well, if you guys mind asking, how many wallets are you guys using then regularly? Are you guys actually flipping through and you're like every day it's like, okay, X a Phantom, then I'm going to hit my Unisat real fast, be right back. I'm not using Magic Eden, or you guys stick more to one?
I probably stick more to one or two. They're kind of my go-to.
You're an X-First boy, aren't
you? Just so I don't have to transfer things all over the place.
No, totally.
Yeah.
One that I'm really excited for is Oil. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of Alec. Really, really cool dude. And just like creative, thinking outside the box. I mean, even if you go to Oil's, website, you see like this like cinematic like exposition. It's like pretty awesome, man. So I'm really excited with Oil. I'm also, obviously I use Xverse a lot. And those are probably my main two. Of course, Unisat maybe earlier on. Yeah.
Nice. Curious. Edvin's.
Yeah, so all of us here are in some way or shape or form have been involved with Bitcoin Startup Lab, right? And so like one of the learnings I had in Bitcoin Startup Lab is that, even a wallet decision, it's based on who is your target audience, where are they located, right? And who is your angel user. So that's why, we initially started with Xverse, and Xverse was very, very heads-on runes, even on testnet phase, right? Yeah. So, and we've been working with them closely for like past months. And if you actually go on Xverse, on the Discover page, you will actually see like a Renaissance there. So maybe for somebody who's watching, that's the easiest way for you to find a link to us.
Nice.
But yeah, so like, that's why we started with Xverse, and we're going to be expanding now more. But it was like a no-brainer, the wallet for Ordinals and Runes.
Okay, totally. So how do you guys find yourself talking to these teams? Like, are you doing like cold outreach to them? I mean, Bitcoin Startup Lab's probably helping you connect to some people. Obviously some of these conferences are a great place to actually meet them, but
man, the space is so small. It's like you just walk into one room and you see, founder of Xverse, founder of Magic Eden, founder of Liquidium, founder of all the VCs in the world. It's like you see everyone
all in opposite corners of the room with their different gangs, but yeah, they're all there.
And then you go in that room and you see everyone, and then you go into the next room and you see the same exact people. You're like, wait, were you just in that room?
Yeah.
Like, so it's like it's so close knit, and I feel like honestly, like reputation is just so important. Like if you're a good person and you can hold a reputation, then it's pretty easy to get around.
Totally. Yeah, Alex, you got any?
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm knocking on doors. Like I'm just going up to people's houses and say, hey, we need a wallet.
not the worst, but sometimes, I mean, a Twitter cold DM can sometimes work if you offer something that someone needs to. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So it sounds like a lot of you guys, since Dog they're the most liquid right now, right? So you seem to go after it. How do you guys watch the market to decide who's next? Are you guys like trying to make your own predictions of like, okay, cool, Dog's doing good. I think Wanko. No, I'm joking. I think something. I gotta get another rune to shill. Okay. But are you guys trying to track and like say, okay, good, I think they're gonna be the next one, or are you like just sitting back and letting the chips lay where they are? And
on our side is we're analyzing the mempool, so we can literally see what coins are being sold the most, and so we have that data. So it's really interesting to see kind of what's going on. So that's one of our leverage points for that kind of information. But also too, just in the space is like just being in the space, you always just hear word of mouth too, even just new projects popping up, new people doing new cool things. So
totally, yeah. How do you get like all of your data? What are you guys like looking for?
Yeah, we're pulling all from the mempool.
Okay.
So specific like the mempool transaction layer, like anything that goes through the mempool, we have access to. And that's also another really cool thing about Flashboys as well, is the data aspect. The data component is really undervalued. So, we're potentially even turning all that data into a data enterprise like in the future.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I was gonna say like the information is all public. The problem is there's a lot of parsing and massaging to make it usable. I'm like, look, I've got thousands of numbers and transaction hashes. Build a product. I'm like, I don't know what to do. Yeah. So when did you start building that, like those tools to be able to like analyze properly?
Right when we announced in May 20th, my birthday. Nice. Yeah, I was like, man, I'm getting old. I gotta like announce it right away. And but yeah, right when we announced,
that was your midlife crisis. You're like, your quarter life crisis. You're like,
I left the company I was at, and I was like, I'm going full time into this, and I've never been a founder of a Web3 project before. I've done like my, got my feet wet in some different things, been like co-partners and stuff like that, but I've never, so I was like, okay, this is my time. I really see a really good opportunity here. But to answer your question, immediately once we announced, we just started building our advisor board, started doing user discovery calls, literally like everything all at once. And yeah, we've been building really fast. So we're already successfully scanning and parsing the mempool. Yeah.
Nice. Do you guys, Alex or Edmonds, do anything different for just trying to find data?
I just copy off of Patrick.
Hey, that's not a bad move. Hey, if you're building,
I mean, he's got the data. Why
actually,
not?
Maybe you can actually talk, because it actually is interesting, because all Bitcoin Startup Lab, right? So how much do you guys share, like information? It's like the classic YC style where it's like, hey guys, we're all on the same team. So,
yep, exactly. We're a big family, and like that's one of the cool things about Bitcoin Startup Lab is it's literally just a family, and like everyone, like we're always at all of our events. Like if one of us has an event, we have all of our homies on there too. It's like, and it's good for everybody because we're kind of we're able to take a really nice chunk of the market, by expanding the ecosystem, by being all like so close together and helping each other out with any needs that one of us have and things like that. So like Alex is saying, I'm usually I get the A+ on the homework, and I go like this and I share it to him in the back.
I also get the A+.
Yeah, you take a quick photo. Yeah. Yeah, so, well, Alex, you said you actually joined without having an idea first.
Yeah.
How are they letting
that was
you in?
weird.
What's going on? I'm going to go up there and say, like, hey, I swear to God, man, just let me in.
Well, Alex has a previous exit, so...
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Okay.
Do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, I mean, I built a marketing agency for 10 years and sold that earlier in the year to focus on the next thing. And this opportunity presented itself, and I've always wanted to get into this stuff, like full-time as my thing. I've always kind of spectated from the outside. Totally. So jumping in, like the community's been super cool. Like the Bitcoin Startup Lab, that was a great entry point, I think, for like jumping into that, and tons of doors have opened through that. And just everybody I meet, like just met you for the first time like half an hour ago. So it's been great.
Okay, I will say, exit with a marketing company is like 2 for good. You're like,
that's freaking
you've
hard.
Exited and you knows about marketing. Exactly. Oh my God, because you know how many every Y Combinator, it's like a dev, like I've got a genius idea, it'll help everyone. I'm gonna talk to my friends quietly about it, and like it's
marketing agencies as a business kind of sucks too. Yeah, like it's hard.
Hard work.
Yeah. So, 10 years. That was a tough 10 years.
yeah, totally. Hey, you did it. You got an exit though. Okay, a lot of people, they never ever see one here. So for that, like, are you guys now like helping find other people? How close? Because in Y Combinator, it's a little bit more top down. People get invited, right? But then once you're in the scene, you're in it for life. Are you guys like looking at other groups and being like, yo, I want them in the crew. He's got good data over there.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, for me specifically, everything is strategic for me. Every relationship I make, everything is always strategic. So it's like, if I see a great project, or some kind of alignment, I do a little DD, see the alignment, immediately bring them in and say, like, even if it's not for Flash Boys, even if it's for Runaissance or Runiverse or Ordinal Hive or Beyond.tech, another company that I'm advising, I'm always, man, just like trying to bring value. Like there's so much value to go around, and it's like, let's just help each other out, man. Let's just help each other out. We don't need anything on the back end.
Well, unless you do BRC20s though.
I do BRC20s too.
Okay. Whoa.
I'm a huge Domo fan.
Okay. I'm talking to Domo soon too.
Okay, dope, dude. I got to be here for that one. Yeah.
No, actually, well, maybe that is interesting here. I'm curious, like the BRC20s, right? So you guys are all pretty deep on the runes here. Is there...
We
cool.
just lost Evans.
Cool, good. No worries. That's fine. That's good.
I do love BRC20s. I do love the innovation of BRC20. I love Domo. I love all innovation. Yeah. I think that there's so many amazing things still to come with the BRC20 world, and I know that Domo has some really cool insight to that.
He's a fence sitter. That's the problem. Okay, Edvin's got some morals. He's standing on business, saying, "I'm not going to."
There was a wise man that said, "Never burn a bridge in business." I feel like it was like, I forget. It was maybe even the guy who, I don't know. It was pretty cool.
No worries. Never burn a
bridge.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, well maybe so. Like you guys are all building like runes are new still. Like there's no way you can say whatever unless the space is wild. If we call them old, I'm done. You guys are all building things on top to help people. What are the things you think they're like missing right now? Do you think there are some like obvious gaps that are like, dude, someone's got to be building this, or someone is working on it, it's not out yet?
Yeah. So I know even like overhearing with Domo and stuff is the fragmentation of liquidity issue is a major problem. I know Domo's a big solver of that as well. I'm advising a company called Beyond.Tech who has a really valid solution to that, leveraging layer 0 to bring all token standards and make everything interoperable. So like that kind of thing is I'm really excited about because there's liquidity in Bitcoin, liquidity in Solana, liquidity in ETH, and it's like it's everywhere. There's so much USDT, but none of it can flow into Bitcoin, right? Yeah. And so it's like that's something I really I see as like a big game changer and like a big that's gonna like kind of fuel all the ecosystems. It's gonna fuel the narratives. So really excited about that.
Totally. I will say I've been multiple times the past month. It's been like selling some runes and I'm buying something on Solana, selling some Solana, buying something on Ordinals. Yeah. You know, it's been like I did not used to flip between chains this much, and it's annoying right now. It is painful.
With Beyond.Tech, you can actually just easily have your Solana, swap it into anything you want. Have your runes, swap it into anything on Solana. It's all just super easy, just like you would like a Uniswap, where it's literally just swap.
Nice. That way, I need that dream.
Yeah.
Alex or Edvin, you got any things you see things that are missing in the market?
Yeah. So as entrepreneurs, right, we find the opportunity and we capitalize on it, right? So for us, it's like one-click borrowing, lending, right? But in general, I think that over the past months, as a community as a whole, we have done so much progress because it was so much harder to build even like 5 months ago. Yep. So I feel like we are moving steady, into the bright future. Oh, tiny Viking there.
We lost it. Tiny Vikings on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm very, very bullish, and I think it really matters that we have been building all of this in the bear, right? So we are, we're just here to stay. So.
Yeah, I will say this has been not that bad of a bear in my mind. Yeah. We call this a bear, and I'm like, I've been through way worse than this. It's been way darker. Yeah. So, yeah. Well, kind of curious. I don't want to talk politics here, okay? I don't want to get into it here.
Let's get into it. I'm curious.
No, it's been kind of crazy. We're in Bitcoin Nashville, right? Like Trump speaking, right? Yep. You got RFK. It's become a pretty hot button political issue. Do you find yourselves like having to delve into that world too when you're talking to people, or is it pretty much you're just talking to people making money?
Yeah, I think. It goes into the narrative and it goes with the culture. So it's like it's really exciting. Like I'm really excited. Trump or RFK or whoever. I'm pretty apolitical, but I'm pretty excited that everyone is here in the Bitcoin space. It brings a lot of it brings a lot of acknowledgement to the Bitcoin space, to the Web3 space. And I'm actually doing I'm building another platform for a friend of mine. It's called Battle Ordinals, and essentially it's a Trump versus RFK, and it's literally like a Street Fighter battle.
Okay, nice.
But you have to pay to use each move essentially.
Okay.
And then based on what move you do, it's an ordinal collection. So if you use like the strongest move, you get the rarest ordinal, right? It's called Battle Ordinals. Okay. And it's like so that the reason why I'm bringing that up is because it's fun and it's like it goes with the culture of Trump being here, of RFK being here, and it's just good for the ecosystem.
Yeah. So crypto being a hot button issue about how people are voting is that was not how it was 4 years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so now
exactly.
It is like people are like, where does your crypto stand? That's how I'm voting. That was definitely not like that before.
Yeah.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got to wrap up. Before we wrap up, just want to know how I can find out more information about what you're building. If someone doesn't want to get sniped, where do they go, Patrick?
Yeah, you can go to flashboys.wtf. Flashboys with an S.wtf. You can also find me on Twitter, Satshihan, SATSHIHAN. Reach out, say what's up. Also, if you see me at a conference or something or an event, I got this hat on like every day, literally like every day. I wake up and put it on. If you see me, come say what's up.
Beautiful, beautiful. Alex.
Cool.
Rumors.
Yeah. So our website's runiverse.app, and we've got our wait list. I think I opened it back up. I'm opening it back up while we're here in Nashville.
Nice.
So if you're trying to jump on staking free runes, get in early.
Beautiful.
On X, we are Runiverse_app.
Nice. And if you got a project, hit you up. If you got a rune,
Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
beautiful. Edvin's.
Awesome, yeah. So you can find Renaissance. I think the easiest way is you go on your Xverse wallet.
Love it.
You go to the Discover page. There's like Earn section, and you just find Renaissance there, link to the website and everything there. So I'm very, very bullish on what we are building, and we are now on testnet. We have an exciting announcement on 1st of August, and we're going live on mainnet next month. So this is alpha that, first time in real life alpha. Make sure right now. So mainnet next month.
Beautiful, beautiful. August 1st, that's next Thursday. We're almost there. That's super soon and beautiful. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. That was fun. We got to nerd out a little bit here. We're going to go find some BRC20 nerds and beat them up now. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you guys in a bit for the next one.
Yeah, thanks, Began.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. We're back again. Hello, everyone. Back at the compound. And this one I'm really excited for because I got two friends who I love talking to because they're art nerds. And if you guys don't know, I'm a wannabe art nerd, okay? I think I know something, but these two know a lot more. So first, we got Aston from Collector's Corner. If you guys don't know, there are people out there who actually collect and make money buying art, okay? But to do that, you got to be focused. You got to be detailed. You need the alpha. Aston's group is like one of the most dedicated, hardcore people really diving in, doing the research, doing the history, looking at the numbers. Amazing group here. Always has interesting takes on art. Aston, how are you doing today? What's going on?
I'm doing great, man. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the incredibly generous introduction. And yeah, I was talking to Ed earlier, who you'll hear about as well. And I just feel like it's an amazing market where you can find stuff that's cool and interesting and aesthetically beautiful and get there early and make money. Like, I feel like you can actually have your cake and eat it too. So that's part of why I fell in love with it.
Totally. So we'll talk some different art, developments that have been happening in Bitcoin, AI, all that fun stuff. Before we do that, one of my favorite people, the first time I met him, we were instantly best friends, I felt like here. Yeah.
I know.
I literally said it to a friend. I was like, I feel like I got a new best friend. And then he came in and said the same to me. I was like, oh my God, it's happening here.
I know.
Ed from Super Chief, galleries all over the world, okay? We're talking Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, Tokyo, remote-controlled galleries, okay? You can actually get your art up on a billboard through Twitter? All through
some Twitter action to it.
Through Twitter. Beautiful. How else could you get it done?
Well, we have a website.
Oh, the website. Beautiful.
Remotecontrol.fun.
Remotecontrol.fun. Yeah, definitely check that out. And always early on the new stuff, launched the first ever Ordinals dedicated art gallery in San Francisco.
That's true.
And when did that launch?
So we opened the first Ordinals gallery in the world in San Francisco in February.
Exactly. I mean, it's already, I don't even know what month it is. July right now here.
It hurts. So whatever month it is, it hurts.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so let's just dive in because you guys are real art MFers, okay? And the space has been evolving quickly. We are at Bitcoin Nashville, so maybe let's just talk about like what's it been like for the past, 18 months of the Ordinals art market. So like, Aston, you are like, you're fully dove in. I feel like you know more. I feel like when I first talked to you, I was like, dude, get into Ordinals. And then 1 month later, you were like, you don't know anything, dude. Here's what the good moves are. Like, so where are you seeing the market now? How do you think it's like evolved since you first hopped in?
Yeah, so I first hopped in, it was April of 2022. So it was basically the end of the bull market. I think you got to separate out two things. Like, almost everybody initially comes into the space and branches out beyond Bitcoin or Ethereum because they're trying to get more alpha. They're trying to make a little bit more money, right? But I think that experience gets you really interested in different things, and art, that's what happened for me. So me as like the art enthusiast, there's a lot of awesome stuff coming out. There's new artists, the old artists are still putting on great work. There is way more great work than there is attention and certainly capital out there, in my opinion. But if you put on the investor hat, probably we're better off holding on to your Ethereum or your Bitcoin or certainly your Solana and other things like that, at least so far, right? But I think that at the moment, it feels like it's getting a little bit more bullish. I think we have now a large, I've seen so much art now in the last couple of years. I'd be curious to hear about you guys that I'm able to see what's different and what's differentiating, and artists who are, getting signature styles. And so there's so much progress, I think, if you think of it as like a hobby or an industry that is just not a purely speculative financial asset. And then there's cool stuff on the financial side too, like NFT lending. I've taken out USDC loans against my art and bought Ethereum and stuff. And so there's just like a lot of interesting stuff happening overall, not to mention like IRL stuff, installations that are getting increasingly cool and interactive. So anyways, I'm ready.
Yeah, you could shoot guns at shows that Ed's put on inside of his gallery, okay? That's real. That's what I like.
You can get away with some stuff in LA. It's fun. Yeah. I think what's crazy and what I love about this moment is, like, I don't know, when I landed in Nashville, I think is when it hit me that I haven't been allowing myself to feel positive enough. It's like I'm seeing crazy sales each week. Some artist is having their moment, whether they're being like reclaimed from history or, an innovator who's been like a darling of the digital art scene, but hasn't like connected to mass market, has their giant number sale.
Yeah.
These validators are hitting. I think it was getting here where I was like, no, this is, we kind of got out of that survival pattern, and it's no longer the feeling of like, is this going to not be a thing? Do we have to, not even is this not going to be a thing? Because I know it's going to be a fucking thing. Do I have to fight every day of my life to prop up this thing and with everyone else in the room? Like, or do does this exist if we all like have a stroke one day, you know, does this still go on? Yeah. And I think it's there. It's like deeply like the roots are there. The backing is there. Yeah.
Totally. So we've seen probably watching like, you know, the art market, different metas come and go. Right, I think in the early NFT bull run, Gen Art was crazy. Gen Art was absolutely wild. I was glued to my computer every Friday on art blocks trying to get those mints, and it really was. If you got art blocks curated, you were making money. You know what I mean? It was a big sale. As time gone on, we've seen different metas pop out. When Ordinals first came out, a lot of it was about getting early on there, and now it's kind of evolved. We're starting to see some artists who are like native to Ordinals. They really focus on it, that are getting supported, and then truthfully, I mean, over the past 3 months, it's been like a real AI like boom has been happening. We're seeing multiple artists go put on bigger sales than they've ever done before, like hitting new highs. We're seeing old work, a line draw or the Dolly 1 sales, like just go for crazy numbers here. Kind of curious, like out of those metas, like what do you think? Like we have a lot more juice in like the AI meta, or you know, where do you? Yeah.
To be clear, though, those are separate metas, right? Like there's
two metas.
They're not like on Ordinals.
No.
Any of that AI stuff.
Nope. Totally different.
All right,
so once we mix them, though, we're going to be richer than God. Okay, keep going. Sorry.
you know the math of it.
Yeah.
I think it's really been interesting to see the Ordinals art community survive a really dry patch.
Yeah.
You know, and go through with like backing artists that I've been seeing be present, you know, and artists that are also kind of exploring in hand with the tech. I think the stuff that's really been most accepted has been like people that show up to like, you know, not only their own things, but other people's things that are connecting and like exposing people to their work, but also like people that, I don't know, I think there's still a lot of dev hand in hand that's necessary for this phase of it. I think also really got to give a ton of credit to Gamma. I think Gamma's like building roads into like, if we would regard the ETH marketplace and like art community as like traditional, like they're the ones reaching out into traditional ecosystems these days. Like they're not reaching out into like physical, but they are going. And I think Gamma's crushing. I think like it's nice when you see a marketplace have a thesis and have a relationship to the community, you know, and they've done really good jobs on both so far. So I'll give credit to that.
Totally. Yeah. Ask them. I'm curious.
Yeah, no, this is awesome actually, because like I'm like 1 degree out from the ordinal, so I see it, but not as closely as you do. So that's really cool to hear that. You know, from my perspective, I think it just is taking time. I think everything across the, let's call it ordinal / runes, whatever Bitcoin ecosystem is taking some time to develop, and I don't think the art side is any different. There are some fantastic artists. You can tell there's some that are very like ordinals native. The community there seems to really rally around those folks rather than somebody who made their name on ETH and coming in. And they kind of have their distinct styles, which is cool. And I think there's good experimentation happening, but I think also the infrastructure, not technical infrastructure, but humans, right? Like galleries that are specific there, an artist ecosystem growing there, that is still taking time, and it's just much bigger on ETH right now. But yeah, I really like that. So, you know, you asked me a question like what meta do I think is going to go off? I think that, you know, AI and ordinals are separate metas that will go at some point in time. And I think once we're in like, you know, the crazy part of the bull run, everything will be going off at the same time, right? And if you guys were around 2017 or 2020, it was the same thing, right? Yeah. Like it didn't matter. But I think part of why we saw what we did with art blocks could happen in ordinals and AI art because there's fewer really high quality targets. And you just kind of know that, you know, if you're really into it and you look and you see 30 different collections a week, you tell which ones are better and worse. Totally. It just like happens. So I think those are their fewer like really high quality targets. Yeah, and I have thoughts about the early AI stuff, but I'll let you.
Oh, we can. Okay, we'll dive into that. Well, you brought up something really interesting. So I'm definitely seeing too, which is if you're a person, you're an OG, you've been killing it over in ETH, you are respected. You come over to ordinals, they don't really care right away. Like they don't really care. If you're a person who has 5 collections on ordinals and you were early on and you touched a bunch of metas and were on some rare sats or whatever, they love you and worship you, right? And it's an interesting thing of like, how do you like educate the people on ordinals to actually educate on these old artists? Is that what like platforms should be doing, or
why isn't it the artist's responsibility?
Well, because artists should be artists and not marketers. That's the debate. Okay.
I don't think it's a marketing, but I don't think it's a marketing issue. I think it's like it's a participation issue. You know, I don't think it's like, I don't need them to come in and shill that they're fucking, you know, ecstatic about parent-child, but I'd like them to know what the fuck it is.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and I think it's like, I think that is a responsibility of the artist coming in. And it's the same thing that was like, again, we're like, you know, it's we can say it's levels and tiers, or we can say it's like rings deeper into hell or whatever, but it's like, if you're coming from the traditional and you're going into like NFTs and the Ethereum and blockchain and all of it, like, have your shit together, have a Twitter account, like, come the fuck on, you know? It's like, there's basics that you can do to just pay respect to the community that you're about to interact with and maybe be a part of. And it's like, give a shit.
Yeah, well, I will say that is different though than the Art Blocks Bull Run, right? Those artists were not on; they didn't have pop and Twitters, right? It did not really matter. It really was.
They were on a distribution chain.
Yeah,
it was like that's.
It was the most speculative part of the bull run.
Okay. We always have to remember it was this time in the bull run where things were just wild. So
I mean, all the DeFi stuff was popping off, right? Like every PFP, right? I mean, I'm not trying to explain all that away, but you know, I think that as the industry goes on, like the game matures. You know, you have to accept cultures. You know,
I totally agree that, and then I'll go in further to say that like it's one thing to say that it's bull run and it's like this crazy thing, but like, I mean, a lot of respect to the network. Like the reason why Art Blocks popped off is because a DeFi community gave a shit and jumped in, and that's their network. So it's like big ups to that. You know, they built a system that was like, you know, able to be the biggest organized art release network in history. What do we give it? I don't know. Like that year, certainly that year.
That year, definitely.
It's like ChatGPT. They took something kind of abstract and hard to find. They put a really nice UI UX on it, and now people could participate, and they naturally liked it because it's kind of nice to get really nice fine art and the slot machine where you maybe you get the goose ringer and it changes your life. Like
right.
Well, there was something too about like I was like the Supreme style drop. I told you it was a thing. It was like every Friday I was just working a coding job, and it was like, I can't do meetings during this. You know what I mean? I actually missed Fidenza because I had an emergency meeting, and I hate that person to this day. I will never forgive them, just because I was planning on minting it all day, and then it was like emergency meeting, lost it. But it was always like Friday, we'll all get together, get to Block Talk, share your thing, and like there was definitely like this like drop community feel that made it feel engaging. Every week you're with people, whereas I think now. Well, you always made money too, I guess. So that's the problem. You always made money. Yeah, but that's how Supreme works too. People do these drops and they want to resell it.
Well, it's hustle culture. Yeah. And we all talked about that being a big wave of what NFTs were gonna be.
Yeah.
It's when sneakerheads and Complex Con like get the full message. It's like people that are early to culture and meta have access, and it sucks when it's botted. You know, it sucks when it's like ruined for the people that could participate in it. But like most people like trusting their gut and initiative if they found something cool.
Yeah, no, totally.
But the big dependence is also like, what's the network and distribution model it's being shared with? Like if it's just, you know, a handful of people that are like doing something but don't get it out of their town, it's probably not going to hit.
Yeah. Okay, so we have to do it, okay? You mentioned it earlier. It is controversial. Early AI, okay? It's popping off. People are going crazy, you know? And the thing about early AI too is that you can say early in other art often, and it doesn't like impact the aesthetics as much. Right, early AI by nature has to look like kind of garbage AI.
I don't know. What about like cave paintings and shit, man?
The cave paintings look good. They still look good.
Bullshit. It's primitive as fuck, and it's like you're talking primitive to matured.
Yeah,
and you're talking about painting. So I just want to quickly jump in while I'm taking a sip.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah.
Look, I'm
how much a line draw do you have?
I'm going to take the other side of this and agree with him. Look, I hate to say it, but some of those cave paintings look better than Lost Robbies to me. And I'm going to go there, right? But that doesn't mean they shouldn't have value. And I think it's apples and oranges.
Yeah. Well, so how do you evaluate? Because it's always tough because like AI, we don't know where the art's going to go, right? Like we are so early. We think we know what the aesthetics are. Right now we have, what do we, some people call it, what do you call it? Like, six-finger aesthetic, right? Like people like the
post-photography.
That kind of world is a thing. I don't know how long that will last because once it gets good enough, maybe people will value that aesthetic more, but it probably is going to evolve somewhere totally different, I feel like.
Yeah,
and so
absolutely.
it's like early gen art right now. I know we've seen the boom and the bust kind of a little bit of it. Like people aren't, it's not pure early. I've got early works that then were not valued at all, like straight up, like so early. And then it like, I'm like, here's my time. Nope. Oh, it crashed. Don't worry. I've got the second Art Blocks release ever. Oh my God, it's worth nothing. The fourth is worth a ton. So it's tough. I mean, how do you evaluate that? Or, you know, if you're trying to like actually purchase, well, have you purchased any early AI?
Well, it kind of depends on what you mean by early AI, right? And this is where it gets down to. So, the way that I evaluate this stuff is, okay, I probably think about this like way too much, like in general. So I'll try to be quick. I think about like how many people might find this interesting, like how big is that potential audience? And then I think about how meaningful is this thing, right? So autoglyphs are worth so much money because they're the first fully on-chain art, like as far as I can tell, period. Maybe I don't know if Rare Pepes are fully on-chain or whatever, but like at least generative art, right? And CryptoPunks, I would say, are valuable because they're the first avatar. So it's like just a big thing that all leads back to these sort of like early discoveries, but early meaningful discoveries. I'm sure, you know, there's early stuff that never took on, like CryptoKitties, right?
Oh, yeah,
So
don't
like,
remind me.
Who cares, right?
I got CryptoKitties instead of punks.
So, you know, I think that some people kind of get into this game where they're like, oh, well, this came out like a month before that one, and that one came out like 3 days before. And I don't think that actually matters. Yeah. I think what matters is, you know, what did that thing spawn, regardless of where it came out? You know, Lost Robbies, I think, is a super interesting story. So it's like a cool collector's item. It's really scarce. I think that what gives it value, not because it's aesthetically beautiful or even one of the earliest, because it's not.
It's not, yeah.
So,
but it's got articles about it.
Well,
it's got blog post about it. That's why
it's got the cabal. It's got the cabal.
The cabal.
About, right?
The blog post cabal.
There was some strong marketing.
Yeah.
There was some strong marketing.
Yeah. Right. And so, you know, and we could talk about a line draw, sure, but Nice Auntie's Auntie-verse has a higher floor, or if not the same.
Point.
So it's not like it's being elevated above.
Okay, so why do you think that is?
Why do I think which?
Nice Aunties is such a high floor. You don't have to compare it to anything else. Like Nice Aunties is a hit. Right, it is a financial hit. It is also a hit where I sometimes see it in other normie circles. Like it hits other normie circles and people like it. So like, but yeah, why do you think it works so well?
I think it's essentially vibes. I think it's playful. I think it's kind of got this sort of, oh, we're culturally sensitive. No offense, but you know, it's like I don't know how many people who have it are actually like have Asian aunties. I'm gonna guess not all of them. Right. But I think it's kind of cool. It's like, oh, you learn about this culture and it's playful and it's very, very, very creative. And I think that lighthearted nature of it, and it utilizes the post photo AI medium in the way that I think it will continue, is sort of like this AI surrealism. I think they nailed it there. And then I also think Fellowship does a great job of getting it out there and marketing, and they're very good at that.
I love Fellowship, but Alejandro, you got to slow down a little bit because I have to bookmark. I bookmark every single art thread and I read it, and it's almost too much every day. At this point, like literally, I go back and I'm like, and I'm not complaining at all, but I'm like, every day I'm like, well, man, I got to do my Fellowship homework. Oh man, there's more Fellowship homework. Oh, I put out another one. Like they are pretty intense on the writing side of things.
But you know, I'd love to hear your take on this because they seem to me as like they really know how to curate, tell that story, kind of predict what people would find interesting and bring that in. But and you as someone who puts on shows and curates, like I don't know, it feels like they're really bringing some trad art skills to the Web3 world in the way that I haven't quite seen.
Oh, I mean, they're amazing at it. I think also like, I don't know, for my take on Fellowship, I feel a great relief in all honesty, because I think like we're really good at finding stuff early, you know, and being kind of like first or second wave on something. It's just where my head lives. But where I was hoping the scene would go was this kind of disturbing, surreal, like almost like you're I don't know, what's it like when you're fucking asleep but it's like you're paralyzed?
Yeah.
You know,
sleep paralysis.
Sleep paralysis. They give a vibe of sleep paralysis. There's just like a, you know, and I was hoping the space would go there for AI because I think that's some of the most interesting stuff. I think imagery I haven't seen before is my driver of why AI art is art, and I can always like win that argument because I'm seeing something. I've seen visuals through AI that I've never seen before. Yep. And that, like, sorry, that's it. You're great. So I was excited when I saw Fellowship take that same interest, in that same, like, those artists, the artists that were adjacent, the wave that they were on of like this, I guess, like, it's like I'm trying to find the right word for like a dreamscape that's also like,
it's a feeling, man. It's like that feeling when you're dreaming. It's like surreal. You're like, wait, is this like, I feel like it's that moment. Like, you look at it real fast, it looks like a normal photo that you've seen for your whole life, and then you're like, wait, something's fucked up. Yeah. And it's almost like that moment when you realize you're dreaming. You're like, wait, and
I'll give you that.
Catches your attention.
Well, you also, in dreams, I have had that thing where like someone's like, who are they? Well, they were two people. And like, what do you mean they were two people? Like, they're kind of morphing between two people the whole dream, and it's this
totally.
You get that with AI and
and I really appreciate getting to see it, and I think that like I think that Fellowship has done a really good job of bridging those artists, not only like platforming and supporting primarily those artists, but also like legitimizing them in the language of traditional, and I think that like a lot of the places that we're trying to get these artists to, they need it stated in that way. They need this kind of packaging, and I think that's just like, they kill it.
Totally. Okay, so can I ask you on two debates, because we're on the same thing. So there's been a little bit of a war, right, about who owns the term generative art. Does generative art, does that mean like art block style, algorithmic art? Or is the AI folks allowed to take generative art, right? There's been debates on the timeline. How do you feel?
Super interesting. I actually saw the debate on your show, and I was like, damn, that's kind of a good point. But also, I disagree. I think AI is being generated. So there we go. It is being generated. It is true.
So there we are. It's like, you don't just get to claim it because you like one kind of output better than another. That one code is made by hand and the other one is a little bit more black box.
Yeah.
It's like, it's still they're adjacent in the same category. I think that's okay. They don't have to hold it so tight.
Yeah. What were you asking? Where are you at?
Oh man,
I'm trying to get you to piss off someone. That's my goal.
This is such a good question, because there's an endless debate, right? I mean, for me, it's code, right? And it's not that the code is being generated; it's that the image is being generated. Although I think you could even argue that PFPs are, because they're the exact image is 100%. Getting mixed up with different things. So.
I don't start calling Bored Apes generative art and watch everyone get furious.
That's how they were sold in the fucking beginning. This was like a whole, like, that was part of their sales pitch.
Totally.
And then also their numbers were claimed by our industry up and down the street. So it's like, you can't have your cake and eat it too, man. Like, you can claim these numbers.
Yeah, totally.
That this is what the industry is.
Okay. And now the generative art industry is down 99%.
Yeah.
Because we claimed it, right?
Be real,
You claimed the wrong one. Whoops.
Yeah. Oops. Were you up 99?
Yeah, well, telling people like, oh, I collect NFTs, like, oh, monkeys. You're like, no, artists really are.
I swear.
Really great artists, conceptual, deep. And he goes, sure, you buy monkeys. And I'm like, okay, I buy those too. But like, it's that they're different. Okay?
Well, it's like a lot of friends made money on that. But
exactly.
Yeah, I know.
I buy the monkeys to afford the art. Okay, guys, there's a plan here. Okay. Well, so, okay, on that one too, there's another debate that I've been seeing, like, flying around, definitely more with AI these days, which is how much do you have to share of how you're making it? Because.
Oh, wait. Not to cut this off,
go.
but could I ask a question that's been like itching my brain a little bit?
Yeah, that's the point.
All right, sick. Okay. So, in the traditional world, right, in the traditional art world, an artist paints a painting that's a one of one. They do a fine art print of that painting. That's an edition of 50. Mm-hmm. Same image. Now they want to make a poster because they want kids in like art school to be able to put it on their wall and don't want to like box them all out. So that costs $20. Mm-hmm. They sell thousands of them. And then also they did a deal with the local bookshops because they want to make it so like kids can get it, and they make them for postcards and they're $3.
Yeah.
That's how artists make money right now in the traditional world. When we're talking about NFTs and the digital world, the blockchain world, I feel like we're mature enough at a place right now that we can acknowledge that there's metadata and there's the actual technology that we're using that should allow us to see if something is a one of one or an edition of 50 or an edition of 20,000. And if the technology shows that, then an artist should be able to do multiple versions of their IP to release as they like. And the idea that this is like scarcity and we have to like
push that as the reason why artists don't have access to the same types of revenue in the real world. I'd like to say we're mature enough we can trust the technology to show us the way. What's your thoughts?
Okay, so I'm a hater. Okay, I'm a print hater. Okay, so it's bad. And I know this opinion is despicable and it upsets all my artist friends.
How so?
I don't like collecting prints. That does not interest me. I want singular pieces of art typically, right?
Yeah.
I want something unique, and I totally get people are going to make money from it. I don't want to participate in that world.
Yeah.
Now, on the other hand, you go to like, NFT artwork and whatnot. If I buy something and then I find out they're going to release any other extra version of it, not happy. I'm going to be the annoying brat in the Discord, like, you're ruining my bag. Not even ruining my bags. Right. I just don't like it. I have a really... Well,
I don't want to be like those people.
Those dirty print collectors. I don't know what it is. I mean, it just... Something about it, like, I want unique things. I don't know. That's probably some ego or some problem, but...
That's okay. I think, like, you're a specific kind of collector and customer. Dig it. And I think that's everybody's right as, like... Yeah. But, like, when we're talking about, best practices for everybody, there are people
that do exactly how I like to collect your art.
Only.
I like.
And all collectors should only do what you like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm like, if there's multiple kinds of collectors and then multiple types of bags that people would like to participate with, some people might want to collect something just because they like it and never have a financial aspect to it.
Yeah.
And, also, there's some people that are like, I want to buy something because I love it and I never want to have a financial aspect to it. And I want to pay 50 ETH for it because I want to support that artist. Yeah. And I want to be in their world where I'm like, hey, every now and then I might do it again. Like, invite me to dinner sometime. And that's how those collector dinners happen and real bonds happen. And it's fun. So, like, I think we're mature enough as a space right now, especially because nobody's paying us to follow their rules.
Yeah.
So why don't we like do this new wave that'll allow artists like actual access to the entire ecosystem?
So I actually think it happens in a slightly different way, right? So because I think it's like almost a human psychological constraint. Like if I'm buying something that I think there's only gonna be one of, and I'm buying it because I want to be unique or whatever to help me get laid or whatever it is, right? Like I don't want to find out in 2 months that now there's like another 10 of them. But
that's about transparency because you found out they're going to do that.
Right. But
then, if you buy at the beginning and you know they're going to do that, how do you feel?
So then I think to the extent that I'm buying it because I'm signaling or because I just want to feel unique. Yeah. Right. I would want to know that's different. And I think in real life, it is different. The way you described in the traditional art world, the poster that goes to 1 million people is visibly and obviously worse than the very finely done one of one.
Totally.
Right. And I think in sort of a different way it happens in our space. I think XCOPY is a great example. He's got Max Payne, which is sort of like the poster equivalent, and he could even go cheaper than that. I don't think he has anything good that's cheaper. He has like the flies thing, but whatever.
That's the only one I have. Okay, keep going. Sorry.
But then he's got his one of ones that are like very different, and it's not different in the quality of the image, but you potentially could do it that way too, where the image is just like a little more grayed out and shittier for like the mass market one, and it's the same image, but then it's crisp and beautiful for the one of one.
I want to explain how that's class warfare.
Let's hear it.
Okay.
Wait, weren't you just advocating for this?
Yeah, he tricked you. He trapped you. Ed got you.
I think that I just think that the degrading of the artwork for the collectors that are buying at lower price points is kind of like the way that if you buy cheaper wine, you get sick. And if you buy more expensive wine, you're fine the next day. They're the subtle aspects of class war. And we don't have to get into that, but it's like if we're talking about something that is falsified scarcity on the principle that we can't tell the difference, then I would like to insult us and say the technology, which is the whole fucking point of us being here, is very clear.
But you have to be able to tell the difference because you are buying status or uniqueness. Like it needs to be obvious that it's different. And I think it's happening now in Web3 in a better way, actually. But sorry.
Wait. So I'm kind of with you. I think maybe I'm working through my own emotions, and I know I'm all wrong, and I know I have bad opinions about this stuff, but they're honest opinions.
That's
like
okay.
I would be okay if you put it on a tote bag, right? I buy a digital piece of art, it's sick, and then you can sell 1,000 tote bags, and I'll say I own that digital piece, right? That's cool with me. But if you say I'm going to sell you digital prints that are the same quality or even worse quality, I'm like, what are you doing? Get out of my world, right? But sell mugs, sell posters, sell tote bags. Don't sell the digital thing again. You know what I mean? Like
that's what you have.
What?
Because that's what you have.
That's what I have. It's mine. Okay, it's mine. Okay, and the masses can afford tote bags, and they're going to help them get stuff around. And that's not class warfare. Okay, you can go get your.
No, that should be
because I get mine delivered.
Yeah. No big deal. I don't need a tote bag. Okay.
There we go. I think all the merch stuff, I totally am with you. You know, I think that's all great. I think also doing like. I think as long as it's done transparently and said from the outset that this is what we're doing, then I think the idea that I think some of the things that we put on like the real world, the tangible physical world, I think we're going to start getting replications of things that make it difficult to tell if is that the original painting or is that the original painting. I think technology is going to you give me 20 years, I'm going to be able to copy the thing that is the original that you love and make another one that you keep in case that one burns in a fire, the same way that people paint these reproductions already, and so they don't have to risk the thing in their house that they love or whatever they're doing for taxes, you know? So like that, these limitations that kind of keep it being like apples and oranges, it's apples and apples. It's an artist making a commitment to a collector that the thing that they sell them that is valuable above another version of it is unique in its value. And that I agree and sign off that one of one is the one. And if I ever do another one of one of the same thing, burn my whole career. Shut me the fuck down. Because it's like,
see, the problem is now that you're saying that, now I'm on the opposite side because I do like an artist saying, "Fuck y'all, you thought this was valuable. Now there's two of one, and got you, you one collector." I think if a collector, like let's say
that might go for one artist pulling that game.
Yeah, you know, one can do that.
One can do that.
I like the idea like a fund comes in, does a sweep. You know, they buy some one of ones, and I go, great, and now I'll release all of those one of ones again. That would be. We would love that. I would be on Spaces saying best artist ever. Well, as long as it's not me.
Because that's some Richard Prince shit. That's you know, it's playing with the games and playing with the rules as an artist. Because that's the whole fucking point is like, I'm going to do something conceptually interesting now. You know how we're all like bored because we just figured out last second what we all just agreed on through consensus? Now we're bored.
Yeah.
Okay, you're breaking a rule? I love you, you son of a bitch. How'd you figure that out?
No, totally.
So, yeah.
Okay, so maybe actually this kind of tails into, there's another little conversation been happening online about like the free mint fight. Okay, so some people are saying like, what the fuck is the point of these? Why am I doing this? And also, there's two different sides. So one is the artist saying, why are you trying to get me to give my stuff for free? Right. I thought the point was I'm coming over here and it's a new world and there's no institutions, right? And then on the other hand, it's if you're a collector, a lot of times the free mint, it's not one free mint. Now, if an artist did that, one, it's free, whoever gets it first. I kind of like that. Right now, it's like opened, timed edition, 50,000. You know, there's huge numbers. It's everyone gets the free thing.
Yep.
Like, yeah, curious. What do you feel with that?
Also, could we just say it's not free?
Oh yeah, there's always gas. And
maybe
something.
The fact that it's not free, and it's also not even fucking gas. They're all on layer 2s, man.
Oh yeah.
The gas is like pennies.
Yeah.
It's like it's the service charge. It's the people making a website happen, a marketplace happen, a marketing thing happen, like all that shit. It's the artist getting any kind of money. Like, you know, this is a mechanism for mass release. And for everybody that's been talking about like 3.5 years of mass adoption being the most important thing, we have to onboard the next 100 million people, but you can only do what I fucking say and release 100 of something or I'll like shut you down as an artist. Go fuck yourself. Like, artists should be able to, first of all, do whatever the fuck they want. All right. And like a lot of them have been doing only what collectors want and falling into their paradigm. And it's like, yo, that's fine if you're going to support and be a patron of an artist for 3 years and commit. But if you buy when you feel like it, like let them experiment and find revenue elsewhere. Like
I have a feeling the free mint is pushed not by the artist. I don't think any artist is like, I want to give all my stuff out for free. I think it ends up being by communities, platforms.
Artists are like, I put a one of one up and I'm sitting there and waiting and getting upset. And it's just like slow. And if it's not up because it's part of something, where's the story with that release? The requirements for releasing artwork now are through the fucking moon, and you're really gatekept from sales. I mean, it's really just like people that are positioning people they already are invested in, either socially, professionally, or financially. And it's like, that's that system. It isn't, you know,
This is super interesting. So I completely agree with you. And you know, in our community, Collectors Corner Premium, check it out. Sorry,
good show.
Famous show, shameless show. But we have artists too, right? And a lot of times I hear stuff like this, and I don't feel like most of the collectors in our community feel that way at all. And it's kind of surprising. I actually I did not do anything in the trad art world before, right? I'm unburdened by the way things work over there, I suppose, and also that's negative at times because I'm ignorant to the way things work over there. But like, I feel like it's a little bit more of a trad art hangover, and I've seen a lot of collectors who had also collected a lot in the trad art world say things like that. It's like, oh, they should really control their supply. And I'm like, I don't care. They should just keep making dope shit. The more dope shit you make, the happier I am. And I just segment in my mind your supply of dope shit versus your supply of stuff that I don't like that much. But it doesn't they're like different categories. I guess like why does it matter? And and I think that, you asked me these large supply ones, like do it if you want to. Don't necessarily expect everybody to love it and to go up in value, but just do it if you want to. And like, I like the ones where it's randomized, and like maybe, like the generative output kind of thing. Anyways, so yeah. And I just actually, this recently happened with Rope Ranista, like Life in West America, which I think really kicked off this whole photorealistic surrealism with AI. And he released a 5,000 piece collection on Solana, which I really like. And some of his collectors sold it all. I was like, I don't care. Like, they sold all his work, but I'm like, this generated what I think is going to be the consumer wave of AI art. So I'm happy to buy it for cheaper,
Well, it's also, it's a series. And sometimes you'll do a series that's a lot larger at a smaller price point, or you'll do a smaller series at a higher price point. I mean, it's a little bit of a sliding scale for people to keep in mind, and also a growth narrative. So as people are experimenting in this scene, it was wild to see the wave that they kicked off and how fast larger editions were coming out and how quickly that washed out and that didn't work, because it was kicking off like the 500 meta for a moment, and that lasted like 3.5 weeks. And it was done. And then you couldn't make that happen. It was back to 100, 100, 200. And it was just like, it's a difficult industry. We're not just talking about art ever. We're talking about an incredibly manic buying audience that's going through huge emotional swings based off of forces outside of their control financially. And your drop date may not align with the stars. Get into astrology and shit.
Yeah, that's actually been a big theme with art. Sadly, I could really convince Combo for another 5 hours.
I know.
Sadly, we got to end right here. Before we end here, Ed, where can we find out what's going on next? RemoteControl.fun?
RemoteControl.fun. Also, Superchief NFT on Twitter. Always Superchief NFT on Twitter.
Beautiful, beautiful. Asked him. Collector's Corner. How do we get in?
On Twitter, @collectors_XYZ. You can also reach out to me, AstamCloud, ASTAMCLOUD.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, everyone. We got one more for you. This is a lot of fun. If you guys want to learn more about art, these two, just there are more combos coming up soon.
Awesome.
So
I'm so happy to see you.
Yeah, this is so fun. We're going to hang out hopefully after this here. Thank you, Jerry. Hello, everyone. We're back again at the Ord compound, and this time we got an exciting one, okay? We've been talking to builders. We've been talking to art collectors. We now got some people who actually are helping governments. This is Anthony Howell, overseas representative for the government of Bermuda. Came all the way, I don't know if he came from Bermuda. Came from D.C. or Bermuda?
D.C.
D.C., okay, beautiful. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, it's a little further away.
Yeah, no beaches either.
No, yeah, that is rough. Actually, I used to live there for a little bit here, so it's not that bad. Beautiful. Anthony, you want to give a little intro to yourself and what you do?
Oh, thank you very much for having me here. I'm very grateful for the opportunity. As you said, I am the overseas representative for the government of Bermuda, and we are very much in the crypto space and in the blockchain technologies. Very forward-thinking how our government operates. So one of my core tenets for my position is to really make sure that people are well aware of what we do.
Totally.
It's very educational in that capacity, and show them what Bermuda can give them, how we support the industry, how we're the leading force, and a very much big driver.
Love it. Okay, cool. So we're going to learn today, okay? Because I need to learn too, okay? I actually don't know too much. I know that apparently you can pay your taxes with USDC over there. I heard that. Is that true in Bermuda?
We're a low tax jurisdiction, so but we have payroll tax.
Okay, cool. Okay, so why don't you break down a little bit first of like how did you get this position? How did you end up in this world?
In my position,
yeah,
that's a very interesting story there. I went to school and I got my degree in poli-sci. I went for more schooling. I got my degrees in history. I did a little more school and got my degrees in law.
Okay, you're degreed up. Okay, you're educated.
Education is very big and it's very important. Bermuda's always very forward in education as well. And then I kind of got into this role. I had interned in this position a few years ago, and I reached out to my former boss, and I knew that the office was there. And I said, listen, I want this opportunity. I have dual citizenship. I think I know the United States political scene and the economic scene, and I think I could bring a value that's worthwhile. And
awesome.
Of course, I went through the whole process there and did the interview, and luckily I got the position, and I think I've done very well. I've been in it, just hit my 2-year mark in May.
Nice. I was gonna say I love that of like I can do this job. I know the two areas. I can bridge them. Okay, so
exactly. Not trying to brag too much, but
yeah, no. Hey, that's what we're here for. Okay,
that's
a
little bit.
So when you joined, where were you at with like your crypto experience knowledge? Were you like I'm getting this job and then I'm getting Bermuda on crypto, or
it's funny. I had done blockchain certification programs. I'd done a few before the job placement, and the outset when I initially got the job was actually my first directive is political engagement. So I represent the Bermuda government in the United States in terms of for economic development. We have a rather significant relationship with the United States, and so we want to make sure that we always have those lines of communication open. And so it just so happens that we've been in the industry for crypto and blockchain technologies and digital asset technology since 2018. We have regulations.
Oh wow!
Yeah, we're one of the pioneers. I would like to say that our premier has very much been the driving factor and force, and of course, wonderful teams back there in the Bermuda Monetary Authority, the Bermuda Business Development Agency, Economic Development Department. We have a lot of organizations that are very hands-on in this, and of course the private industry as well. And so pushing the core of my tenet besides political engagement is also economic and economic development. So this kind of fell hand in hand, and it just so happens I had a little bit of knowledge beforehand, so
totally.
I fell into it.
So Bermuda's been like a crypto, they've been in the crypto for a while.
Yes.
How did they end up 2018? That is so early. That is earlier than half the people at this conference right here. Like, how did that first happen?
Ironically enough, it was in 2017.
Oh, gee. Okay.
Yeah, it was. So the laws were actually written and adopted in 2018, but it was very much a strong push because, again, when you have the leaders that we have in government and they see the transformative nature that crypto and blockchain and digital financial technologies is going to bring globally. I was at another interview back in Chicago, and during my time there to speaking, I labeled it and akin it to how the internet was, and the internet. At that time, a lot of people thought it would be a fad. It would kind of fade, out, but look how much you depend on it today. You can't do anything without the internet today. And so we believe that was the same thing that, financial technology, digital assets, and cryptocurrencies is going to bring to that kind of same level of interaction. How we'll see it in the next, 5 years, 10 years is going to develop into ways that we can't even imagine. And so I think Bermuda is very looking forward to being a part of that process and also being a leading voice in that process.
Totally. So I've been to Bermuda. If you go there, what is the average like knowledge of crypto? Is it like more than like America?
From the people who are in it or the population?
People who are in it. Yeah, like what's the just like a
no problem. Well, the people who are aware of it are very knowledgeable about it. I mean, again, we have some of the leading regulations in the crypto space. Our regulations are very much geared towards defining what it is, crafting the definitions necessary for companies to operate, and that's why we become an island where people are jurisdiction where people want to take their business because we have that clarity. Totally. And so that goes to show you the caliber of the persons we have on the island who are very knowledgeable about this. Our legal teams are very knowledgeable about it. Our regulatory, teams are very knowledgeable about it. And of course, within the government, we have those sectors in their specialties are very knowledgeable about it. And so I think that kind of that demystification is very beneficial, and kind of why it drives and steers the business to Bermuda, and why we've seen the success we've seen.
100%. I was going to say, like, that's the biggest problem we all complain about here in America is like there's no clarity. We're waiting for clarity. When you guys started in 2018, right? Starting to define these things. How long did it take until you guys felt like it was like, okay, we got a good set of rules? Or was it like 2018, you kind of like you worked on 2017 proposing stuff, 18 it's passed. Was it good right from the beginning, or were there kinks to work out?
It was good right from the beginning.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, just like everything in government. Everything in government. It works the first time.
Exactly, right. Well, so, and it's funny because we're very big for insurance and reinsurance. Mm-hmm. And so we've seen the success in that industry, and we transposed the similar success that we've had in that industry and applied it into the blockchain technology industry. And because, again, we have the regulator who is very familiar with it and very in tune with it, so we kind of see how it should be crafted, and it is regularly updated. There are different working groups. I'm a part of several working groups back on island where we have discussions of digital identity. We have discussions on DAOs, and we look to see exactly how either the existing legislation or new legislation, if necessary, should be crafted. And we kind of do those roundtable discussions, and we bring them to the regulator. And this is how we develop and make sure that we have the right frameworks that make sure that those companies and entities that are coming to island are well protected, well regulated, and can prosper.
Totally. So how often, are you talking to like businesses directly and like explaining like, hey guys, here's what Bermuda's got. Okay, you're sick of all these like wishy-washy rules.
I mean, yeah, okay, we do engagements, and that's again one of my key roles out here is economic development, and we share with them what Bermuda offers. I mean, again, we're not a place for those who don't want to be regulated. Mm-hmm. We are very thorough. Our regulators well respected throughout the world, and so we very much share the tenets of what we offer. And if this is something that is attractive to companies, then it's something that they want to come and be a part of. And of course, we talk to industry insiders in the businesses when they have any questions or anything like that. We can direct them to who we need to direct them to back in government and back in Bermuda, and that way that we can understand and learn from them as well, and we can see what's working, what's not working. But so far, it's been very positive.
Nice. Yeah, so you're in DC. You're probably interacting with a lot of different people from different countries, all there to represent, right?
Yes.
Like, so what do you find yourself like finding? Are there other countries where you're like, yes, there's my dude over there. They're similar to us. Like, are there other allies you see in this like?
Yes, it's funny. I guess within the space, people think it's competition and you're competing against each other. But what we've learned early on is that it's a huge market. Yep. And as I said before, we're not. Bermuda is very ripe for and great choice for a lot of entities. Some entities, may want to opt somewhere else if they're located somewhere else, and they may want to go somewhere else. Yeah. I particularly don't know why, but of course, I'm biased. But but it's funny when we look at it this way. It's we work with those. Again, we work with the United States. We have conversations. I've met with different persons from different regulatory authorities in the U.S. I've had conversations with different persons from the Middle East, just to give an overview and oversight. And there are ideas and thoughts of well, what are you doing, how we can improve ourselves, and then and that's how you create dialogue, because our key gearment is not so much as even just bringing business to Bermuda. That's always very good. We want to make sure we're that guiding light for those businesses, but we also want to make sure the industry itself has the stability for the long term. Totally. And that's the key, because it's so easy for a hiccup to happen and then the industry has some rough patches, and then the last thing you want to do is have bad actors, failure in the industry, and that, because then again that just doesn't benefit anybody.
Totally. Yeah, you say come to Bermuda, and then someone runs a scam in Bermuda. That's not good for anyone. That's only good for the scammer, maybe.
Exactly, and that's exactly why our regulator is the way it is. They're very, very particular. They're very thorough. They have serious criteria, list and rules, procedures, and the expectations you have to meet before you can even remotely get a license. And this is to protect not only Bermuda's reputation and our economy and our people, but the industry as well.
Totally. So there's obviously an appeal for anyone who's like a crypto company who's kind of like in some ambiguous United States regulations. What about like other industries? Are you like reaching out to other industries that are saying like, hey, crypto could be part of what you're doing if you were over here, but you can't do it over there, but they're not necessarily just a pure crypto company.
Yeah, again, if it's anything to do with digital assets and crypto in general, and it kind of is tethered to another industry, we have the regulations that's built for the crypto. So again, like for insurance, for example, we have the huge insurance reinsurance market, and so what we've seen, insurance is a legacy industry. And so what we have seen is that they are wanting to adapt, and they want to adapt to new technology. They're looking for different ways and how to better the customer experience, make the product cheaper, because we do know that there's always the outlook from people. People want to try to find it as most affordable options as possible.
Totally.
And technology has that ability. And so we see the industry saying, hey, how can we utilize these technologies in order to give a better service, a better product, a cheaper product, and where can we do that? And it's like, hey, well, we have the great insurance market, we have the regulations for that, and we also have the great market and regulations for blockchain technology. So we kind of have it covered that way. And of course, we're very much open to any other businesses that think Bermuda might be viable.
Totally. So what does the education look like when you're reaching out? Are you is it a lot of one-on-one, or is it more you're producing materials that people can read? Or I'm a business and I'm like, I need to learn this stuff. Where would I actually go?
Sure, absolutely. We do both. We have a lot of ones. I'm a vanguard. That's how I consider myself. Being in the United States, I'm usually a first point of contact. We do with the conferences I attend, or with the persons in DC or even outside of DC. They have a lot of word of mouth, and they'll say, hey, I know this person, Anthony, can I introduce him to you? Absolutely. I'll have a one-on-one. I'll hear what they have to say. If they have a problem, we can solve it, or a business, and then I kind of direct how best we can accommodate that, and then can tell them who they should meet with back in Bermuda and do those kind of engagements there. But we also have our regulator, and we also have the business development agency, and they put out working pieces. They put out the consultation papers, the white papers, and the reports, and they have this on their website. And so this gives people the opportunity to go at their leisure and kind of sit down and review the product. And the law firms also do this. We have fantastic law firms, internationally recognized large law firms, and they have special teams that deal with crypto and that deal with blockchain and digital asset and financial technologies. And so from that standpoint, we kind of cover all bases necessary, so that way that the person who's coming to us can be well informed.
Totally. So one thing, we're at Bitcoin Nashville right now. Bitcoin's always, when we're talking about crypto, a lot of people think crypto is only Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Right. However, there's a lot more, Ethereum, Solana, et cetera. Do you find the people, businesses that are moving over, what are they most leaning towards? Is it a combination of all of them, or is a lot of them like Bitcoin or Ethereum?
It's a combination. And we also have seen companies that want to start rival as well, want to rival Ethereum and want to rival Bitcoin as well. And you see exchanges and whatnot. So it is a very much mixed bag, because again, our regulation encompasses all of it. Yep. It allows flexibility. And I think that's key. And I think having the clarity and the flexibility allows the companies to also adapt, because then you may have a company that may want to branch out.
Yeah.
And then you don't want legislation that's too rigid and doesn't allow that flexibility for you to kind of adapt and kind of hit new horizons. And so I think that gives us the advantage over many other jurisdictions.
Totally. So you're traveling around often, going to conferences, you're meeting all these different people. Do you find there's different flavors for each of the groups, right? So you're at Bitcoin Nashville right now. You got some Bitcoin maxis. Yeah. You might go to an ETH conference that might be a little different there. Do you find is there different vibes in each one?
Yeah, absolutely. There are different vibes, and I'm very much having to learn how to adapt to them myself. Yeah. But no, it is again, it's different personalities, and everyone has an idea, and everyone has a specific reach that they're looking for. Yep. And so from that standpoint, what we understand is that, okay, again, we can't hit everyone. We're not going to be the best for everybody, because people have different ideas on where they want to develop and where they want to move to. But, I share with them what we can offer. And again, it comes right back around to education and knowledge and having at your disposal the information. And so that's what we're very, very much akin to. But it's fantastic talking to and just seeing the industry itself and the ideas that people have is really interesting because it's so many like brilliant ideas I would have never thought in a million years. And fantastic. I'm very blessed to have this opportunity to have conversations with individuals and kind of hear these ideas.
Yeah, even today I can't believe I'm talking to people like way smarter than me, way more educated. I'm like, oh my God, it's like builders. It's amazing, and they're all in one area right now, excited to like talk. It feels pretty pretty interesting.
No, absolutely, and it's a great takeaway. Learn a lot and see a lot.
Totally. So you're in DC. You're in the political scene, actually, right? You're actually, you're actually there. How much do like the American politics affect like what your job is?
It's from a standpoint, the United States is very unfortunate to say this. It's multiple regulators in the United States. So the problem is that you do hear a lot of competing voices, and so. In my standpoint, we do have meetings with the different government agencies. We have meetings with politicians, and just to kind of we have a strong relationship with the U.S. Our relationship with the U.S. stretches back 400 years. Yeah, it's a very long relationship. We've been very supportive, and reciprocity is always there. So, and what we do is not a silver bullet or some type of secret anything. It's open in general. You can look at our regulations online and take a look. And so we've always had these kind of conversations and dialogue to learn more about the political landscape when it comes to the positions when it comes to crypto or when it comes to blockchain technologies. And so, it impacts my job from two standpoints. The first standpoint being is I need to be knowledgeable. I need to always understand what's happening in the U.S. Any laws, anything applicable that could impact Bermuda in the long term is something that we do need to be made well aware of. And this is, again, why it's important for us to always have great engagement with the political entities within the United States, because we want to ensure that there's no misunderstandings, that they understand that Bermuda is, a great place, and we work closely with the agencies and with the U.S. in many aspects. And so that's one side of it, and the other side also is to share what works for us, and just to kind of just kind of be that, if they ever have a question or because sometimes you have people that will say, "What are you guys doing that makes you guys stand out?" And it's like, well, here's what we're doing.
Well, it's interesting. Like, there's 1,000 countries that have not regulated crypto at all, or it's wishy-washy, and it's like, okay, well, here's someone who's doing it. You can go over there and get data about what they're doing, and they'll talk to you.
Absolutely. I think we pride ourselves on the fact that we're very reachable and approachable. You can go, if you're on island and you want to have a conversation with the leading expert in the legal firms that deal with this, you can make an appointment and probably see someone within that afternoon. It's not impossible, and that's what really kind of lets us stand out.
Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, so like from that standpoint, like let's say I am a business, right? I got an L2 I'm launching. It's an L2 focused entirely on cats or something, and I'm like, oh wow. I heard Bermuda's got some actual clear regulation, so it might be a good place for me to launch my business. How long, like what's an average process time from like, okay, I'm going to start exploring this to being able to actually be like, okay, I'm now, officially a Bermudian company. I don't know, is that how you say that?
Bermudian, yeah, you got it. You nailed it.
I did it? Oh, I just a guess. Okay.
No, actually, great question. From that standpoint, and I would say, preface it this way: it depends on the company, it depends on your documentation, it depends on your resources, your financial outlook, and it depends on what the regulator looks for. And so, ballpark figure, it could take 3 to 6 months. It could take up to a year. It really just depends, again, on what information you bring to our regulator, because we're very much, again, they're careful in how they approach it, and they want to make sure that all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted before that next step goes forward. And so, when we have, and, right now we're working with a couple of companies that are looking to come to Bermuda right now, and have had conversations, and this is the exact question I just had, a couple weeks ago. Yeah. And we told them very honestly, the more information you provide, that's transparent and clear, the better, the quicker will be for you. You'll be able to hit, because if you're missing information, then that deadline just goes back and back and back and go for months and months and months, because they want to make sure that everything is fine, because we don't want any problems.
Totally. Yeah. So for that, like, how do you? I don't know. Maybe you can't share us. I'm not sure. Like, how many companies like are in this pipeline currently? How do you? Are you guys looking at that? Like, okay, we've got it's I don't know if you could show us exact numbers, but
I can't share too many details, but I will share. We have several dozen companies on island already. I would share from my standpoint and the outreach and conversations and dialogue that I am currently with. There are a handful that are currently right now just in my pipeline. Yeah. And then of course we have other teams that are also engaged in this, so they may have several in their pipeline. And so again, these are people who, when I say pipeline, these are people who are very much have looked at the alternatives and they're displeased. They don't like what they see with other jurisdictions, and they understand Bermuda's product, what we offer, and how it's going to benefit them. And they're in that stage of now we're getting all the information to the regulator, or we're getting the law firms ready to start this process so that we can go and be here by the end of the year or early next year or whatever that
the gathering of the docs and the info.
Exactly.
The due diligence.
The due diligence and the procedures.
Yeah, totally. So this is a little bit like not exactly on topic, but like, okay, for someone who's never been to Bermuda, like what are the things if I go visit? Like what are things I should be doing outside of starting a crypto company?
Is there anything to do outside? No, I'm joking. No, if you want to do anything in Bermuda, first thing is you definitely want to go to the beach.
Okay.
Horseshoe Bay is one of the most beautiful beaches.
Heard that.
Pink sand.
Oh, pink sand. Okay,
yeah,
amazing.
Beautiful. My little getaway, this is my home area, St. David's in St. George's in Bermuda, is Clearwater.
Oh, wow.
It is earned the name.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see absolutely clear. But of course, we have a lot of different beautiful things in Bermuda. We have Cut Match as our national holiday. It's a 2-day holiday. Cricket is not a very big thing in the U.S. It's coming up now.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's growing.
Well, you saw we just beat what is it, Pakistan?
Yeah,
exactly. So now America's like, oh, we're good at it. Now that we're good at it, let's get into it.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is now the opportune moment to come visit Bermuda if you're getting into cricket, because we do a 2-day event. The St. George's and Somerset teams play each other. It's a huge event. So that's something I always encourage people. It's usually the beginning of August, first week of August, or end of July.
Nice.
And then, of course, the food. The food is fantastic. And then the history. We have like I said, long history. We actually, St. George's is the oldest continually inhabited town in the Western Hemisphere.
Really? Oh, my God, really?
Yeah, it's older than Jamestown.
Oh, my God, that's crazy. I'm from Virginia, so you don't know that. That cuts deep, okay?
Oh, so sorry about that. Matter of fact, just a little history on that. Actually, from the Virginia company that was coming to Jamestown, a storm happened, and one of the ships got shipwrecked on Bermuda.
Oh, okay,
that's what happened. Yeah, so
wow.
it was part of that same team. So the Virginia company members were in Bermuda, and then they sailed on to the Jamestown. And they had given up Jamestown. They were actually sailing down the St. James River when they re-met them and said, "Turn the boat back around. Let's make it. Let's establish Jamestown."
I gotta be honest. I haven't been to Bermuda yet, but I have been to Jamestown. I think Bermuda might be a better place to stop. Okay, I don't know. Okay.
I think we have better beaches.
Yeah. You definitely do. Yeah, well, I grew up in the Virginia Beach area, and the joke is right. We have no waves. You know what I mean? Sorry, it's an okay beach here. So wait, so you studied history. What was your specialty then?
My specialty was actually colonial history. Colonial international relations, but mostly dealing with the American history up to about the 1950s.
Okay, nice.
So yeah, and of course I do international and South Asia and Asia history, and so I have a very wide.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's a good talking points.
No, I was gonna say it's interesting. It's like, if you're gonna be talking to different people, from I don't know anywhere, it's like having some history and being able to relate. Even then, Jamestown. See, I'm excited. I'm excited.
No, it's one of the, and I think it's. Maybe it's one of the reasons why I think I felt I was a good fit for this role. This role is very much people-centric.
Yeah.
And you want to be able to have the ability to relate to people on multiple different levels and find that common thread. Because especially if you're talking about business, not everyone always wants to talk about business. People want to talk also about the cool things. What can Bermuda do? What can I do there? And they want to talk about their hometowns. And so the more knowledgeable you are about topics, I think just the better relationship you can develop with people.
Totally. So how long have you been in D.C.?
2 years.
2 years. Okay,
yeah,
2 years. Okay.
2 years.
Okay, so actually I'm curious. And so what has it been like learning that D.C. political culture? Because it is I remember when I was from Southern Virginia, I moved to D.C., and every person I met, I remember they were like, "What are you doing?" Well, my first job is this. My second job is I'm an intern here, and also I'm doing an internship here. And I was like, "Oh my God, I'm lazy. What's going?" It was kind of a culture shock. And then everyone, I'm at the bar, everyone's talking politics. I'm like, they really do talk politics all day.
Yeah, unfortunately, I eat, drink, sleep, and dream politics.
Yeah. Well, you're in the right spot then.
Yeah, of course. Well, unfortunately, it's because I'm in the right spot.
Yeah.
But before that, it was sports. Now.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. Now it's like
you got the Nationals out there. You got the Capitals. Okay. You got the Wizards. Okay. No. You need cricket.
No. Well, I'm originally from New York.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's no problem. No, I was born and raised in New York and New Jersey, and then I went to Bermuda in middle school.
Nice.
And also I do have that ability to be flexible again. So, but I am unfortunately, I won't say unfortunately, but not a Nationals fan, but I'm a Yankees fan.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry.
Well, no, I tell you, when I used to go to a Nationals game, if the Yankees play, there's more Yankee fans than National fans in the stadium, and then everyone who's from DC, everyone's like, "Get out of here!"
The sad part, I went to the Rangers game when they swept the. I felt kind of bad because I looked around, there was a lot of blue, red, white jerseys.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good if you're like, guys, this is the wrong. But that's also the nature of DC DC being like such a polyglot, like because everyone there is like, I'm from Boston, I'm from here, I'm from New York, I'm from Texas.
Transplants.
Yeah, it's a full city of transplants. Yeah,
absolutely. But you know, the good part is that you get to interact with people from different cities and different towns. So when I travel to a different city, I know people. You don't say everyone, but I know someone who's in that city.
Totally.
And I can reach out to them, and that's fantastic.
Totally. Before we wrap up, the last thing, actually, this is just my own personal. Is there any in DC? Right, DC's got some of the best food, actually. Right, it actually has 1,000 cultures there. Yes. Can you get any Bermudian food there? Is that a thing, or is there a hole in the market? Because we could fill this.
There's a little hole in the market. I recall there being a Bermudian chef at one of the restaurants in DC, and I'm kind of drawing a blank on. I'm not sure if the person's there anymore.
Okay, yeah.
But they were there, but unfortunately, no, which makes catering a bit of a problem for me because we have our office, and when we want to cater events, I gotta fly in some Bermudian. That's I gotta talk to my boss. That's next on the list.
Yeah, there's a little hole there, but also I will say that does make the DC fancies like they flew in the chef. They go flew in the chef. Oh, fantastic! This is great.
Good talking point.
This is very good. This is very good. Beautiful. Okay, before we wrap up, Anthony, dude, I learned a ton right there. That's really great here. If anyone wants to learn more, what should they do?
If you want to learn more, you can definitely reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm more than happy to talk to anybody at any time. Do outreach. We do have our Government of Bermuda page for DC is attached to my LinkedIn as well. Unfortunately, I don't have any other social. I'm still working on that right now. But
you're on the professional one. That's DC style, the LinkedIn. That's the
DC style, yeah. But we also have a website as well. We have the website for the Bermuda government, and they have a DC office. And again, outreach. I can always reach by email ahowell@gov.bm. So that's also another fantastic way to reach out to me, and I'm happy to answer any questions and go from there.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. That was a lot of fun here. Okay, I'm going to visit Bermuda. Okay, I'm doing it.
Holding you to that.
And then remember, if you need an investor for this Bermudian restaurant in DC, they need it. Okay, it's missing. There's Ethiopia and there's everything. Okay. Exactly. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you for the next one in a little bit here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're back again. Hello, everyone, in the Ord compound. The interviews don't stop. The learning doesn't stop. Today, we've got two people joining us. One's an old friend here, Swanee, who's just always traveling around the world, and one's going to be a new friend, Ben. So today, we're going to learn what the hell Opal is. I actually don't know. Ben, apparently, you do something with Opal? You invented it?
Well, inventing is a big word, but I guess it's obviously a collective effort, like everything we do in the space. But great to be here. Thank you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk a little bit about it. So Opal is, we think Bitcoin is ready for Web3. I don't know what you think about, but love the DGen shit. I do personally, but we also want to have more adoption, more mainstreamization of Bitcoin, and that will happen mostly through the birth or development of a bunch of new experiences, products, services. And that's what Opal is for. So, the market is very fragmented, bunch of projects building cool stuff. The idea was, what if we can federate, syndicate, all of these projects, build a token that is kind of a collective utility token that all of these projects can adopt. And then we went to talk to Magic Eden, to Xverse, to Alex Labs, to Engine Starter for Gaming Launchpad, to Pixelinks for music. And they all said yes. And here we are, 23 projects launching very soon. We'll also, which helps a little bit, a subsidiary of Animoca Brands. So, of course, the Web3 behemoth that will push all of its companies that want to launch on Bitcoin through the Opal protocol.
Beautiful, totally. So we'll dive a little bit deeper in all those things and what those partnerships mean, but we got Swanee here, okay? You did said DGen stuff, and Swanee's DGen it, okay? She's out there. She's out there in the trenches here.
Very much. And I will say Ben is a huge DGen, like literally goes crazy when he needs a mint, he needs to snipe something. So one more mint. Yeah. No, proper.
Yeah, I need my fix.
One click, I need one hit.
It's been a hard 8 weeks. Very difficult 8 weeks.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess for me, it's been really great to come to Nashville and just sort of see everyone massive into the community side of things, networking, and I guess reconnecting with everyone that I've met over the years, and in particular the IRL crew. So very special to be here and being able to bring Ben on, because I think now with my role at Opal, doing the ambassadorship, it's been really cool to be able to introduce Ben and the team online more to the teams and projects and people that I've gotten to know personally over the last 6 months, and try and work out how we can sort of fit in, because ultimately what Opal's going to be doing, the community side of things as well, I think is really important, and something that, I'm across multiple chains. However, the difference with Bitcoin is how much collaboration there is. And if someone's building something, it's not gatekept for their community. They're building it with the intention of using it for their community and everything else. And that was probably the biggest theme that came out of yesterday as well, and all the other ordinal specific conferences, is that, hey, we're building this. Our community will have access to it. However, we're going to give this as an innovation to the rest to help build. And the founders, there's all the cross collaborations. If you need help, that everyone's happy to help each other, right? So
and that's very unique to Bitcoin, to me. Especially coming from the Ethereum world, that was always super PvP.
Oh yeah.
Ordinals has been ever since we joined in May 23, a very welcoming world where people are always trying to help each other. And the idea of Opal was, okay, what if we create a whole infrastructure to kind of, streamline this and create the proper level of incentives for the projects doing it, like building together an ecosystem. So it's a very exciting time now. And I kind of needed Nashville. I don't know about you guys, but like I started to be a little bit down, about the past 2 months, not much happening, and it feels so good.
Oh, you come here, the excitement, it's palpable. You can feel it. You can you get close to this compound, and I can feel energy radiating off of like people exciting and everyone's building. So
and it's really exciting too, because I think it's about to pop. Like today's sort of day one. Tonight's a big one. Unfortunately, I won't be here for the next few days, but I guess watching, the main crew over the last few days just working, and they're popping in, popping out, and they're just putting on something that's just going to be so great. It's going to be such an experience for everyone. It's not one of those, really flashy things. It's for the community and it's for everyone to experience in every project. So
totally. So let's dive a little bit in here. Okay, so you got a bunch of companies you're partnering with. You got Animoca backing now. Animoca, I mean, they've already backed a lot of companies. They're in the background of everything, but more on the ETH side, right? Have they done much on Bitcoin yet, or is this like the first one?
So we're more than backed because we are a subsidiary. So we're really like controlled. Like Sandbox is a subsidiary of Animoca, and Delwise, which is the company that is behind Opal, behind Sparks, behind the Beliefstone, has really become the exclusive play of Animoca to Bitcoin. It's very important because Animoca today represents 600 companies. And even though, of course, right now the narrative is less around, Bitcoin, Bitcoin season 2 is a little bit behind us, but it's going to come back. And when it will come back, what will happen is exactly what we started to intuit 6 months ago, which was all of these projects from Ethereum, will just want to seize the opportunity to launch their services, their product on Bitcoin. They will be like, okay, enough of the testnet. Now let's do the real deal. And this is important because we're preparing this whole infrastructure so that they can launch directly through Opal rather than having to figure out, okay, which L2 or which partner, which scaling solution, which protocol for this. Well, Opal will be there to really help them to streamline that.
So break that down. Let's say I was over at a company in ETH land. I've got an NFT project. I built a game of some sort or something.
I like that. That's a good example.
Yeah. All right. And now I'm like, I want to go over and get into the Bitcoin ecosystem. I want to expand, and maybe there's some part of my game that the asset is instead on Bitcoin instead. Like, what would it look like? I'm coming to you. What actually am I like? What's that conversation like?
So, you're like, okay, I have all this already existing ecosystem, or I have all these assets. Well, we're going to help you to understand the Bitcoin ecosystem. Things are a little bit different here, but we can also point you out to the right L2 that, perfect. You're operating on an EVM ecosystem. You can migrate your smart contract pretty easily, either on Botanics or on Bob, for instance, and we will help you with this. We will help you also with user acquisition. We will help you because you'll access the whole network. And the idea is that every member of the network, so every company, every project operating on the network, is chasing or is building what we call proof of valuable work. So Bitcoin is built on proof of work, and what we want to do here is adding this idea of valuable work. So what do you do to expand the network, to make the network more valuable? Some projects will be providing services to other projects at a discounted rate or with a higher level of services. And when you're this gaming company, you need gaming technology. Well, Delwise, for instance, which is one of the members of the network, will provide this technology probably even for free because you're joining the network.
So that's super interesting. It sounds almost more like, you're like not an incubator, but you're joining a cohort of companies where you can access the resources.
A network, exactly.
So how do you you have to be invited? What's the approval process then? Because I'm going to come in there and I'm the laziest one and I'm going to mooch off everyone.
Exactly, and that's that's why we designed it this way. It 100% resonates with Bitcoin, which means it's fully decentralized. Delwise is not the owner of it. We just initiated this, but it's fully decentralized now. It's run by the Opal Foundation, and there is no gatekeeping to enter the ecosystem. There is one requirement, which is that you will have to hold some of the Belief token, so the token that we will launch soon, and you will have to stake it because part of this protocol is this decentralized consensus mechanism called the proof of valuable work that I introduced quickly, which means that when the consensus is run, if a project is creating value, so bring a net positive impact to the network, the project will earn a token reward. But if the project is extracting value, so having a net negative impact on the ecosystem, then there will be a token penalty that will be captured and brought back to the network. And it's important because this ecosystem fund that we'll be collecting or distributing will also be used to fund more projects. Gotcha. So we're going to be announcing very soon like a couple of investment vehicles to provide grants, to provide investments to Web3 projects that are launching on Bitcoin.
Okay, so I think I'm getting this now. So let's say I have a company and we're providing like tools for making memes, right? And then we join the Opal network, and then all the other companies are like, yo, You need better memes? We're helping you out over here. Then all those companies, because they're making good memes, their socials are growing. Then I'm going to get more. I'm already had to stake some bliff, but I'm going to get more bliff because the other company, the companies are voting. Then they're voting, saying that's the valuable one. And you have to vote.
Building a reputation, upvote, downvotes. And so instead of like collaborating, you know how with like whitelists and collaborations and stuff, you know, they're given to the communities, but there's not actually any criteria behind it. It's like, you know, who screams the loudest, who's the most popular, who's this. This is like proper proof of work and like reputation based of, you know, almost like a review, like a verified review of something.
Totally.
Which I think for me is a lot because you see so many people and so many projects come through that literally are just a grift and they don't add value, they just extract, and then so many people get burned. Whereas this is like, and it's a perfect example of just one thing that is being developed by a project that it's really going to benefit everyone else for the greater good, right?
Totally.
And people ultimately, if they don't believe that they probably are going to be able to do that, they're probably not going to sign up for it because they're worried that they're going to get caught out, right? Yeah. So this, for me, like that's probably one of the biggest things from what the Opal protocol is ultimately going to do, because the support that Opal have got from some of the biggest ordinal communities that are, you know, like obviously ninjas, you've obviously got Xverse, that we all know what their proof of work is like. We already know what their reputation is and how well they're respected within, that adding something like this is just going to boost absolutely everyone and expand the ecosystem better as well.
Absolutely. So this is something for if you already should have something built though. Typically, is that true? And
or not necessarily, because you can come with a new project, and you know, let's say you let's go back to the example of the gaming company sometime building a game, and I know what I'm talking about because there was also a game studio. I was one of the directors of a game called Assassin's Creed before.
You're saying that that's a little game. You guys might have heard. There's only been what.
So it takes a few months.
What he's talking about. Yeah,
a little game. You know.
It takes a few months, you know, to build something like that.
Yeah, it's a couple months.
Exactly. But it doesn't matter because let's say you're announcing that you're building a game and it's going to take 2 years. But then you keep showing development, you know, you keep showing progress, that drives demand for the token because people are expecting that, at some point, people are going to have so much more demand for this token because they will have, you know, opportunities to spend the token in the game. So people are like, you know, loading their bags. That drives the value of the token. So indirectly, you're creating proof of valuable work again. If you're not delivering any progress on your game, well, then this time you're getting the opposite. You know, you might have used the ecosystem because maybe you use some technologies, some services, from other members of the network, or you got some attraction, some attention, you know, some awareness, and that was a way for you to kind of growth hack your way over there. Well, again, then in this case, maybe you extracted. You know, a great example that I like to use is Ordinals Bot. You know, Ordinals Bot. And shout out to these guys. They just announced that they're launching a payment gateway where you will be able to, you know, any company, any project integrating this payment gateway will be able to get to charge services in Bitcoin token. So not in Bitcoin anymore, but also in BRC20 or Rune token. That is amazing. Well, this is their proof of valuable work for the ecosystem, for instance, because now anyone entering Opal can also benefit from this payment gateway. So that's one of the illustration. To be honest, it's an experimentation. You know, we're really we give us 1 year to see how it goes, and of course revamp the whole value proposition. But already have 23 projects that signed up, including, you know, some of the really big ones. So you know, Magic Eden, Xverse, etc. So we're super excited. I think it's going to be a great improvement.
So how does it work from is it the companies in voting plus the holders of the token? Is it pure just how much you hold the token?
So we have several levels of governments. First, there's a special council that was announced 6 months ago. The council is made of Domo.
Oh, nice.
David Bailey from Bitcoin Magazine. Leo Wald, she was the CEO of the Bitcoin ETF, Valkyrie.
Oh, nice,
Yatsu, the chairman of Animoca Brands.
Oh, yeah.
Hervé Larian from the special council of ApeCoin, and myself. And so that's kind of like
the squad,
the squad of the wise men, you know, trying to just monitoring if the protocol is running according to its initial rules. Then there is the 12 Genesis members, among them Magic Eden X versus Alex Labs that were like the early joiners, Horizon Labs, the guys who built Apecoin, who will run the consensus mechanism for 12 months. And after 12 months, we'll see if we have enough data to be able to put this mechanism in a smart contract that will be running on several Bitcoin L2s. But for now, it's going to be a very old school raise your hand vote.
Okay, cool. Yeah, nice. So is there a chance, though, so you're only getting punished if you said I was not, you weren't doing something right. There's a chance that you might get nothing, not punished at all. I stake some tokens. I'm in the Opal ecosystem. I'm trying my project. No, you guys didn't like it that much, but I'm working, okay? But you could like be flat. Is that right?
I think it's actually something that we're openly discussing right now, because what matters is, the point is not to sanction you. It's the point is just to make sure that the incentives are properly designed, and that Opal already has like 300,000 followers. We have like 30,000 people on Telegram. We just opened Discord this week. It's growing very fast. So any member entering Opal will instantly have access to a wide audience. Yeah. Okay, so of course we want to make sure that you're not just going there to hack your way to your, bring up your vanity metrics or even acquire users, and then just not give a shit about the ecosystem.
Totally. Because there is the issue. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like we saw this with Blast a little bit, right? A bunch of companies, stats come out, and they were just, they said, how do you earn gold? Oh, okay, that's what you need. Cool. Metrics, we got it. Everyone, if you click this button, that's a transaction. And then we've seen like a couple of the dApps over there have some users actually, and a bunch of them, they got kicked out of the program because everyone was like, you're scamming us. Have you guys looked at Blast?
Of course. Of course. This is it's a very good learning experience for everybody here. And that's why we create this small requirement, which is to stake tokens that you might get some of it captured as a penalty, but that's a way to make sure that everybody has a little bit of skin in the game.
Totally. Okay, yeah, I was going to say, if you don't, that's a great place to learn lessons from. They're doing experiments for you, and you get to go over there and look.
I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm nothing against Blast, but we're talking about Bitcoin here. It's,
totally.
It's serious business. Yeah. It's serious business.
Yeah. I was saying, we're at Bitcoin Nashville, okay? That's not even a test net. That's a test net of a test net. All right, okay. Sorry, Pac-Man. So the actual Blyph token, so when's that going to come out then? What will that rollout look like then?
Well, we're honestly, it's like a matter of weeks now.
Okay.
We're still working on the final plan. Like everybody, we were ready. We wanted to wait for better market conditions. And you know what? We decided, fuck this. Enough, enough of waiting, enough of looking at each other. What is happening? Let's create the opportunities. Come on, everybody is building a lot of cool stuff here. And being in Nashville is really eye-opening. You're here and you're like, okay, I want to, these guys are going to launch this next week, and people load your backs because it's coming back.
Okay, nice.
I think too, just with the token as well, and something, to tap back to the gaming thing, the other use case that the token's going to have is obviously the game that's being built, Life Beyond. It's essentially going to power that as well. So there's going to be and that's, really well developed now. It's pretty close. So that's another big one as well.
So going back to the origins of Darewise. So Darewise was a game development studio that we founded out of Ubisoft and focusing
another
on
little teeny little
another little team, but very very. I'm very lucky. We're very grateful of all the people that joined us in this venture, and we were building this MMO Life Beyond, and then. It was something that we were building on Polygon back then, early back in 2022. And in 23, we decided to pivot it to Bitcoin. So it's coming this year. It's built with Unreal Engine 5, AAA graphics. It's insane. I'm super excited. Very proud of what the team has built. And it's obviously going to be the flagship of the Opal protocol.
Okay, nice. So this one thing is Blyph is could be potentially used by lots of games, is the idea.
Yes, totally.
Right?
We already have games that are being built with the idea of using Blyph as their main currency.
Nice. So what about, outside of gaming, what about Magic Eden? How does it play within their world?
So Magic Eden will accept the Blyph token, on the platform. They're going to build additional services where you can use Blyph specifically. So the idea again is that every member of the network creates a unique utility for the token within their own ecosystem, or that they create or that they provide a unique service for for the other members of the network. You know, let's say because when you're Xverse, they don't have a token, right? So, but they will create like dedicated UX on the Xverse app for the Belief token.
Totally. I was going to say, like, there's companies like that, Magic Eden. I mean, I could see I want to go play Life Beyond. Yeah. Play Life Beyond. I make some money. Then I go on Magic Eden. I treat myself to a couple runes, just maybe make a quick play.
That's the thing. Belief's going to be BRC20 runes and ERC20. Yeah.
Okay, so how does that work? That's interesting.
So that's another proof of valuable work brought by one of the members of the network. Here it's Alex Labs. And what they're doing is that there's one total supply of the token, 21 billion, but we have this ability, thanks to Alex, that is operating those two bridges, to move the supply between one meta protocol to another. So based on the needs, where is the demand, sometimes we might move some supply from BRC20 to from BRC20 to runes, or from BRC20 to ERC20, which could also be a nice way to onboard the Ethereum population to the Bitcoin narrative.
Gotcha. So it will be like 21 billion supply, but
still 21 billion, but it will dynamically move across these three meta protocols.
It's like seeing something on on base, but then it's split over different CXs and stuff, or like different the wormholes between, say, like ETH and Sol and whichever. So, but on the Bitcoin, which is
It also means that we're basically letting the market decide. Whether it's BRC20 or Rune that wins. It doesn't matter to us.
It's going to change, right? So having the availability, runes will go, and then BRC20 will go, and then all of a sudden ETH will come back from the dead. Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know. It's like you have these bags of runes and you want to trade it on Magic Eden. Perfect. But what if you now want to trade it on a centralized exchange that doesn't support Rune? Just one swap that you'll do on the Xverse app, and then you can load it on your Sex account, and you're done.
Totally. Since you guys have this big list of companies right now, can you share any more of the names? I mean, you're already telling me big ones. You had Xverse, Pizza Ninjas, Magic Eden, but any others? Because that's one of the things that
I'm thinking of the ones that we can talk about that haven't been announced, because we're going to get in trouble otherwise.
That's my job. I'm trying to get you in trouble. I'm trying to get you to leak stuff.
No, there's... Okay, I was about to give a really big one. Well, so there's a massive one. I can't tell you, but it's a massive one that hasn't done anything on Bitcoin yet. That is coming. So just a couple more weeks, but that will be big. It has done a lot in the DEX world.
Okay, in the DEX world, there's clues. There's clues, people. You gotta figure it out here. Okay, so there's two different groups here that I feel like we're talking about. There's anyone who's a builder out here. It's like Opal might be something that might be really valuable for you. If you're building on Bitcoin, check it out. What about if you're a consumer? What should I be if I'm just looking? Am I waiting for these games to come out? I'm waiting for these integrations to come and then just trying to participate?
So there will be a fantastic way that I'm very excited about. We're announcing in the next few days, so it's kind of alpha here, something called the Opal ID, which is going to be your unique identification address that you will carry across all of this network.
Okay, nice.
Okay, so something that, like your login that you could use, on a gaming platform, for instance. But this thing will be tied to a reputation system, so that this idea of the proof of valuable work that you can have as a company, you will also have it as an individual. So let me give you a very simple example. You got whitelisted for this collection. You minted the ordinal. You flipped it. Did you bring a lot of value to No, not much.
You're a KOL.
Yeah.
And that's your reputational
you're
card.
a KOL. You have access. Yeah. You did that, and you flipped it. You paper-handed it.
Yeah.
Not a lot of value. Not a lot of reputation earned.
Yeah.
But you're a diamond holder, diamond hander, and your holder. Your reputation system will grow, and that is an on-chain reputation, like a score that anyone will query and be able
soon
to.
They're going to say, I want to inscribe. It's going to be like, your score is not high enough.
Anyone that knows me, knows that this, I am so excited about this, because there's so many people that go out and they write these amazing pieces and they've been paid thousands of dollars for this one post.
Oh, yeah.
And then the minute they've mint and it's gone, you never hear about it from 100%. Them again. And that, for me, and what this is doing, it's going to be so valuable within the Bitcoin ecosystem. There's nothing like it on any other chain. But because of how many builders there are and how many projects, they don't want to see anyone, get fucked.
Yep.
And so something like this, and when new projects are coming through, it's like, okay, times change as well, and people are building differently. people are building differently at different times, things slow down. And so it's not always going to be the same list, right? And so every few months, you know, someone else might have gone up or someone's done something and they've gone down. It's going to be rotating. So yeah.
Totally. I'm very excited about it too, because individuals, you know, I think of course we've been very focused on builders, but the whole, you know, an ecosystem is not just made of builders. It's also made of individuals who can be contributors in their own capacity. So this will also give them finally a way to kind of expose this to other projects. And, you know, right now, every time you want to have access to a whitelist, you have to grind it on Discord. And sometimes it's like a collab manager being nice. Well, this time the collab manager will have like a readable data to be able to make a decision.
So good.
Totally. Beautiful. Okay, so I learned a lot. Didn't know really what Opal was. I got a pretty good idea. So
awesome. Thank you very much.
So, Ben, what are the next steps? What should we be looking for? How do we follow along?
So please, of course, especially if you have questions, reach out to us, Opal BTC on Twitter. Probably the easiest for you guys to find us there. You'll have all the links to all the socials, and especially for Discord. Swanee, myself, Ben_Sharbit on Twitter. And my DMs are open. So if you have any question, you're a builder, you like Web3, you like Bitcoin, we're here for you guys.
Beautiful, beautiful. Swanee, what's going on? What's next for you?
What's next for me? Got here 3 days ago. I will be here tonight. I fly to Japan in the morning. And I will be there for EdCon and get to be with the entire Sound Sound team.
Nice.
So we're major sponsors there.
Those aren't just like necklaces, okay? No, those are actually headphones around your neck.
They're our headphones that, you know, everyone sort of sees rep everywhere, and then we're slowly taking over. But yeah, so that's my next adventure from here. I'm really excited. We're just on the cusp, I think, of really exploding. We've just released gaming headphones, and for me is just continue to be involved. And as you can see, been at a puppet party today.
Oh yeah, I'm jealous.
Classes. I just love being a part of communities. Totally. So I'm just going to go home, do that, and then get ready for the next round of conferences in a few months.
I'll say the fact that you're repping so many communities, that goes with the Opal mission.
Son,
you know what I mean?
Billy, Pops.
There we go.
We're good. So.
Beautiful. Well, thank you guys so much. That was a lot of fun. We'll see you guys for another one in a second here. Check out Opal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we can get started. Okay. Hi, everyone. So welcome to the OKX BTC Mixer panel 2 today. So I am the moderator today. My name is Yan Chen, and I'm from Newbit. I'm the chief research scientist of Newbit. So as you know, Newbit is doing DA and also execution layer. And then we are very excited to bring you the topic today for this panel, which is about the innovations and challenges in the future of Bitcoin staking and scalability expansion. So we're very excited today to have our panelists from different interesting projects to attend our panel today. So, and also they've got very interesting names. So we have Brewmaster012, who is the core contributor of Zeta Chain today. And we also have Senka, who is the chief protocol economist of Babylon today. And we also have BounceBit intern, who is the intern of BounceBit today. So how about everyone just give a short introduction of yourself, about your name, your title, and your team, and the project that you've been working on.
Okay, I can start. So, so I go by name Brewmaster or Panru. I'm a co-contributor to the Zeta Chain projects. I've been with the project since 2021 at the start of the project, primarily focusing on the blockchain protocol, what we call protocol developments.
Hi, my name is Sanka Banerjee. I'm like the chief protocol economist at Babylon. At Babylon, we are bringing the staking complex to Bitcoin, starting with staking for Bitcoin, and then your Bitcoin can also be restaked. So we're very excited to bring this project to mainnet over the next month, and happy to talk about the project in general.
Hey guys, BounceBit intern here. Like he mentioned, I'm the intern at BounceBit. We are a CDFI restaking chain. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction. So I've already heard some of the very interesting keywords, so we'll dig into it soon. So I think Babylon, Senka from Babylon, you mentioned something like staking and your staking protocol. So I'm actually very interesting, because previously I think maybe till nowadays people still think that Bitcoin itself is actually more of I think there's more like a traditional view of Bitcoin. They think that it's more of a store of value asset rather than some kind of like a world computer or execution. So I think when you're talking about staking protocol, what I learned from that is that you're actually trying to integrate the Bitcoin with your staking protocol so that you can connect to other DeFi ecosystems, for example, Ethereum, Polygon, or such things like this. So do you mind if you can give us some more info or introductions about what's the point of view or what's the take on this new protocol, and then what is go in the future?
Yeah, thanks. So Bitcoin is a proof of work chain. So we are bringing the word staking, which is a fundamental primitive for proof of stake chains. And one of the key ideas at Babylon, which we are trying to bring to the market, is we think that Bitcoin has the highest security and the Bitcoin holders have the lowest cost of capital. So if you can collateralize your Bitcoin to create this as a security in proof of stake chains, then a lot of the proof of stake chains, specifically the app chains, they pay tremendously high amount of inflation and issuance to bootstrap their security. So the idea here for Babylon is to bring Bitcoin, which is the highest security with the lowest cost of capital, and use that as a security bootstrapping measure for POS chains.
I see. So what do you think that, like, how does this like new security protocols can change people's viewpoint of BTC?
Yeah, so fundamentally, whenever Bitcoin has been used for application, one of the core concerns of Bitcoin holders have been that these applications have always added trust layer, additional trust layer to Bitcoin's trust. So at Babylon, one of the core focus for us has been that we don't want to add any new trust to the application. So we are building native trustless staking where the Bitcoin stays on the Bitcoin chain. It's under the control of the staker. So you're basically just locking your Bitcoin using a Taproot script where you're locking the Bitcoin, you're locking it for a time lock, and you're pre-signing it with a covenant committee that if this Bitcoin is staked in POS chains and it indulges in double sign, then it can get slashed. Now, why this is attractive is fundamentally, slashing is a type of risk-reward mechanism which does not have any price impact. So when you're bringing a primitive to Bitcoin holders who are very sensitive to trust assumptions as well as custody assumptions, they would not be comfortable in taking on additional market risk. So we think slashing is objectively on-chain attributable, and we think that this should be the first primitive which is built on Bitcoin to unlock application era in Bitcoin.
I see. So can I understand in this way? So the protocol that you're describing is actually has a a trustless assumption, so that it can enable more like decentralized computation, right? So sort of, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way. I think a lot of blockchain applications are decentralized. The word decentralized has its own range, but here the simplest way to visualize is we think that Bitcoin holders are looking for native trustless yield, and POS holders are looking, or POS systems are looking to give issuance at a lower rate so that they can improve their economies. So we're trying to match. It's a two-sided marketplace where we bring Bitcoin from a staking aspect on the supply side, and the yield is coming from the POS staking yield.
I see. That's very interesting. Yeah. So when we're speaking of the staking mechanism, and also speaking of the integrating Bitcoin with other different kinds of ecosystem. So this is kind of more like a different expansion of to different chains, right?
Yeah. So we think the first chain we are onboarding is the Babylon chain, but then we are enabling restaking. So the other Cosmos chains, we also have works with Polygon and some other staking chains. So any chain which has a double sign criteria right now is able to use the Babylon's finality provider to share their issuance with the Bitcoin holders. And the idea is that we are going to use the Babylon chain, which is our core chain, as a control plane aspect to control the different aspects of staking and restaking.
Great. Yeah. Thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
Yeah. So speaking of this cross-chain and multi-chain expansion, so this actually reminded me of some of the key features that I read most recently. I think the following question is probably more for Zeta Chain here. So I learned the notion of gateway, and then if I understand correctly, it actually enables the user to connect to different chains and actually get information from different chains and improve efficiency. So do you mind if you can tell us more about the mechanism behind gateway and then the upgrade of it?
Yeah, maybe we can start with the other way. So gateway is actually a part of what we call Zeta Chain 2.0, a major upgrade in how we do cross-chain decentralized application. So Zeta Chain is a custom Cosmos SDK built L1 chain, which specializes in supporting omni-chain smart contract or what we call universal apps. So a major feature of the blockchain is that you can write decentralized applications on top of Zeta chain that can manipulate native assets on external chains. So for example, you can move native Bitcoins on Bitcoin network. So you could build say automatic market makers such as Uniswap like swap apps that allows users to swap Bitcoin direct for Ether on Ethereum. So there's no wrapping or unwrapping or bridge in the from the perspective of users. So that's what we can do. Now the gateway revamp so changes the way that we do these cross-chain applications. So from a P2P in terms of the blockchains. So we used to do message passing. That is, we allow contracts on external chains to call other contracts on other blockchains through message passing, and that is more like point to point in terms of blockchain. With this gateway revamp, we changed the way we do things. We promote a more hub and spoke like topology. So you deploy your applications on Zeta chain, and it connects to other chains. And most of the logic and states of the application live on Zeta chain, and it can be invoked from the external chain, so the users don't have to interact with Zeta chain directly if they don't want to. And also they settle on external chain, so the users will get native assets if they prefer so. So that is what this upgrade is about.
I see. That's very interesting. So when you talk about this like multi-chain expansion and then the gateway mechanism, does it mean that when I write one DeFi application, can I just deploy it seamlessly onto other chains, or do I just seamlessly connect it with other chains and applications?
Well, that depends on what you want. So in the simplest model, you deploy your applications just on Zeta chain, so you don't have to deploy contracts on other chains. And when the Zeta chain connects to new chains, you usually don't have to do anything in order to enjoy the new addition. So that is a simple model. For example, if you just want to manage assets, so imagine smart contracts on Zeta chain. Like a smart contract on Ethereum. So the smart contract on Ethereum can custody any assets like Ether or ERC20 or non-fungible tokens, and distribute those assets according to its internal logic, right? And on Zeta chain, we expand the capability of smart contract to be able to manipulate assets on other chains. So you can conceptually think the smart contract on Zeta chain as manipulating native assets on other chains. And that is a very powerful on-chain primitive that allows people to build synchronous dApps in a decentralized way.
I see. Thanks for the explanation. So I think we've seen two different kinds of solutions of improving the scalability of Bitcoin expansion to other chains. And then I think the next question is more of a question for BounceBit. I think here, because I most recently I learned of a new notion called CDFI. And I think this is pretty interesting because when people are talking about DeFi, I think the blockchain people would try to like decentralize everything as much as possible. And then you have a CeFi, which is, I believe, stands for centralized finance. And then could you tell us a bit more about the difference between the normal DeFi protocols and the CeFi infrastructure that you've been building?
Yeah, so I think the idea behind CeFi is basically trying to combine the best from CeFi, which is, they have lots of different ways that have previously only been available to bigger whales, like premium yield generation, whether that's like funding rate arbitrage, stuff like that, and like very good custody solutions. And then on the DeFi side, obviously a lot of innovation happening and ways to earn yield on chain, whether it's DEXs, etc. So basically trying to take the best of both worlds and combine them, I would say. It's sort of like the general thought behind CDFi.
I see. I see. So I also noticed that the chain that you've been building, actually it has it supports two native tokens. One is the BB token and the other one is BTC. So what do you imagine the role of BTC is playing here?
I think that is you're referring to like the dual staking, proof of stake. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
dual post. Yeah.
Yeah. The idea behind that, I guess, is mainly just to sort of lean on Bitcoin from the asset level, not so much on like a lot of the other layer twos are more so directly on like the program level. I think we can sort of use Bitcoin. It's like a lower volatile asset to help secure our network, and at the same time, it really just integrate both of those together. I think like these guys mentioned, Bitcoin obviously doesn't have like the staking sort of that Ethereum does natively. So we sort of lean on like the CeFi for that first initial layer of yield. People can choose to participate in funding rate arbitrage strategies to get that initial layer of yield, stake their BTC and BB, get the second layer, and then restake against that to
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
use LSDs to participate in the ecosystem.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so I think thank you for the answer. So I think for here, I think I actually see something very similar, something in common inside within your different solutions, because you all mentioned something like a liquid staking or restaking mechanism here. I noticed that it's becoming a trend. So at the very last of our panel here, could everyone actually use several few words to actually summarize what kind of future trend do you think this liquid staking will play, and what kind of benefits will you get? Just a few words. Yeah, anyways, around.
Yeah, so I think it's first of all, it's very exciting to see there's so many solutions being built on Bitcoin. So, really, like Bitcoin holders have a lot of different applications to kind of play with. Specifically in the context of Babylon, we think the staking primitive is very important, because fundamentally Bitcoin holders have never taken on the risk of slashing. So we are kind of bringing this conditioning to Bitcoin holders that they should be comfortable with slashing, and we feel very confident about the slashing risk because it's on-chain attributable. It's not qualitative, it's heavily quantitative, it's provable, and it does not have price risk. So once we have kind of started the staking complex, we're having a lot of liquid staking providers being built on top of us. So the way we are looking at the Babylon solution is we are bringing the security of Bitcoin to POS, but a lot of the POS chains don't even have Bitcoin liquidity. So the liquid staking solutions which are being built on top of Babylon, they're going to also add liquidity. So we're trying to cover the whole domain by either first adding liquidity to systems which don't have Bitcoin liquidity and they would be eventually attracted to Bitcoin security, or the ones which are already onboarding Bitcoin security for them to give a holistic solution in terms of looking at Bitcoin as the highest security at the lowest cost of capital.
Great, thank you. Any thoughts? Like any other thoughts from Brewmaster?
Yeah, sure. So ZettaChain can offer a very flexible platform for application developers to author decentralized applications that does things like staking Bitcoin. So you can use your imagination to source the rewards. For example, you can do a collateralized borrowing on top of ZettaChain to convert your Bitcoin into Zeta and then earn yields, because that's the as a reward for validating the network, because it's a dedicated proof of stake blockchain. Or you could do some other tricks like leveraging the financial markets on ZettaChain. By the way, the ZettaChain connects to Bitcoin and Ethereum and BSC, Polygon, all those EVM chains, and it's going to connect to Solana and Tong and all those emerging blockchains, and you can bring Bitcoin into the a bigger ecosystem, and so that's very exciting for me.
The trend of the trend of liquid staking and restaking.
Yeah, I think like as these guys mentioned, like Bitcoin holders are sort of unique. Previously Bitcoin has not really been a very productive asset in this sense, where Ethereum, maybe you can get more opportunities for your ETH to restake against that. So in that sense, bringing staking and restaking to Bitcoin definitely boosts its not only productivity but utility. And I think as a whole, it's just good for the ecosystem that building around Bitcoin can really create something more vibrant, similar to what has been unlocked by Eigen and Lido on ETH. So I think that's sort of how we see it.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much for the insights. So as we're reaching the end of this panel, I'd like to still thank everyone from here, the panelists, from attending the panel today, and also share the wonderful insights of your opinion about the future of Bitcoin. And then also thank the audience here for joining our panel today. So I wish everyone a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just as we're live. Perfect.
Of course.
Look at that. Look at that perfect timing. Awesome.
Luke, welcome. Welcome, and welcome to everyone that's watching us here. We are here live at the Ord House in Nashville. And I'm Jason. I'm with OKX. I'm Chief Innovation Officer. I'm very proud to and honored, really, to moderate this short panel with some of our friends here. We're going to just do quick intros, and then we'll dive into questions, and we'll chat and see how things go. Why don't we start with you, Chandra?
Awesome.
Here, use this for a sec.
All right.
It's 2 mics.
Okay. 2 mics, okay. Thanks for having me, Jason. My name is Chandra. I'm the founder and CEO of portal2bitcoin.com, and we built a non-custodial interoperability layer on Bitcoin for all sidechains L2s, and we're excited for the ecosystem.
Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Andres Serrano. I'm the head of product at Bitcoin L2 Labs. Prior to this, I spent several years at the Stacks Foundation leading products there. So Stacks is a Bitcoin layer. Our goal is really to unlock 1.3 trillion in BTC capital that's currently sitting idle. And yeah, excited to chat more with you guys here today.
Awesome. Thank you all. Luke Xie, co-founder and CEO of SatLayer. We're unlocking the possibilities of the world's best economic collateral by enabling the usage of Bitcoin for shared security.
All right. Bitcoin, obviously the theme of why we're here today. I think there's a lot of chatter around why build on Bitcoin. And why now, right? I would love to hear sort of your thoughts. Maybe we'll start with you, Luke. Why focus on Bitcoin?
Sure. So I think those in the space for a while know, I think for a lot of people, like founders, investors, right? I think a lot of people that have been in the space for a while are closet Bitcoin maxis or, big Bitcoin holders, or at minimum, we kind of think about Bitcoin as the base layer that denominates everything in, right? And especially, I think over the last 6 to 12 months, with big thanks for kind of Casey and Domo and a lot of the earlier folks really laying the foundation for us with inscriptions and ordinals. There's really been a Cambrian explosion of innovation in the entire space, especially around kind of the build out of infrastructure, Bitcoin, DeFi. And so, we're certainly a part of that. I think a lot of the other teams here are as well. And for us, we kind of came over from the kind of EVM and alt layer 1 side of things. And are fortunately able to bring a lot of the learnings that we have from there to Bitcoin, to build in Bitcoin.
I mean, Stacks OG, it's 2014, right? 2013 maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the way that I think about it is that Bitcoin is really the best form of money and settlement layer that's available. So it's a really great foundation to build decentralized applications. It's super secure, it's super resilient and censorship resistant, and all of these things make it an ideal base layer to build programmable apps. I think the challenge historically has been is that Bitcoin has a very simple scripting language that makes it challenging to build these sorts of decentralized applications that you've seen in other ecosystems. And so really Stacks is trying to unlock this and be the programmability layer for Bitcoin. And, as mentioned, a lot of this came, I think, we've been building in this space for the past several years prior to it even really being a category. And really, I think when Ordinals launched, it really helped to open people's eyes to the possibility of what could be unlocked with Bitcoin. And we're certainly seeing a lot of innovation come into the space now, and it's a great time to be building on Bitcoin.
So first question you asked is why build on Bitcoin? It's the most secure, globally seamless system we've ever built. There is no second place. There's only one L1 that matters, which is Bitcoin. Everything else is an L2 sidechain. Even L1s will eventually become sidechains or pegged sidechains, unpegged sidechains, etc. And that's because of the security model of Bitcoin. That is because of the ethos of Bitcoin, focusing on self-sovereignty, focus on non-custodial ownership of assets, It's nuclear grade, built with security in mind. All of the trade-offs that were made in the design of Bitcoin were towards one single goal and singular purpose, which is security. So that's the reason to build on Bitcoin. As a builder, as an entrepreneur, if you're actually doing something on a shaky foundation, in addition to having the market risk, the product market fit risk, technical risk, scaling risk, all of that stuff, you also have platform risk, which complicates everything. So building on Bitcoin basically takes that away. Bitcoin's here to stay. The second question about why now is it's hard to say because we've had this thesis for a long time. For 4 years, we kept saying Bitcoin's going to transform Bitcoin block space is going to transform from the settlement layer for BTC, the asset, to a settlement layer for millions of markets. And you're seeing the beginnings of that now with L2s, more side chains, and eventually more L1s will have trust minimized peg in, peg out mechanisms with Bitcoin, which essentially means that the economic density of Bitcoin block space is going to continue to increase, which is good for revenue, which is miner revenue, which is good for security. And eventually that's actually what protects the Bitcoin network against repeated 51% attacks. So the thesis is obvious for anybody willing to see 5 years ago.
All right. I mean, look, I don't think any of us will disagree. Although, I think some of us might disagree with, you said that all L1s will eventually be pegged to Bitcoin, right? So basically, we were joking earlier that, let's not name the specific chains that we're talking about.
They don't know it yet.
Okay, well, we will see. I mean, at OKX, we're keen supporters of the Bitcoin ecosystem. We've been doing this for 10 plus years. We worked with Stacks. We worked with, even as simple as things like when Bitcoin had, SegWit or Taproot or Lightning, things that are, improvements on base layer Bitcoin, we've been very keen and early to support, and likewise with ordinals and all this stuff. I agree with you. This is the most exciting time, in a very, very long time. And so I'll start with you, Andre. I mean, Stacks has been around just a little bit longer, and so I'm curious what types of applications, use cases that you've seen that have taken advantage of that programmability that Stacks offers while sitting on top of Bitcoin. Let's go there.
Yeah, sure thing. I'll say, really the vision for Stacks is to become the best place to borrow, spend, and trade Bitcoin on chain. And really, so when we look at some of these use cases, one of the first that I think a lot of Bitcoin holders want to be able to do with their Bitcoin is use it as collateral to be able to access stable coins and borrow against it. And a large reason for that is to be able to, earn yield on your Bitcoin and make it a productive asset, or just, you want to be able to access fiat without incurring a taxable event. So really borrowing and lending is the first major use case that we're looking at there. Payments is another big one, right? You imagine just, Bitcoin transfers that can settle in seconds would be a huge user experience improvement over the 10-minute block times that Bitcoin currently has. So we're spending a lot of time looking at ways that we can improve the payment experience, both for peer-to-peer transfers, as well as, if you're withdrawing from an exchange, for example, you want an easy way to do that, maybe with less fees or faster settlement times. It'd be a good solution for that. And then lastly is trading, and what innovations can we have in the trading experience to really make it better for users, right? Right now, there isn't really a great way to trade Bitcoin against USDC on chain. So can you remove a lot of that friction, do it without any counterparty risk, centralized intermediaries, and be able to access stable coins as part of that? And so, as you mentioned, Stacks has been building in this space even before Bitcoin L2s were really a category. And so, one of the things that I think is interesting now is that we've built this ecosystem of decentralized apps, and we're starting to see a lot of traction with those apps starting to take place.
Do you want to name drop any?
Sure. I mean, I work with a lot of different applications. One of my one really great apps is called Zest Protocol. It's a really great way to borrow against your BTC. It's frictionless. There's another one. There's two more that I'll mention that we work closely with. One is called Hermetica. And so you can kind of think of them as a Bitcoin native version of the Athena protocol. So you can mint USDH with that. And when you deploy that in, they're doing a basis point trade where essentially you can earn yield on that stable coins, which provides around 13% across market cycles.
So it is like Athena,
it's like Athena, but for Bitcoin. Bitcoin native. And then the last one is Bitflow, and they're doing a lot of innovation. So they launched, one of the first, one of the largest AMMs on Stacks, and they're actually doing some really interesting experimentation with runes as well, potentially looking at both bridging runes into Stacks as well as providing better trading experiences directly on L2, where again you can benefit from faster, cheaper trading.
Okay, that's awesome. I mean, those are definitely things that users today and viewers today can go and try their hand at. Luke, all these use cases get, as people experiment and build new things. I mean, you talked about security and modular security in particular. I mean, how do the developers that bring these use cases to life? I mean, walk us through what you guys do to help that come about. All these apps potentially that Andre just mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. So with our sat layer, basically what we do is provide Bitcoin security model in a modular way to app developers, to other blockchains that need custom slashing conditions. And so we build on top of a project known as Babylon, which is, I think, really kind of foundationally pushing the Bitcoin ecosystem forward by first and foremost enabling native staking. And then over time enabling composability on top of that staking via their smart contract platform. So I think very much agree with the earlier point that in time everything will be on Bitcoin, and so it's our belief that and as part of that everything will be secured by Bitcoin, because even at this point, right, we are trying to do math here. Sorry, I'm super jet lagged. 15 years after the creation of Bitcoin and of this entire space, right? Bitcoin is still the biggest, oldest, and most secure and resilient crypto asset. And so I think, when you look at a lot of projects in the space, for example, POS blockchains, right? Especially in bear markets, a lot of these chains are actually not that secure, because as your market cap falls by 90+%, right, your entire FTV could be in the double-digit millions if you're lucky, single-digit millions if you're not, right? And in which case it only costs a few million to 33% attack your chain, and this has happened, right, in the most recent bear market, much less previous ones. And so I think what we're saying is, let's actually do away with this decentralization theater of using your own token as security, and use the security model of the best security model in this space, that of Bitcoin, to secure your blockchain or your app.
Awesome. And I think what remains to be seen about whether all chains end up on Bitcoin, but I think it's important to have these pieces in play to allow for these chains to embrace and hopefully, really value that Bitcoin security model, right? And so, look, Andre, I know you have to leave very soon, so I have just one short and quick question for you. What should people be excited about with Stacks that's coming up? I think you have less than a minute, so I'll give you this last question.
Sure thing. I appreciate that, Jason. Yeah. I think one of the most important things that we've been working on in the Stacks ecosystem really is to develop a two-way bridge between the L1 and the L2. So we're deploying a protocol called SBTC. It's a way to move Bitcoin into and out of DeFi via the Stacks blockchain, and it's secured by the network of validators that are on Stacks. And I think when you look at the various types of bridges that are out there to enable movement to L2, SBTC has a really interesting design, because it is first of all, it's backed by the collateral in the Stacks ecosystem, and the validators are actually earning native Bitcoin rewards as part of it. So it has a really strong incentive mechanism that's integrated into the Stacks consensus mechanism. And so we really wanted to provide a secure way to move Bitcoin in and out of DeFi. That's really like the big unlock for the applications that I mentioned to be able to get access to DeFi. And that's one of the things that, we're excited about.
When is that going live?
It'll be here this fall.
This fall. All right. Well, thank you. All right. Andre, thanks for swinging by. I know you have to leave. I've got more questions for the rest of the gentlemen here. So,
thanks for moderating, Jason. Great to see you guys. And enjoy the rest of the panel.
Luke, why don't you scoot on over so we don't have this gap here. Okay, so Chandra, perfect, because he talked about bridging assets and bringing more capital into sort of actually enabling the rails, right, that go between Bitcoin and others. I mean, that's what you guys do, right? I mean, let's talk more about that. How and why is that exciting? Why are you guys so excited about it?
Absolutely. So a little bit of history for people who are not familiar with it. 2010 to 2019 was the era of centralized custodians that enable cross-chain operations, right? Centralized exchange. You both have your assets at the centralized exchange, and good ones will enable you to not
thanks for looking at me.
Not just send you the money, but also give me my money back. You'll actually be able to withdraw. But that's not always the case, right? So that has empirically been proven to be risky for users' funds. 2019 to 2024, we've seen on-chain custody experiments like bridging, like multisigs, like vaults, like wrapped derivatives, which also has proven to be empirically very insecure. So what we've built is the first non-custodial interoperability protocol on Bitcoin, and we call it BitScaler. The underlying technology is called BitScaler. The way it works is any L1, L2, or sidechain can actually deploy a pair of contracts, one on Bitcoin, and it's a paired contract. There's a multi-party channel HTLC on Bitcoin, and there's a corresponding Turing-complete smart contract that is deployed on your sidechain or L2. And the outputs of those two are linked, so you can actually have atomic swaps between your asset and the other asset. So the permissionlessness comes from not the validator game theory, not the custodial slashing mechanisms. It's actually verifiable contracts on both sides that you can, all parties, like all the participating parties, like the first use case is an AMM with LPs and traders on both sides, right? And so you don't actually depend on custody because there's something we've invented called non-custodial delegation. And I'll give you like a short version of this, which is when a pool of liquidity is formed, you're actually having one hook transaction on chain with n of n multisig. And then every other n to the n-1 or n to the n channel formation happens off chain, which is very different from Lightning, where two parties have to put an anchor transaction on chain and then they have to close it. Here you can actually dynamically change the composition of these of the multisig participants. All of these allocation transactions happen off chain. And because we use a taproot script as the UTXO for creation of these allocation transactions off chain, you can trade any number of times. They're not broadcast on chain, completely verified. You can think of this as an L3 with multiple participants that can be dynamic. We call them multiplex channels off of the bidirectional channels, which actually didn't take off as Lightning did. It's kind of like an intermediary invention. But you actually have these completely verified states that tell you the balances of who holds what, who owns what. It's at the end of the epoch, which roughly runs for about 30 days, then you close with one on-chain transaction. Everything in between is an atomic swap, right? And so you're not depending on the economic model of the validators or the goodness of a bunch of people for your peg out. And that's the key difference. So we've had great success with sidechains, L2s. It's an easy lift. And then the additional advantage that people get is you only need to provide liquidity for your asset against USDT. And then all of the other chains or sidechains L2 assets that are supported go through a USDT super pool. So every one swap that you see is an L3 swap to USDT and to the other chain. So you get two benefits, right? Permissionless peg out, which is security for your user base, and two, and to the end pairs that you don't have to explicitly provide liquidity for.
Is this live today?
Public testnet in a week to two. So yeah, I mean, we've been working at it for a long time, and Taproot was a big enabler of what we've built, but also a lot of other stuff like policy scripts and all that stuff. So it's very exciting time for Bitcoin. But I've only described the one use case, which is the AMM use case. But you can actually extend it for lending and borrowing. You can extend this for perpetuals, stable coin issuance, all that stuff, staking. Yep.
Sounds like it will be a key building block, key primitive for a lot of enablement. Well, exciting times for you, but also for Bitcoin. Okay, we're going to wrap up with one last question for you two both. Besides what you're working on, what do you think is critically missing? What do we need for the Bitcoin ecosystem to go forward? And maybe it's something that as an exchange, we onboard a lot of users, we educate a lot of users. Maybe it's something that we can do. That would be even better. I could go and work on it with the team. But just what do you think is missing? What's next? You can also cop out and saying, "Hey, look, what I'm working on is the critical piece. We have to do." Okay, that's a cop out, but you can do that too.
Yeah. I'll actually pick two things. I think one is actually like native stablecoins in the Bitcoin ecosystem. I know there's multiple teams working on it. Yala, for example, is one. I think that this is going to be very important, especially kind of later on in the cycle as we head to the next bear market, right? Because I think the beauty of stablecoins is one, you can just use it as stablecoins and do all the things that stablecoins do, and for example, like replacing fiat in a lot of these use cases, right? I think the other is that I think critically in crypto, as was kind of touched on earlier, right? It's very important to have these kind of fiat equivalents so that to kind of trade out of your position, right? For example, heading into a bear market or in the bear market, you're able to just stay within the crypto ecosystem and not have to kind of go back to fiat and use all these fiat rails and take like multiple days, right, to kind of go back into fiat. And I think it's also I think if nothing else, stablecoins have been a massive product market fit, right? I think last year they traded I think close to, I think it was high single digit, if not close to like 10 trillion notional value. So very important in the space. And I think, for Bitcoin ecosystem, very important to have these Bitcoin native stablecoins. I think the second is very much kind of education and awareness of all these new and exciting innovations in the Bitcoin ecosystem. This is something that I've certainly noticed as over the last year, I've kind of spent half my time in Asia, half my time in the US. And in that, I think there was excitement about Bitcoin ecosystem and this whole, kind of Bitcoin innovation much more in Asia before, months before I think most folks in the West were even aware of this. So I think that's certainly something that, I think OKX has done an amazing job in terms of really kind of leading the charge in kind of educating folks, and definitely look forward to you guys doing a lot more of that.
Thanks. We know we have a lot of work to do. So if there's feedback, there's always way to improve. But please, yeah, go
on. So I agree with him. Stablecoins are a huge deal. There's no argument that the adoption speaks for itself. The two other things that I'm excited or I think are lacking is we talk about yield a lot. In the traditional markets, yield comes from you lending someone money and them putting that to a productive use and actually getting the yield back, right? What is the productive use in this case? I think there'll be many markets. The two that I'm very excited about are, one is native digital assets that are not native to crypto, like in-game assets. The biggest clusters that we've seen so far are people trying to build games on chain and try to reward people with in-game assets. That doesn't work, okay? And we've known this. What does work is having a great experience, right? Like the primacy of the game is the design, the narrative, the experience that the users have. And in-game assets, because they are kind of a proof of work and skill, given the rules and logic of the game engine, they have social consensus around value. People are trading them today, right? Illicitly. People trade accounts, people trade these in-game assets, even though the publishers frown on them. So they have value independent of their free tradable. Yeah, there you go. I'm not a gamer, but I observe these markets. And so when you add a layer of permissionless tradability to an existing exciting gaming experience, you've actually 10x or 100x the value of that ecosystem. So those are going to be great. And the other reason why we need to care about it is because all of the kids, there's a demographic transition there where everyone who grows up playing these games will automatically accept the notion of a permissionless decentralized digital currency like Bitcoin as the settlement layer for all of the other stuff that they do. And so your user base suddenly 10x's or 100x's, and then you get worldwide, global, non-stop adoption. And that's great for Bitcoin. Stablecoins obviously is a big deal, and then we have to have permissionless. I mean, obviously we're plugging in what we're doing. So the permissionlessness part of it, peg in and peg out to all of these assets to and from is going to be a very important thing. I have heard about, obviously we have all heard about tokenizing real world assets like real estate, stocks, etc. I am not so much of a big believer that where there are current efficient markets, you're going to replace them with something else doesn't feel like, I could be wrong, but that doesn't feel like the big step up. But native digital assets that are not on chain, I think is going to be a big deal, and we're still missing that. I mean, not one great publisher has built a game for crypto yet. Mm-hmm. We're seeing the beginnings of some like Gunzilla, etc., but we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think native digital assets is key and critical to the rest of everything else actually blossoming, right? I completely agree. So
just if I could chime in for a second too, because so before building SatLayer, so I co-founded a VC fund, Press Start Capital, and so investing into Web3 games is actually one of our big focus areas. So very much agree with a lot of what has been said, and I think for Web3 games, I think it's kind of, there's been a bit of a lull, and I think the reality and the nuance that I think a lot of people don't realize is that good games take time to build, right? So there's an entire second generation of these Web3 games, like for example, Pirate Nation, right? Gunzilla is doing a lot of awesome things that are going to be hitting the market very soon, and I have no doubt that at least one of them will be kind of a runaway success, right? Onboard tens of millions of new users into crypto, because as mentioned, right? Kids these days, especially guys, they socialize by playing games, right? You hang out with your buddies by going, hopping into a game and doing some cool shit together. And I think if anything, that's only become now the norm from just being a small majority from when we were kids. And so I think that because of also, I think games actually do a great job of abstracting away a lot of the kind of current, somewhat painful or very painful user experience that is inherent in crypto, right? And so it provides a very easy kind of onboarding experience where you get all the benefits without really have to worry about the plumbing underneath. So yeah, also very excited about that.
Yeah, I'm a gamer, like I said earlier. I mean, you reminded me of the days back when I was selling like EVE Online. I was mining some stuff and asteroids and stuff and selling that stuff. Diablo 2 back then, you could sell your yeah, I mean, like crazy times. But yeah, absolutely right. The demographics are, people now are just natively or innately more accepting of digital assets having value, right? Like, I mean, like it's more like a generational thing. I mean, like you said, Bitcoin's been around for 15, 16, or that was you, sorry, doing your math, and 15, 16 years, and we've grown up, but there's now a next generation that has wealth and has recognized the importance of assets and all that. Okay, so we could probably spend another half an hour talking about just gaming, because it is something that at OKX we're keen to support. We launched something called OKX GameSphere just to get game developers clued in and plugged in to see what Web3 tools are available to them, and our team trying to make that more accessible. But that's for another time. Let's wrap it here. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us wherever you are. We're going to head back out into Nashville and enjoy the rest of the party here. All right, see you guys. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.